Turn on Do Not Disturb.
Racing games folder. Apps Witcher. God, lost vault. Posted games. Active. Posted games. Details. Back button. Show step only that he is the High Chancellor. The half-elf continues. I wish that we had greater numbers. Army power +5. Army size +7 and army morale +5. You and Jess are led to Oniajuan. The wonder city of the elves is truly magical to behold. The road bridges arc beautifully from treetop to treetop. The harsh winter doesn't seem to reach the elven city, and many of the trees are covered in gorgeous blossoms. You soon arrive at a humble-looking temple devoted to Uriel. The half-elf leads you into the private chambers in the back. Pardon the mess, Neastalon says, although his home looks very well kept. I have just returned to Oniajuan myself. Unfortunately, I have had a very troubling couple of months. Ask, is there anything I can help you with? Say up next, verdict next, button. The half-elf studies your face for a moment before answering. Perhaps you could be of assistance, he says. My family is well honored by the goddess Uriel herself. As he speaks, he removes the fancy leather bracers from his wrists. Each one has the face of a lion etched into it with vapors rising off the leather as though the lions are breathing. He also removes his longsword and his helm. I suppose there is no point in keeping this a secret, he continues. Many centuries ago, an ancestor of mine named Rizamuthas heir met Uriel, the goddess of light. I know this is hard to believe, but it is true. She was a young pregnant girl and she nearly drowned in a river not far from Oniajuan. The goddess took pity upon her and made the sunbeam solid so she could hold herself to shore. They talked for hours, although the contents of that conversation are lost in time. The evil goddess Shadi became intrigued that Uriel would spend time with a mortal girl. That night, Shadi sent shadows into the girl's home and strangled her to death. The rules of the gods are not for mortals to understand, but Uriel was unable to bring her back. When the morning light reached the dead girl, Uriel saw what Shadi had done. Uriel helped birth the child in pride for Missa, the child's mother. A single tear solidified in the baby's hand. This teardrop allowed the child to contact Uriel, and it has been passed down through my family for generations. We call it Uriel's grief. Ask, what happened next? Say, let me guess. Say nothing. Next, next. But so it would seem, Neastalon says. Uriel's grief was taken from my family's shrine last spring. We have been using it to protect the elves for centuries. It isn't safe in the world. Shadi played one last evil trick on Uriel by allowing her shadow to pass over it. Although it still contacts Uriel, it also contacts the other gods and goddesses. The Mubatsheya family line train their entire lives so they can contact Uriel, but an uninitiated person is more likely to find themselves in communion with one of the many trickster gods instead of our fair lady. Ask, how was it stolen? Ask, how much would such an artifact be worth? Radio button. Ask, how do you use it? Say nothing more about, say, if I find, next, button. Neastalon thanks you, although you both know that the chances of you stumbling across his precious family heirloom is next to none. The 2 weeks among the elves are very common. Neastalon is an excellent host and you are visited by many elves during your stay. You hear that the elf queen has given birth to a healthy girl, but you don't get a chance to meet the elf princess. Spend the days with the elven hunters. Spend the days with the elven spell weavers. Spend the days talking to Neastalon. Spend the days with the elven warriors who will be. Spend the days listening to the elders tell next. The spell weavers look as youthful as everyone else, but you see the flicker of ancient knowledge in their eyes. They discuss many things with you. You realize that you would need a lifetime to learn a fraction of what they know. Jess is astounded to learn that the elves don't find soul burning wrong at all. Instead, the elves see the gift as a beautiful way to influence the world through a natural talent. You can't help but to wonder how Jess's personality would have been different had she been raised among the gentle elves. Jess relationship +3, magic +3, perception +2 and arcana +5. At the end of your stay, Maestalin bids you farewell as the magical lights rise around you. Moments later, you find yourself back in Brightwater. One evening, at dinner time, 3 powerful council members gather at your table. General Vale, Lord Tover and Archmage Kamari wait until the room is empty before speaking to you. You suspect that they have something important, personal and private to tell you. I drew the short straw, General Vale says gruffly. So I have to tell you what we're all thinking. The disgraced nobleman's girl you've been fooling around with isn't marriage material. Lord Tover looks shocked and giggles nervously at General Vale's blunt words. Archmage Kamari rolls his eyes before speaking. What our socially inept general is trying to say is, you need a suitable royal consort. The people need to see stability in their future. By declaring that you are officially courting someone, it shows that you may someday get married and have a child. With war looming on the horizon, the citizens are afraid that you will be killed without a royal heir to succeed you. And yes, I'm afraid that General Vale is correct. Pedra is not a good choice. We think you should court Captain Bryn, Lord Tover says in a rush. She has noble blood, we trust her and she has ties to the old regime. Speak to Pedra about it. I will say, net vertical, next, but that night, you tell Pedra about the meeting. Very well, Pedra says. Name the royal consort so we can live honestly. Ask, do you want to be named royal consort? Radio button, checked, 1 of 3.
Open YouTube. Hello, how's it going? How's it going there? Good to see you again.
Make Pedra your royal consort. Radio button, unchecked, 2 of 3.
Do you have any questions for me at all? Anything like, just any questions at all, feel free to ask. Whether it be about the games, whether it be about me, any questions you have, just feel free to ask.
Choose not to make Pedra next button. I wish to remain with you, Pedra says. So yes, I will take this title. Make Pedra your royal consort. Radio. Choose not to make next. Pedra accepts the role and you spend the night discussing your future together. In the morning, you find your counselors and deliver the news to them. The public may accept this, Archmage Kamari says after a short pause to think. This isn't a complete disaster, General Vale says grudgingly, clearly accepting the idea because he has no other choice. Yes, Pedra could be made to work, Lord Tover says for the same reason. Although the captain would have been better. Archmage Kamari relationship +2, General Vale relationship +2, Lord Tover relationship +2, Army morale +3 and citizen reputation +3. Go to the gnomes. Go to the Go to the halflings. Stop gathering allies. Radio button. Unchecked. 4 of 4. Next button. Stop gathering allies. Next, you go to the suite where the wizards from the academy are staying. The artifact is holding up well, the lead wizard says. It has never been used this often before, but yes, it is ready. Bring Thea with you. Radio button. Checked. 1 of 5. Bring Jess with you. Bring Petra with you. Bring Bryn with you. Go by your next button. The large mountain woman pats her massive war hammer and smiles as she steps forward with you. Thea relationship +3. The wizards cast their spells once more and the familiar lights erupt across the portal. You and Thea step forward and through the arch with Abigail following closely behind. Suddenly, you are elsewhere, button. As the magical lights fall away, you are surprised to see that you recognize the tall buildings around you. You are in Tornassa, former capital of Daria and home to Ducado. You were supposed to have been sent to the gnomes. Why are you in the middle of the biggest human city on the continent? You hadn't been back since the horrific night your parents were killed. Perhaps it would have been okay to come before you revealed your identity, but now that everyone knows who you are, Tornassa is no longer safe for you. What is this? Thea says. I thought we were supposed to have been sent to the gnomes. You look up and down the dark alley. At least there are no people about. Judging from the 3-story stone buildings lining the road, you guess that you are in the warehouse district. Suddenly, you hear a suspicious noise from behind you. Nothing was there a moment ago. Someone snuck up on you. Draw your sword quickly and stab backward. Curl your finger in front of your chest to indicate step back. Said the man. Turn around and speak to the sneak. Check next button. He is very short and has gray hair around the fringe of his bald head. He has wire-rimmed glasses perched on an enormous nose. He certainly doesn't look like the type of thief who could sneak up behind you so quietly. You see a shimmer ripple over him. The short man grows even shorter and his nose grows larger. His skin takes on a ruddy appearance and his gray hair turns even more wiry. You realize that he isn't an old human man at all. He's a gnome. Good day to you, Prince Randall, the gnome says. I am Snarflan. Come with me, we have been expecting you. He turns his back to you and steps toward the solid brick wall. He takes another step and passes through it as though it were colored fog. Well, that explains how he snuck up on us, Thea says before following the gnome and also walking through the wall. You step forward and put your hand out. It passes through the illusionary wall with no resistance at all. You take another step with Abigail at your side and walk through the brick wall. You find yourself in a very large warehouse. The cavernous interior is filled with working gnomes. Harmon, your childhood teacher, taught you that gnomes are like a cross between a halfling and a dwarf. In some way, being in the big warehouse felt like being underground, with its windows all boarded up and many walkways twisting in different directions. Judging from the size, you see that many warehouses have been interconnected to form a massive gnome colony. You walk next to Snarfling through the complex radio button, checked, 1 of 3. You pause to examine the security of the warehouse. Radio button. You pause to examine the entrance. Next button. The gnome treads purposefully through the controlled confusion. You see a large crane with a big platform filled with crates swinging through the air. Whether it's supplies, food, or equipment, it doesn't matter. What impresses you is that it's being moved by a single gnome using a series of ropes and pulleys. This is a good example of gnome ingenuity. Although masters of illusion, the diminutive race is also clever with physical devices and mathematics. They could no doubt teach you many new things. Your gnome guide smiles up at you when he sees that you are walking at his side. Charm +2. Snarfland leads you through tunnels within the warehouses and you soon find yourself in a small office. A rare window shows a view of the warehouse district. You see many short men working below and quickly realize that they are likely all gnomes in disguise. You suspect that you are about to meet the Burgo Master, the leader of the gnomes. To your surprise, Snarfling himself sits down at the desk across from you. We are a simple and honest people, Snarfling says with a shrug. Simple enough that the Burgo Master himself was sent to bring you into our hidden kingdom. We have taken an enormous risk in revealing ourselves to you. Snarfland, the Burgo Master of the gnomes, proceeds to tell you about their difficulties. He tells you about how they were forced from their home by a band of orc raiders and how they migrated across Aria for many years and almost lost all hope before settling on such a unique plan. You hear that it was King Brand, your father, who gave the gnomes refuge in Tornassa. In order to not anger the orcs, it was to be kept silent for a few years until the orcs lost interest in the gnomes. Unfortunately, your parents were killed before the gnomes were revealed and they didn't trust Lord Edo enough to tell him. It was never meant to be a permanent solution. Through our knowledge of simple machinery, we have made a good business of transporting and storing merchandise. Our sound business practices have allowed us to thrive. The day wears on as you tell your story. Your tale is given even more urgency as Snarflin tells you about the demonic possessions and rampages across Tornassa. The crates of free demon stones came to the lands around Tornassa and everything changed overnight. It made no sense for Duke Udo to allow demon summoning, considering all of the troubles it had brought to the city. But even then, summoning has been discouraged in the city itself, due to its destructive nature. I wish we could help you, but alas, our hiding has stretched our resources to the limit and it isn't safe for us to reveal our presence during such troubling times. Say, thank you for your beg the gnomes to help you, really. Say, Tornassa is so large. Check, say, next, hidden in plain sight, Snarflin says with a smile. But living in the hub of civilization has other perks as well. The commerce, right? You say, understanding that the gnomes have tapped into Tornassa's centralized location and high population to utilize their expertise in business. Geography +2. The Burgo Master studies your face as he thinks. Maybe there is a way for you to help after all, Snarflin says. Our business enterprises have been successful, but we have grown large in number. We are on the verge of beginning a new enterprise, which would be profitable enough to keep us going indefinitely. We have completed the construction of a counting house, which we call a bank. We will keep other people's money safe and loan money to customers at reasonable interest rates. It would be very beneficial to everyone. Unfortunately, the Rebus family is stealing our idea. You know the Rebus family. They are a powerful family of nobles in Tornassa who are known to be shrewd and ruthless in business. Snarfland explains that when the gnomes applied to Ducado for a permit to open their counting house, the Rebus family filed an injunction saying that they already had a counting house in place. Snarfland says that it was a lie and that the Rebus family is using the temporary injunction to rapidly build a counting house, so that when the investigation begins, there really will be a building in place and they will get the license instead. The burgomaster says that it will be close, but that the Rebus counting house will be complete by the time the investigation takes place. Say, perhaps I should take a look at the building site. Say, the Rebus family is known for such maneuvers. It looks like you were outplayed. Next, if you think it will help, the gnome says. That night you find yourself standing in the nearly complete counting house of the Rebus family. The workers had been putting up bars and reinforcing the doors late into the night, but eventually, they took a break to sleep. Aloud, if you think it will help, the gnome says. That night you set the scaffolding on fire with a spell. Use your flint and steel to start a fire. Tell Abigail to breath on the wooden scaffolding. Radio button. Unchecked. 3 of 4. Return to the gnomes without doing anything. Next, but without the pressures of combat, you are able to take your time and ignite all of the construction equipment. The magical flames quickly turn to real flames as the wood catches. Magic +2. The fire gets hot enough to ignite the contents of the building as well. You return to the gnomes and see that Burgomaster Snarflin is very pleased. It's ironic, he says happily. By using the scaffolding to start the fire, the Rebus family can't claim that their counting house was already built. And if they deny that there was any scaffolding, the investigation will state that the counting house was unfit for business because it was so flammable. Fantastic. Our counting house will open as planned and the profits will support us until we can reveal our true identities. Thank you. You shall have our help in your war. Soldiers will be the least of our contributions. We can make you great siege engines, which will collapse any wall in your path. Army size +7 and army power +7. The remaining days pass comfortably among the gnomes. They have created such a completely hidden community that you are never put in any danger of discovery. They whistle and hum as they go about their work in the warehouses. Finally, Snarflin bids you good luck as the magical lights rise around you at the end of your stay. When the lights fall, you find yourself back in Brightwater. Traveling across Daria and the other duchies is nearly impossible due to the heavy winter storms that are common at this time of year. Despite this, your spies in Tornassa bring back vital information anyway. Ducado is dead. Rumor claims that you sent an assassin to kill Ducado and Duchess Selena in their castle. The gossip says that Selena's new bodyguard put an arrow into the assassin's heart just before he could kill the Duchess too. The fact that the castle had been fully repaired since the fire on the night of your parents' murder, and that the defenses were back to normal, hadn't slowed the killer at all. The Otto Duchy grieved the loss of their ruler and promptly proclaimed Duchess Selena to be their new leader. Selena quickly mandated the draft, forming a large army to stop your alleged treason. This changes nothing, General Vale says. We must still march on Blood in the spring and then north into Tornassa. Go to the half of our siege, go to the stopgap next, but you go to the suite where the wizards from the academy are staying. They gather around the stone portal and prepare it for use. Bring Thea with you, bring Jess with you, bring Petra with you, radio, bring Bryn with you, go by yourself, radio button, next, button. The large mountain woman pats her massive war hammer and smiles as she steps forward with you. Thea relationship +3. The wizards cast their spells once more and the familiar lights erupt across the portal. You and Thea step forward and through the arch with Abigail following closely behind. Suddenly, you are elsewhere, button. The first thing that strikes you when the magical lights recede is the lack of snow. It's even colder than Brightwater, but the ground is freezing and lifeless. You and Thea have been sent across the entire continent into the wastelands of the far west. Your studies with Harmond, your old tutor, remind you of the desolation of the place. The lifeless wastelands of the west are a mystery. It never snows and the only rain that falls is bitter and foul-tasting. The ground is parched and dry with only a few tough, gnarled weeds struggling to survive in the cracks. The guttural shouts all around you assault you at the same time that you feel sharpened spears pressed against your skin. The Halkan Half-ORCs surrounding you look angry and cruel. Having been driven away from the pure blood orc tribes but still considered to be orcs by humans, the Half-ORCs have been forced to band together for survival. Their spears dig deeper into your skin, making you hope that their compassion and diplomatic human characteristics outweigh their tendency toward violence from their orc blood. One of them pulls out some thick leather cords with the obvious intention of binding your hands together. Your knowledge of orc history makes it clear that you can't let them tie you up or you will lose their respect. If they were full-blood orcs, they would kill you on sight. With half-bloods, they may or may not release you, but they won't treat you as an equal after seeing you bound. History +2. Allow them to say, I am put your hands to your side. Check, draw your sword, punch the half-o, cast a spell, next, cast a spell to freeze all of the half-ORCs in place. Next, button. You defiantly keep your hands at your sides as you look the half-ORCs in the eyes. They snort at your actions and discuss their options in their own language. Eventually they decide to take you anyway. You are led across the plains by the half-ORC band. You walk toward a village that has been built beside a large jagged mountain-sized rock. A palisade of sharpened wooden stakes encircles several dozen crudely built huts. Several half-ORC children run freely through the dirt streets with no clothes on. The half-ORC guards, both male and female, wear an assortment of mismatched armor. They are all tall, muscular, and aggressive looking. We don't get many visitors, a huge half-ORC woman says. She is larger than all of the other half-ORCs in the village. Her green arms are enormously thick and she has a big broadsword strapped to her back. She is wearing a necklace filled with an assortment of animal teeth. Her arms are crossed and she looks at you with a serious expression on her face. Ask, are you the leader? Say, a great evil is spread. Say, neck vertical. Next, for now, I speak for all of us, the half-ORC woman says. Until someone stronger defeats me and takes the position. Say, a great evil is spreading that. Say, I want you to fight for. Say, next, the half-ORC woman listens as you tell her about the murder of your parents, your exile, and the 4 duchies. She makes an angry face when you tell her about Tulia, Selena, and especially Susak and his demons. When you tell her that demon summoning has been made legal and the crates of demon stones have been sent across the land, she spits on the ground. Demon worship is evil. You call orcs monsters, but even we know this is wrong. I am Gershwin. My mother was a human prisoner and my father was an orc raider. When I was born, I was thrown into the wildlands like all other half-breeds. We made our own family, but this land is barren. We can't live with our cousins, but I think we can find a place with our human relatives. Say, as long as your people follow the law, I will allow them in my kingdom. Net verticals. Next, this is a great moment in time for our people, Gershwin says happily as she translates her words into Orcish for the other half-ORCs. There is only one small thing that you must do to show that you value my people as allies. Gershwin leads you across the village and the other half-ORCs walk alongside, cruel smiles on their eager faces. You are taken to a deep pit in the center of their fortified village. You can see a few wretched shapes far below in the excrement-filled mud. A rope ladder is lowered and the half-ORC climbs down. He carries the human prisoners up to the surface one at a time. There are 5 of them in all. They have the look of an adventuring party about them, but they have spent so long in the pit that they are weak and pitiful. These are our enemies, Gershwin says, looking upon the human prisoners in contempt. They attacked our hunters. Kill them and show us that our enemies are your enemies. She hands you a heavy club that has a rusty chunk of iron hammered onto the end of it. You realize that not all of the red is rust, some of it is old dry blood. Say, I cannot kill them until they have had. Say, I have vowed to never kill except in battle or direct defense of life or safety. Ask the prisoners to tell them. Try to talk Gershwin into letting the prisoner. Say, I have. Check. Rift club the neck vertical. Next, the half-ORCs sword at your comments. They must be killed, Gershwin says. For I have made no such vow, Thea says. I'll do it. Say, no, nod in agreement. Check. Next, the large mountain woman takes the bloodstained club in her large hands. The club is heavy and cracks the first prisoner's skull open with ease. The half ORCS shout and holler with excitement. The second and third prisoners are killed before the last two realize that their end has come. The half ORCS hold them down as fear finishes the executions. The half ORCS growl and shout in approval as the heavy gore-covered club is taken from her hands. Gerstwood leads you to a hut for you to stay during your visit. The green-skinned half ORCS spent the days gathering their weapons and getting ready to march. Gerstwood vows to lead the contingent of half ORC warriors, including their infamous berserkers, to Brightwater the moment you are teleported away. As the magical lights rise around you and whisk you back home, you know that the half ORCS will arrive in time to march with the rest of your army. Army size plus 10 and army power plus 10. The effects of your economic decisions begin to make themselves known. The treasury was nearly empty before you came and the tax rate was very high. The army continues to use the taxes to pay the soldiers a fair wage, repair torn tents, replace worn-out sleeping bags, repair broken armor and handle 1,000 other needs. The citizens are still unhappy, since the tax rate, which you left the same, makes their lives very difficult. Go to the halflings. The effects of your economic decisions begin to make themselves known. The treasury was nearly empty before you came and the tax rate was very high. The army continues to use the taxes to pay the soldiers a fair wage, repair torn tents, replace worn-out sleeping bags, repair broken armor and handle 1,000 other needs. The citizens are still unhappy, since the tax rate, which you left the same, makes their lives very difficult. Army morale -2 and citizen reputation -5. Deep show stats, show spec Randall, Will, Spark, Netflix, Not Arcana, Not Art Geography, 88% History, 88% Nature, Relit, Petra, Jet, Thief, Brit, Lord, Archmate, Raymond, Your Mount, Abigail, Kingdom, Army surplus size, 61, Army power, 57, Army morale, 41%, Army food, 15%, citizen reputation, 83%, citizen fear, 0%. No S up back button. The effects of your go to the halflings. Stop gathering. Next, you go to the suite where the wizard. Bring Thea with you. Bring. Go by yourself. Bring Petra with you. Next, Petra moves forward with you. Her armor rattling with each step. Petra relationship +3. The wizards cast their spells once more and the familiar lights erupt across the portal. You and Petra step forward and through the arch with Abigail following closely behind. Suddenly, you are elsewhere. The magical lights recede from your vision to reveal a snowy landscape of gently rolling hills ahead of you. You and Petra are standing in knee-deep snow to the side of a frosty road that has been lined with the twin grooves of a sleigh. The small paw prints of dogs show the type of animal that pulled the halfling sleighs. You see many wafting columns of smoke coming from the various chimneys sticking out of the hills. You walk along the road toward the halfling community as Abigail flies overhead. Despite the calm and friendly nature of the halflings, the experienced dog riders easily spot your arrival, and by the time you reach the first home, a small gathering of halflings are there to greet you. You and Petra are invited into the home of Mayor Outban, the leader of the small people. Your outer garments are hung on hooks near the door, and you soon find yourself seated on the floor in front of a roaring fire, since their chairs are too small for you. Greetings and well met, Prince Randall, the halfling leader says. I am Mayor Outban. I know why you have come. You are reclaiming your human kingdom to prevent a wave of demon-summoning fanatics from destroying the land, and you wish to have our aid in your upcoming war. Ask, how did you know all that? Read, say, the demon threat will next, but perhaps it will. Perhaps it won't, the mayor says as he offers you food from a platter. We are the simple people. We enjoy farming and eating. I don't think the lore of power affects us the same, but I agree that the threat must be removed. We will help you. Your diminutive host continues to bring out food for your enjoyment. Warm pastries, salted meats, sweet pickles, spicy cheeses. It is easy to see how he got his rotund figure. He discusses the militia he will send to Brightwater and how they could aid your campaign. However, before we can aid you, we need your help, he says. A small matter, for one of your talents. But, the situation is beyond our experience. You see, we have an undead problem. It has been plaguing us for several months now. We are a simple people and our clerics have been unable to deal with it. If you can lay the spirit to rest, we will be able to send you the aid you require. Will you help us? Say, I am not a priest. Say, this is blackmail. Say, no. Next button. You and Petra are given human-sized beds for the night. In the morning, you are taken to a small round door to a halfling home on the other side of the community. You see that several tables have been erected in front of the door and great heaps of food have been placed upon them. You have read about such offerings, but the circumstances of the situation seem all wrong. As a well-read scholar, you have your doubts about the authenticity of this alleged ghost sighting. History +2 and Arcana +2. The ghost lives within, Mayor Opban says. Ask, whose home is this? Ready, inspect, enter, next. But there was a halfling named Lomi who used to live here, Mayor Opban says. He was an adventurer, or something. He was killed and now his ghost haunts his home. Inspect the home carefully, enter, next. But you search around the house carefully, noticing something about the food table. There are crumbs next to one of the plates. Looking closer, you see that someone lifted one of the pastries and put it back, leaving a finger mark. Ghosts don't eat food and they don't leave fingerprints. Perception +2. Enter the home. Refuse to. Next. But the mayor and his associates all gasp at your bravery and stand back as you open the door and walk in. You see that the house looks like someone still lives there. A fire is burning in the fireplace and there are empty plates in the kitchen sink. This is not the work of a spirit, Petra says. I would sense such an occurrence. Something else is happening here. You feel something brush against your coin purse and realize that it is lighter than it was. Gold -50. Be gone, 3 exclamation marks, a voice suddenly says in the empty house. Or I shall lay my spectral hand upon you and drain your life. Say, I know you aren't a ghost. Leave the house. Next. But what gave it away? Listen to the voice. Strike the voice. Punch the owner of. Next. But. I am Lomi. The voice continues. I found a magical artifact which turned me invisible. But I don't want to be invisible anymore. Place your hand here and say, Lomi, become visible. Do as the halfling asks, radio bud, reach out. Don't do that. Next. You reach out your hand and feel something placed in it. You say the words, Lomi, become visible, and the empty air in front of you changes. To your surprise, you see a short halfling holding a silver necklace up for you to touch. The necklace has a blue teardrop gem in it. He releases the necklace into your hand. Gain teardrop necklace. It is Oriel's grief. You realize that you have stumbled upon the Aestolin's divine family heirloom. You also realize that the halfling tricked you into using it. You called upon the gods and had them make Lomi become visible again, without even knowing you were doing it. Ask Lomi, where did you get this necklace? Demand, give me back. Check, next. Oh, the halfling says as he blushes a bright red. Sorry for the misunderstanding. He reaches into his coin pouch and retrieves a handful of gold, sheepishly giving it back to you. Gold +50. Ask Lomi, Ask, how does the necklace tell the mayor that next, the mayor is surprised to hear that the ghost was just Momi. The halfling claims that the necklace made him do it. You don't believe him, of course. The necklace made him invisible, but the halfling's actions were his own. Mayor Outbad is overjoyed that the house is now ghost-free. The next few days go by comfortably as you are fed a lot of food and many halflings come to meet you. The mayor dispatches a pack of dog-riding halflings to Brightwater as well as a band of halfling slingers to augment your ranged troops in your upcoming war. Army size +7 and army power +7. You examine Oriel's grief in great detail, but it doesn't do anything more. At the end of the 2 weeks, the magical lights erupt around you and take you back to Brightwater. The temperature begins to rise as winter turns to early spring. The army camps around Brightwater filled with soldiers in anticipation of war. The demon stone that Alexander Zusak stole on the night of your parents' murders, which you then stole back that same night, begins to act even stranger. It had been dark back then, but over the last year, it has begun to flicker with lights. As winter progresses, it begins to glow like any other demon stone. You have no clue as to what it could mean. One day, while you are walking through the halls of the keep, Lord Tover intercepts you with 2 guards following closely behind. You see that the guards are escorting 2 bloody youths. One of them is Raymond, the other is a young noble boy. Raymond has a black eye and the other boy has a fat lip. I can't get the full story out of either of them, Lord Tover says, but it took 3 guards to pull them apart. Punish Raymond for school both say, boys. Check, next, vertical, next, as you wish, Lord Tover says. The guards release the youths. You watch as they warily go in their own directions. Raymond walks quickly back to his room and Lord Tover smiles awkwardly. Raymond relationship +5. Randall, you have to help me, Petra says as she enters the dining hall where you are waiting for the servants to bring out your dinner. Tina is drunk and just passed out in our bed. She is too heavy for me to move. Say, just let her, say, okay, let's move her. Next. Together, you try to wake up and carry the large mountain woman back to her own room. The string of slurred cursing that erupts from the big warrior is enough to wake up everyone in the castle. Petra relationship +10 and Thea relationship -10. In the morning, Thea wakes up to see food stains all over her bed. The stains continue out of the room and down the hall to your throne room. A large pile of food is smeared across the armrest and the cushion is soaked in beer. Thea is mortified by what she has done and is careful to tell nobody about the embarrassing incident, afraid that the disrespectful tale would tarnish your reputation. Needed under 50 Thea relationship. The camps on the outskirts of Brightwater begin to fill as the recruitment of soldiers continues. The looks on the faces of your troops and citizens are priceless as they see the demi-humans arrive. They can't help but to gather and stare as creatures from children's stories join them in the army camp. The elves arrive before the spring thaw, marching into Brightwater in perfect formation. They each carry a longsword and a bow. Neestalamubas heir, the half-elf, leads them. You greet the cleric with welcoming words. He looks sad, which you assume is because he never did find his family's heirloom. This doesn't surprise you, since you have found the necklace yourself. Tell Neestalam, don't vertical, next. The half-elf's face lights up with happiness at your words. You can tell that you have given the cleric new hope. Where did you find it? He asks. Thank Oriel, you have saved my family's honor. Give the necklace to Neas. Tell me next. I cannot overstate my gratitude, the half-elf says in his deep voice. You have redeemed my family's line and given me back my honor among the elves. I shall truly never forget what you have done. Ask Neastal, graciously ask for next. The half-elf's entire demeanor has changed now that he has his precious family heirloom back. Good +10. The elves set up their own camp slightly apart from the rest of your army and keep to themselves. The dwarves march into the city in orderly rows. They immediately begin to set up their portable forges and start sharpening your soldiers' blades. Once battle begins, their smiths will repair broken weapons and armor as well. The gnome crossbowmen arrive shortly after, no longer disguised to look human. They eye up the elven archers and you see that a friendly rivalry is likely to ensue. In addition to the crossbowmen, the siege engineers join your army. They don't seem like much right now, but when the time comes, their skills will be of great use. The halfling outriders join your army too. Although small, their speedy dogs and deadly accurate slings greatly impress General Vale, who immediately begin to make plans for their use. The half RCS march into Brightwater with Gershwin in the lead. The other soldiers immediately reach for their weapons, and bloodshed is narrowly avoided. They look down upon everyone else with arrogance and hostility. Their presence makes everyone very uncomfortable. You hope that their powerful presence is worth the troubles they will undoubtedly cause. Army morale -5. A few days later, General Vale comes to you with a concern. We need wizards, he says. You need to speak to Archmage Kamari. So far, he hasn't sent any wizards to our army. Their ability to throw fireballs and jet blades and scouts ahead with their magical sight would be invaluable. You set up a meeting with the Archmage. I lent you the teleportation device, which is already against the rules, Archmage Kamari says sternly. Our time-traveling friend has requested that I give you many other things, including the full support of the Academy, but she comes from a time long since past. Many things have changed since our day. Frankly, I don't know if all of the legends about her are even true. I'm afraid that I must make decisions for the benefit of the wizards of today, although I will take her words into account. Legacy advantage number 8. Archmage Kamari relationship +20. More perks will arrive as the story progresses. Demand that Archmage suggest to Archmage Kamari that wizards should join the army too. Really? Check. Say nothing. Next. Button. Wizards in your army? The Archmage says, arching an eyebrow. The Academy has always been separate from the kingdom, although it is true that demon summoning threat is a danger to us all. The fact that you have recovered the staff of the Archmage means a lot to me. I will suggest that people join you, but I cannot command them to do so. Army size +7 and army power +12. You give out talks to the soldiers, read, you play music for, you talk to your soldiers, you help heal training injury, you leave the soldiers alone, and next, but the soldiers gather and train as they wait for the winter weather to go away. Your reports say that they are in decent spirits as they sharpen their swords and practice their archery. The winter delay may prove to be a blessing in disguise as it allows them to improve their skills. Army power +7. The training yard is cleared of snow as the combatants support each other with wary respect. Petra's polished armor shines brightly in the afternoon sun. Plumes of white breath burst from her mouth as she strikes her opponent in the chest with the padded staff, knocking him to the ground. The soldiers watching cheer as Petra helps the fallen soldier to his feet before leaving the circle. Army morale +3. Petra removes her breastplate. You can't help but notice how her soft curves glisten with sweat from her training. She smiles as she modestly steps into a changing hut she had requested on the training grounds to get into fresh clothes. Go to the temple for a mid-afternoon sermon with Petra. Take a walk through the city street. Enter the leave pet. Next, the citizens of Brightwater are friendly and nod to you both as you pass. You find yourself having to stop at every beggar and homeless person as Petra drops a coin or two into their needy hands. Citizen reputation +3 and Petra relationship +10. At the end of the day, you return to the room you share with her. You see that Petra has a large smile on her face from a productive day. Her green eyes sparkle as she firmly places her arms around you and kisses you. Although religious, her order doesn't include chastity. Her confident hands gently undo your clothing and you spend the rest of the day together. As you make pillow talk in her arms, you learn even more about her views of the world, especially her love of religion, charity, and doing what's right. It is about a week before you are to leave Brightwater when the alarm sounds. Your army is under attack. You gather Petra, Jess, Fear, and Captain Bryn. You rush to the camps and see not a full-fledged battle, but that a small strike force has set fire to the food stores. Army food -30. Your soldiers hadn't seen it coming and they are a chaotic mess as the squad captains shout orders to try to get your troops into some semblance of order. They hadn't been expecting any violence before they had even left the city. Your presence causes the soldiers to part in front of you, allowing you easy access to the flaming food stores. With the thick smoke billowing around you, you aren't certain if the arsons are still present or have already fled the city. Order the soldier. Next button. Next vertical. Order the soldiers to hold and guard your back. Next button. Your troops do as you ask. They rush out to find buckets while others begin to form a line from the flames to the river. You hear the sounds of battle coming from the other side of the depot. You and your companions run there immediately. A soldier falls to the ground with an arrow through the eye. Before you can blink, another falls in the same manner. You see Selena's strike team. In the lead is a hooded woman wearing a red cloak and holding a bow. It's the Red Archer, a soldier yells. The woman in red puts a third arrow to her string and shoots it through the soldier's throat before turning her back on you. This must be Selena's new bodyguard whom she claims saved her from the assassin that killed Ducado. You suspect that Selena killed Ducado herself and likely had this woman's help. The group of people with the Red Archer draw swords and rush toward you as the woman in red runs off in the other direction. Tell your soldiers to drop their begin banging heads to ignore the enemy and try to use magic to put out the fire. Draw your sword. Cast a spell of suffocation over the enemy. Radio button. Unchecked. Let the enemy go free. Next button. You cast your spell and watch as a cloud grows over the flames. Rain begins to pour from your magical creation, dousing the fire. Your quick actions stop any more food from burning, although the arsonists get away. Magic +3. In the morning, you receive a full report. 7 soldiers dead, food stores burned, and the Red Archer escaped. It was a difficult loss, but it would have been worse had you not gotten to the fire when you did. Army morale -3. As you are getting ready to begin the march, Raymond shows up in your room fully dressed for travel. It is clear that he plans to come with you, even though a war camp is no place for a child. Take Raymond with you. Leave Raymond next button. Although it will be dangerous, at least you will be around to protect Raymond. You see the glimmer of a small smile on his face, which is the most emotion you've seen out of the troubled youth since you found him. You leave your room. Raymond relationship +5. It is nearly time to go. Although you haven't been given full access to the treasury, you are paid a wage for your leadership. The calculation of your wage is so convoluted that only Lord Tover seems to understand it, but he says that it's connected to how well the economy is based upon what is projected. You realize that it's your last chance to purchase what you may need. Increase gold +202. You have what you need. Stop at next button. You put the stipend in your gold pouch. Your advanced scouts report that the winter snows have melted and the roads are clear. Everything is muddy and wet from the spring thaw, but General Vale tells you that you can't wait. Time is of the essence. You must march upon Lud through the spring and defeat Duquetta and his forces before proceeding to Tornasson to fight Duchess Selena and take back the capital. Duke Bender of the North has no standing army and will be no trouble. But, if Lud is not taken, their cavalry will crush you upon the walls of Tornassa. And if Tornassa is not taken before the winter snows come again, your army won't survive until next spring. It will be a tight schedule, but if Tornassa is left unchallenged until next year, they will grow faster than you and destroy you wherever you are. Begin the march. Delay the departure. Ask next. General Vale bows to your wisdom. If you run out of food, your soldiers won't make it to Tornassa. The treasuries are emptied and more food is gathered for your troops. Soon breakwater in the surrounding area has been picked clean. Army delays +1 and army food +20. The early spring sky is full of clouds and threatens rain upon your army. You sit upon Daredevil at the front of the assembled mass of men and women with your hand in the air. Raymond looks toward you from where he sits in one of the supply wagons. The flags and pennants flap in the wind as an expectant hush falls over the troops behind you. You lower your hand and everyone takes a lurching step forward. The citizens of Brightwater cheer from the windows and sides of the road as your army marches forward. Army morale +7. It's like the time we met, Thea says. Marching to Lud again. Last time, we were herding sheep. This time, We're hurting people. We're moving a lot slower this time. The ballads and stories always skip this part, Archmage Kumari says from nearby while riding an old grey mare. I see why, Lord Topher grumbles while struggling with his own spirited brown stallion, which seems too frisky for the clerk, but probably cost a lot of money. By the grace of the gods and goddesses, we will have Daria reunited before the snows fall again, Captain Bryn says. We must, General Vale adds from where he sits atop his own sturdy warhorse. We won't be able to survive a winter siege in the field. The spring and summer campaign is a gamble, but it's also our only chance of success. You and your companions are silent as the army continues to march out of Brightwater and toward the west as Abigail, your fire rig, flies overhead. The now familiar, glowing wizard floats along beside you. This is the beginning of the march against Lud. Good. I'll have the artifact ready for you when you arrive. The wizard vanishes as quickly as she had arrived. Marching army, button. The first trouble comes that very night when your soldiers begin to cut down trees for their campfires. The elves are livid. Even Naestalin cannot get his brethren to calm down. Many of the elves have never been away from Oniajun, and they find the idea of burning living trees to be utterly evil. Instruct your troops to take only dead wood. Tell the elves that the troops need the explain to the elves that the gods gave them. Teach your soldiers how to take the maximum amount of check. Ask them next. You borrow an axe and remove a partially dead limb from a tree, but the elves still moan and complain that you are killing the plants. Needed. Instruct your troops to take only dead wood. Tell the elves that the troops need the fires and let them continue cutting down the trees. Explain to the elves that the gods gave the world trees for this purpose. Ask the wizards from the next. But, Your Highness, General Vale says upon hearing your orders, there are too many of us. Winter hasn't let up its grip upon us yet. Our soldiers need the fires. Will you rescind your order? Don't change your mind, but ask your soldiers to be mindful of the amount of live tree. Check. Next. The elves aren't happy, but at least your troops don't lose fingers and toes from frostbite. Naestalin tries to soothe the soldiers under his command, explaining that humans aren't as hardy as the Fae, but you still receive a lot of cold looks from the elves. Army morale -5. More trouble comes a few days later when a bloody half-ORC and a bloody dwarf are brought before you. You can see from their black eyes and fat lips that they have been fighting. A small ring of half-ORCs, dwarfs and humans gather to hear how you will deal with their behavior. Ask the half-orc, have next, button. Crazy run steal supper. He snarls through his yellow tusks. Took meat from fire and ran away. Dirty stinking thief. Ask the dwarf, have sup next. The murdering greenskin caught a puppy and was roasting it alive. The dwarf spat angrily. Most disgusting thing I ever seen. Poor little guy was yelping and the slug was just licking his lips. Let both side with the try to explain the next. The half-ORC doesn't really understand why the dwarf was upset about the fresh meat, but in the end, he agrees to make sure his meals are fully dead before cooking. The dwarf grumbles something about speaking to his commander about problems in the future instead of dealing with the issue himself. You instruct your commanders to be sure that the half-ORC and dwarf camps are on opposite sides of the field from now on. Charm +2 and army morale +5. The halflings proved to be a bigger problem than you had anticipated. At first, you are afraid that their light fingers will cause troubles, but they respect other people's belongings. Either that, or they never get caught. Instead, it is their enormous appetites that cause trouble. Your food stores are already low, due to the Red Archer and her strike force, but now the halflings are eating double the amount of food as the people twice their size. Instruct the army cooks to feed the halflings a single share of food, the same as everyone else. Consider next. The small folk wail and cry out at their perceived injustices, but none of them die. In fact, some of them even lose a little weight from the full day's marching, but not very much. Army morale -5. The gnomes brought their own set of problems too. Rumors of preferential treatment began to surface across the camp, saying that the gnomes were traveling in luxury. Reports said that they had large beds, overstuffed chairs, rugs, golden candlesticks and so on. It was known that gnomes were good with money, so the second wave of rumors claimed that the gnomes were paying in Utah cards along their finery so they could camp in style. Ignore the rumor, inspect the gnome camp. Check next button. As you walk toward their camp, you suddenly see a large fanciful tent in the distance. It looks like a circus tent and is 3 times bigger than your own command tent. Strangely, when you arrive, it is nowhere to be seen. One of the gnomes smiles nervously as you inspect his tent and then admits a truth. I am sorry, Prince Randall, he says. We've been casting illusions. They help us to feel better about the difficult march, but they are visual only. My apologies. Tell the gnomes to stop it. Tell the gnomes to show the rest of the army. Check next. The gnomes are hesitant at first, but when they show the other soldiers that their comfortable-looking beds and big thrones are just magical mirages, the soldiers stop complaining. Before long, they are laughing as the gnomes entertain them with grand illusions of fancy clothing, golden thrones and expensive-looking surroundings. Magic +3 and army morale +5. During the long march, the food stores are continuously used. Army food -15. The army budget should have been enough to pay for this march, Lord Tover exclaims. It's all Duchess Selena's and that damn red archer's fault. We'll need to start appropriating food from the villages and farms we pass through, General Vale says. Agree with the gen. Give the command to take the food, but carefully document every approach. Check. Tell the general to not take any food without pay. Check. Next. General Vale is extremely upset at this news, but he salutes you and returns to his tasks. The food stores are dangerously low. If something doesn't change soon, you won't have an army by the time you reach your enemies. General Vale relationship -10. One of the first larger towns you come to is Opal Cove. The town's true claim to fame is the infamous Opal Cove Weapon Masters. If we can recruit the Weapon Masters, they'll be a valuable addition to our army, General Vale says.
I didn't have the door.
Show stack button. Arctic Netflix not our GPS network with low art rain your map can army morale 40 army food 25 citizen army delayed inventory a pouch on your belt containing 486 gold.
Yep, I have almost enough.
Back button.
I have just enough to do this.
It seems unlikely that very trick speaks to the weapon. March next. Welcome to Opal Cove. Prince Randall, a short fat man from the Weapon Masters says. Although he has many layers of fat, you can tell by the way he walks that he also has many layers of muscle under the fat. He has an economy of movement which shows just how dangerous he is. Let me save you some time, he says. We aren't going to join you for free. Say, I have 300 gold and there will be more after I have reclaimed my throne. Needs 3, leave them. Next, I won't mince words, the fat man says. We fight for coin. But every fight is a gamble, and I like to think that this is a good investment. You have a deal. Gold -300. The few dozen men and women who join you are more impressive than their fat leader. They each wear dozens of weapons and are deadly in the use of all of them. The mercenaries add their experience and might to your army. Army power +10 and army size +3. You are on the outskirts of Opal Cove and camping for the night when a dirty beggar slips between your soldiers and stands in front of you. You see him make a secret sign of shadows with his fingers which you recognize as a calling to those who follow the evil gods and goddesses of the world. Religion +2. Your soldiers grab him roughly and begin to drag him out of the way. Not only is he a security breach, but they also find the idea of a dirty beggar approaching their prince to be distasteful. Ignore the sign, give the man some money, neck vertical. Next, you give the man a few coins and he nods a thanks to you. The soldiers release him and he scurries out of your way. Gold -10 and good +3. What are the chances that we just happen to have a washout this spring when we are in such a hurry? Lord Tover says as the army comes to a halt on the banks of the Falcon River. The river is wide, fast-flowing and dangerous as the winter melt makes a surge higher than normal. The bridge that the army planned to use is gone. Only rubble remains on either side. This was no coincidence, General Vale says with a frown. Duchess Selena knows that time is our enemy and her ally. She had this bridge destroyed and probably destroyed all of the others as well. Our only option is to travel north to where the river is wider and shallower. We will be able to ford there. Lead the army north. Consult with the nomad. Study the maps for. Force the army to cross. Next. Force it. Study. Consult with the nomad. Check. Vertical. Next. Not sure we can build a bridge, they say as they study the rubble from where the bridge was before. It doesn't need to be permanent, so we can make it faster than it would take to travel north, and it will be strong enough for the troops to cross. The soldiers help by cutting down large trees for the gnomes to use. The elves frown at this, but even they can't deny that it is necessary. You watch as the gnome engineers instruct the troops on where to put the trees and stones from the rubble. You also notice that they use a little of their illusion magic when they are finished to make the bridge appear more solid than it really is. General Vale wastes no time in getting the army to cross the makeshift bridge. The gnome engineers are congratulated by the rest of the soldiers for their ingenuity once everyone has crossed. Army delays +1 and army morale +3. The weather gets warmer and the trees fill with leaves as spring comes into full effect. You leave the former duchy of Du Ming, which you now call Daria once more, and skirt along the eastern border of the duchy of Udo. You must travel across the edge of Selena's land on your way to the duchy of Edan, which is where Lud lies. A familiar sight greets you. The small town of Dogton lies on your path. You ask the refugees ask the recruit, continue marching to what next, vertical, next, demons, one of them says while scratching his dirty hair. Between the escaped demons and the possessed summoners, the land has turned to hell. It's the same everywhere, I hear. Only the 3 capitals are still functioning, Lud, Tornassa and Vernix. The rest of the world is going back to seed. Tell him that Brightwater is no longer a part of the duchies and that it is thriving. Radio, don't tell him. Next, perhaps, he says. There are rumors that you've returned, but there are just as many rumors saying that Brightwater is worse off than the rest of the land. Hard to tell what's true and what's not. Ask the refugees if they know him. Recruit anyone who will swear allegiance to you. Ready, continue marching to Lud. Next, but you are surprised to hear that they do. One of them runs off into the countryside and returns a short time later with the man you met last autumn. He is extremely happy to see you. I owe you my life, Sherman exclaims. I don't summon any more. I threw away those cursed stones and my luck changed right away. He leans in toward you and speaks softly. I have a small farm community of like-minded individuals hidden in the woods. When rumors of who you were came to us here in Dogton, I couldn't believe it. We've just hauled in an early harvest. We're double planting this year. It's yours, if you want it. Except that Telpnet next, true to his word, Sherman leads a few of your soldiers into a hidden grove where they find a large cache of food. Sherman smiles broadly and waves to you as you leave his small community. Army food +10. Recruit anyone who will swear allegiance to you. Radiant, continue marching to Lud. Next, button. The refugees silently watch you pass. You wonder if many of them are from Dogton or if they had traveled to these ruins because it was safer than where they were coming from. After a few minutes of traveling, they are far behind you. A few days later finds you watching another fly from the back of your neck as you walk through thick black mud. Your feet are covered in the smelly goo up to your knees. You were forced to dismount Daredevil as the army passed through the swamp and the mud got too thick. The road was in bad shape, yet another sign of the present times. What a stinking mess, Petra says. No wonder nobody lived here. That isn't quite true, Archmage Connolly says as he slogs through the mud with you. I am always surprised how many mystics become hermits and live in places like this. Ask, do you know the location of any? Say nothing and keep pushing. Next, they can have this place, Petra says. I'll be glad to leave this swamp behind. It is well past the first day of summer when you finally see Lud, which makes General Vale worried because you are behind schedule. Needed 1 are under army delays for less food use. Your food stores continue to be used as the first leg of your march ends. Army food -15. The vast plains surrounding the city make hiding your army impossible. Your war council has been discussing how to best take the city for many months now. The fact that Lud is famous for its horses tells you that you will be facing the very fast and skilled cavalry. The good news is that the city has no true walls or fortifications. You don't know what to expect from Duke Edan since his skill as a tactician is unknown. You are broken from your thoughts as a great cloud of dust erupts on your right flank. The sounds of battle suddenly explode there as well. You see about 50 horsemen attacking your surprised soldiers. They strike fast and hard before turning away from your main force and riding back to Lud. It takes some time to calm your army down after the surprise attack. They must have been planning that attack all winter, General Vale says with a frown. Duke Edan is more clever than I had thought. They were hiding in a hole covered with canvas and dirt. Our scouts missed them until it was too late. Army morale -7, army power -5, and army size -7. Your army sets up a defensive position outside of Lud. Sharpened poles are placed around the perimeter and pits are dug so your troops can hide from mounted archers. Latrine ditches are dug and small walls are raised. The dwarves are tireless diggers, helping with everything from the holes for the poles to the trenches to hide in and the ditches for waste. Hey, Lud, the familiar voice says. It's time to get you some weapons that can destroy Susak once and for all. There, you see that the Wizard of Elm Vale has returned. She seems older than some visits, but not as old as other times. You gather your most trusted companions and several soldiers as you follow the wizard's directions. The cave isn't very far away. It takes a few minutes to clear the vegetation and to dig past the dirt which conceals the entrance. As the soldiers dig, the wizard describes some of the amazing things she has left for you. The moment you get inside, you see that the artifacts are all missing. You see that the chests have been smashed open and torn asunder by sharp claws. Blast it all, she shouts in frustration. Tidari has done it again. Can you give the artifacts to people in your time and tell them to have their ancestors bring them to me? Can you go back to when Susak was a child and kill him? Can you kill one of Susak's ancestors to prevent him from being born? Can you bury some gold under this spot here? Radio, next, button. I've done this several times, the wizard says. I'm guessing that none of the items have reached you. The wizard idly walks among the broken chests as she speaks. Tidari is a demon from the future. It has the ability to project itself back in time, just as I have the spell to project myself here. The fate that I am trying to prevent is the very fate that Tidari is trying to create. She turns to face you and smiles. I have an idea though. I will make an amulet of great power, and with it, I will come to you in person. Tidari may have the power to destroy my projections and to intercede with things that I have done in the past, but it won't be able to stop me if I can create a temporal bridge to actually cross into your time stream. The shimmering half-ORC walks back to the cave's entrance and looks back the way you have come. How is the war going? If you fail to take Lut and Tornassa in time, all of our plans will be for nothing. My army needs to be strong. The morale of my troops I need more soldiers. My troops are starving. We aren't moving fast. Next, button. I will see what I can do, Randall, the wizard says as she begins to fade away. And I will begin to work on the amulet. Farewell. We shall meet again. The glowing image vanishes. You and your companions return to the army camp where you find Lord Tover watching the enemy from a safe distance away. Why is Duke Edan letting us fortify ourselves so well? Lord Tover asks. Lud has no real defenses, General Vale says. He'd be happy if we tried to siege. Time is against us and he knows it. We need to command your entire army. Send the raid against this. Fly the flags. Send the raid. Check. Hire. Continue. Wait. Gather. Next. Vertical. Next. General Vale nods at your suggestion. The stable master brings you Daredevil, your warhorse. The general starts to say something about the fact that you intend to participate, but then stops. He knows of your skill, and for your war campaign to succeed, he will need your participation. It is difficult to offensively fight an army of cavalry. You leave behind the troops on foot and bring only mounted warriors with you so you can strike hard and fast. Unfortunately, this means that most of your demi-human allies can't help you, except for the halfling outriders who are overjoyed to join you when the others can't. As your force breaks free of the rest of the main body of your army, you see movement within the city. You aren't surprised to see a large group of mounted warriors rush out to confront you and your soldiers. Charge to the front, stay safe, next. The two forces meet with a large crash. Your troops fight well, but so do the soldiers from Lud. You look for to get down, but don't see him among the soldiers attacking. The city stands behind the defenders, empty of civilians. You suspect that the non-combatants are hiding in their houses while their soldiers guard against you. Shoot small bolts of fire at your enemies. Shout words of encouragement. Next button. Although it would be nice to fling a large fireball at the opposing army, it is difficult because your soldiers are between you and the enemy. Your fiery projectiles find their targets, and many of the bodies that topple off their horses are from your attacks. Your success on the battlefield makes your soldiers fight even harder. Magic +3 and Blood Army -10 to 90/100. The mobile army you are facing becomes denser as you ride into them. You grip Daredevil tightly as you crash into a wall of horses, soldiers, and swords. Push forward, fall back and let your soldiers lead. Allow your halfling outrun. Next, but the halflings are amazingly effective in mounted combat. Their riding dogs are much smaller than the enemy horses, but this just means that they are more agile and find it easier to stick their short swords into the bellies of the larger horses around them. Additionally, the Lud army has trouble reaching down to strike the quickly moving smaller targets. You follow the halflings, and before you know it, you are past the front lines. Your army rallies around you as you break through the enemy and into the city beyond. Army morale +3 and Blood Army -10 to 80/100. Command your army to set fire. Command your army to kill anything that moves. Command your army to attack all. Check. Next. Next. The majority of the people on the streets are soldiers, but you see a lot of civilians running around too. As word spreads that you have reached the city itself, people run out of the safety of their homes and into the streets. Your troops avoid these unfortunate people as they kill the good +5, future citizen reputation +5, army morale +5, army size -5, army power -5, and Blood Army -10 to 70/100. Command your entire army to march forward. Fly the flat, higher, width gap, neck, vertical. Next, you know that you can't stay where you are indefinitely, since you will run out of food. Once you get into the city, the mounted enemy will lose their advantage of mobility. The tough part will be crossing the no man's land between your camp and the city itself. It is time for an all-out fight. Your troops know what is at stake and are ready to take the city. The stable master brings you Daredevil, your warhorse. Petra nods at you as she checks over her equipment. Raymond will remain behind with Lord Tover, the cooks, smiths, and other camp followers. You see Thea and Jess speaking to Bryn nearby as well. General Vale and Archmage Kumari are fully equipped and ready to ride into battle at your side. Charge the city quickly, ready. Approach the city. Next button. Your troops rush forward wildly, those with pikes leading the way. Those with regular swords stand behind the pikemen, ready to kill anyone who breaks through. Your cavalry ride at both sides of your main force, hoping to funnel the enemy into the center, while your archers follow last, planning to fire over your soldiers and into the enemy ranks. The troops from Lud surge forth from their city to meet you, their forces eating up the distance quickly. The elves unleash a barrage of arrows that drop a few of the charging soldiers. With a great crash, both sides meet as the true battle for Lud begins. During the chaos, a spear cuts a long gash across your side. Both sides are very evenly matched. You still manage to split the enemy force in two as you drive toward the city. Needed army size -15, army power -10, Blood Army -15 to 55/100, and health -25 to 75/100. The enemy fills in behind you on the outskirts of the city. Daredevil carries you safely through the remainder of the no man's land and into the city. Your troops take advantage of the buildings as they set up a defensive stance. You dismount your warhorse and hand the reins to a waiting soldier. You look around to see who else made it. You spot Jess nearby, as well as Archmage Kumari, but that is all. You hope that General Vale and the others are okay, but there is no time to search for them. Your Highness, a soldier yells from nearby. We are storming the keep. You, Archmage Kumari, and Jess are rushed along with the soldiers until you are standing before the large fortified doors of the keep. You can see the enemy soldiers in the upper windows exchanging arrows with your soldiers on the ground. In the distance, the sound of fighting around the outskirts of the city tells you that the battle is still raging. High up in one of the battlements, you see the unmistakable yellow of Duke Edain's blonde hair as he shouts orders at his soldiers. Cast the fireball at the battlement where the Duke is standing. Ready. Ask Archmage Kumari to blast the battlement with a fire. Cast a spell to warp the wood. Help your troops batter. Ask Archmage. Wait for the next button. You say the magic words as you spin your hands in a circle. The infamous fireball is a wizard's most well-known spell. You throw the large ball of flame at the battlement and watch as it blows the entire battlement into pieces. Stones and debris fly everywhere, and when the dust settles, the entire top of the structure is gone. You know that Duke Edain had to have been killed in the blast. You have no time to relish the fact that one of the people responsible for killing your parents is now dead. Magic +3. Cast a spell to warp the wood of the fortified door. Help your group. Next. You say the words of magic and watch as the wood twists and turns in on itself. This leaves many gaps for your soldiers to grab hold of and pull. The door comes loose with a jarring crash and your soldiers immediately begin to rush inside. Magic +3. You follow the troops inside and up the stairs. You arrive to see a gray-haired commander fighting your soldiers with a sword. There are bodies scattered all over the floor, casualties of both sides. Shout, it's over. Lay down your sword and surrender. Radio, ask Archmage Kumari to end this. Attack the commander. Cast a lightning bolt at the commander. Close the distance at next button. The commander looks at you and looks at his troops. He then does just as you ask, dropping his sword onto the stones at his feet. His soldiers do the same. The last pockets of enemy fighters either surrender or die as the battle comes to an end. You are happy to see General Vale and your other missing companions as order is restored. They had also experienced some heavy fighting, but all of their injuries will heal with time. The city of Lund returns to normal in a surprisingly short amount of time. The common people hardly care who their ruler is. They have their own lives to lead. They worry more about their children's well-being, about what to make for dinner, and about their jobs. Within a few days, the city feels the same way it did when you lived there 2 years ago. The dwarven smiths are kept very busy as armor and weapons are repaired from the battle. We will be ready to march in a few more days, General Vale says. This isn't a delay. Everyone knew that the army would need to spend some time in Lud to refit themselves and gather the food needed to finish the march to Tornessa and take the city. Lord Tover was already neck-deep in Duke Edain's ledgers as he sorted out what food, troops, cavalry, and equipment now belong to you. You have many important decisions to make before you can get some rest. Deal with the survivor, discuss strategy which, decide what your army should do, gather the food, consider recruiting from the next. Next, we have many prisoners of war, General Vale says. We could use the numbers, but it will cause trouble, since they were standing against us such a short time ago. Some of them will feel loyal to Duchess Selena and try to hurt us from within our ranks, if we take them. Say, we will accept them into, say, I am unifying Daria. They are a part of Daria once more. Allow them into my army. Say, banish them for 1 year's time. Say, let them do as they say. Next, a very wise offer, General Vale says. In a year, the melody of Duchess Selena will be decided. Some of them will go to her anyway, but I think most have seen enough war and will disappear. General Vale relationship +5 and citizen reputation +7. Discuss strategy with General. Decide what your gap can next. But we are securing the city, he says. Unfortunately, we can't stay in Lud for long. As Duke Edain found out, without any walls, the city is too easy to take. Tornassa doesn't have that problem, which is why Duchess Selena will be happy to have us come to her. And, if we don't attack her, she'll have a bigger army than us in the spring and she'll wipe us out wherever we are. Needed 75 General Vale relationship, 2 guard levels, 45 history and 45 geography.
Okay. So that's how that happens. Right. I see. 2 guard levels, 75 general Vale relationship, 45 history, 45 geography. Right. Got it.
Decide what your army should gather. Next, got victorious soldiers are say, let them say, no stealing and no check. Said next, got General Vale nods and passes on your words. The tavern keepers will do a brisk business tonight as the thirsty soldiers want their establishment. Tomorrow, you will put your troops back to work. Good +5, army morale +10 and citizen reputation +5. Gather the food found in Lud. Ready. Consider recruiting from the civilians of Lud. Next, your army continues its practice of buying food and taking donations with the owner's consent. The food in the barracks that fed the enemy soldiers is quickly added to your own stores as well. You are surprised at just how little food can be found. Something army food +10. Consider recruiting from consult Lord Tover on what. Next, but it's all gone. Lord Tover exclaims as he hammers his fist onto the ledger in front of him. Damn it. Duchess Selena purchased every surplus scrap of food and spare blade in the city. She paid almost 10 times their value, with a spring due date. She's smart, General Vale says grudgingly. She knew we'd attack Lud, so she'd never have to pay. Duke Dan was an idiot. We're in trouble. Our plans all rested on the idea that we restock our food supplies here in Lud before moving on to Tornassa. We have some food with us, but not much, Lord Tover says. We won't be able to keep our army fed long enough to march to Tornassa, let alone mount any type of siege. Send word to Brightwater. We will need to increase the food start raiding the surrounding, start foraging and hunting for food. The plains are full of unknown horses, bison and other animals. Radio button, unchecked, 3, next, button, General Vale nods in agreement. It's the only way, he agrees. But it's going to take time. We won't be able to march upon Tornassa until the end of summer. We'll be lucky to see the walls of the city before the snows begin falling. Looks like you'll have some free time in Lud, Your Highness. Need a 75 Lord Tover relationship. Consider recruiting from this next button. Many of the civilians had joined Dukeda's army. Recruit anyone who will join. Recruit only those who are healthy. Don't. Next. After waiting at army size +10 and army power +10. After having dealt with the military matters, you find yourself with free time once again as you wait on the food. Raymond returns to running errands as a page, although he now works for Lord Tover. Petra joins you in your room in the keep, but like the rest of your companions, she fills her days with her own training. Everyone is preparing themselves for the final battle with Selena, including yourself. Health to 100/100. Use your knowledge of magic and nature to become an alchemist. Radio button. Checked. 1 of 8.
Well, I don't think I have high enough nature for that.
Explore your prophetic. Try to find the best swordsman. You join the Thieves Guild. You take on the role of commander and ask Archmage Kumari to train you in the art. Check. You offer your service as a bachelor. Next button. I am honored that you have come to me, Archmage Kumari says with a smile. In truth, I believe that I will learn as much from you as you will from me. Your mystical accomplishments are becoming quite amazing. Archmage Kumari relationship +10. Archmage Kumari's role as Archmage was given to him due to his advanced knowledge of magic and his ability to communicate to the people of the Academy. These two skills complement each other to make him an excellent teacher. Gained level in Wizard, Magic +15, History +10 and Arcana +10. Randall, he says after you have been studying with him for several weeks. I'd like to show you some special books. As a master wizard, I think you might be able to understand them better than me. It is at this point that you realize that you are truly a master of your craft and one of the most powerful magical practitioners in all of Daria. Magic +15 and Arcana +15. One morning, Petra rolls over in bed and looks you in the eye. The gods and goddesses have helped us to create a new life within me, Petra says with a smile. We're going to be parents. Use magic to find us. Don't find out next, but it's a boy, you exclaim. The citizens of Daria explode with the news. The fact that Petra is carrying your baby is a sign of great hope for the future of the kingdom. Everyone in Daria is excited to know that an heir will be born. Citizen reputation +5 and army morale +5. We are ready to march, General Vale says. We have foraged enough food from the plains and we have enough supplies to reach Tornassa, but that's it. A prolonged siege will find the weather turning against us and our food running out. Your army gets into a formation outside of Lud and begins to march. The citizens of Daria cheer wildly as you pass. Their dreams of a good and just ruler have been filled. Lord Tover will remain behind in Lud with Raymond. You are surprised to see how well the two of them get along. This lad is a bright one, Lord Tover says, tousling his hair. He can't be much of a page without knowing his letters. I'm going to teach him to read while you're gone. To your surprise, Raymond runs forward and hugs you. This is the most expression you have seen come out of the silent child. You know that he will be in good hands and much safer in Lud than in your army. There is much more that needs to be done before Lud can function normally again. Once Tornassa is secured, Lord Tover will ride to the capital to help out there too. You were just about to leave when the soldiers spot a large cloud of dust coming from the south. Defenses are prepared and your soldiers watch the oncoming riders cautiously. To your surprise, you see a large contingent of travelers from across the southern desert. Traders from the Empire of Jybel are very rare, but not unheard of. Your troops hawk at the camels and buy clothing. We bring food for Daria, the leader of the group says in a heavily accented voice. The quartermasters in your army waste no time accepting the packages. The Leviter explains that there is a bicentennial custom where Jybel brings food to Daria for a large festival as a thank you for a service provided a very long time ago. The Wizard of Elmvale's long-range plan seems to have been a success. Legacy Advantage number 9, Army Food plus 20. More perks will arrive as the story progresses. Show stats, show back button, health, special at Randall, the Master Wizard, health, 100 grant achievements, special colons, wizard levels, 3, morality, good, 100 perception, strip will, art, map, blips, make religion, jet, art, rate, your map, kingdom, army surplus size, 61% army power, 83% army morale, 62 army food, 15%. Citizen reputation, 100 citizen army inventory, a pouch on your belt containing 176 a spellbook, a sword, a black a backpack containing back button. The quartermaster legacy event. After the food has been stored, the desert riders turn around to begin their long trek back across the desert. Your army also prepares for their own journey. General Vale rides slowly between the rows of soldiers, making last-minute changes to the orders as everyone marches forward. You ride on Daredevil with Fear at your side. Nearby, you see Bryn, Jess, Naisling, and Petra. Ariel's grief lies against a half-elf's chest as he chats with Petra. Abigail nudges you slightly to get moving faster and then flies overhead. The trip from Lud to Tornassa is very quiet as everyone thinks about what the future is going to bring. You aren't really thinking about where you are when you enter a small village that looks very familiar. It is Elmvale, the village where Sir Grady raised you. Much like the other towns and villages in the duchies, you see that Elmvale has fallen on hard times. Ask the citizens what treat Elmvale. Command your army to veer off the road. Command next vertical. Next, you get a lot of holograph stares and one-line answers, but eventually, you put together the pieces of information. The story is much the same as Dalton. When the demon stones arrived, the citizens used them. Possessed summoners and loose demons made regular life impossible. Farmed when untended, people were killed and property was destroyed. It was like an addiction. The foolish kept trying to use the demon stones and failed, while those who had success continued to use them, but they also eventually came across demons too powerful for them to control. Treat Elmvale no differently than any other place. Radio button. Command your army to veer off the road and walk around. Command your army to halt so you can visit the small. Next, your soldiers pass through the village. The citizens of Elmvale watch from windows and from their front doors as the army goes by. Although it will be a sad conversation, you consider delivering the news of Carla's death to her parents. Visit Carl's parents. Don't visit. Next, you tell them that thank you. Good plus. Visit the farm where Sir Grady raised you. Continue by next. The farm is right where you left it, but like all of the others, it has fallen on hard times. The livestock is all skinny and nearly dead. When you approach, you recognize the farm hands from your childhood. They greet you and tell you that Sir Grady left them the farm. They seem embarrassed by the state that it's fallen to. Like everyone else, they succumb to the temptation of easy power and misuse the 3 demon stones. One of them goes into the farmhouse and returns with a tightly bound scroll with your name on it. It is from Sir Grady. If you're reading this, then I am dead, the scroll reads. I was married once, when I was young. Drusilla was a patient woman, but we still separated a few years later. We had a daughter named Lacey and she went to live with her mother. It was my fault. I devoted my life to my career and never saw them again. Your parents were wonderful to me. When I became too old to be worthwhile, they let me continue to stay in the barracks instead of sending me off to die somewhere in retirement. I never thought I'd have a second chance to be a father, but then I found myself responsible for you. A bachelor for most of my life and then an old man, I wasn't equipped to raise a child, but by the grace of the gods and goddesses, I did the best I could. I hope I didn't mess up too badly. Living with you showed me what life with a family could have been like. I never told you about my family, because I didn't want you to think poorly of me. The ego of an old man is very fragile. If you ever find Lacey, tell her that I came around in the end and that I missed her terribly. Tell her that her father died a foolish old man, but in the end, he loved her dearly. Sir Grady.
Yeah, sorry. Hey, Heather. I've been trying to make sure my phone is charging, so I haven't been reading chat. But hey, how's it going? Yeah, the halfling outriders are pretty fun to use for mounted combat. It's kind of fun. Well, see, last night I was kind of invited to hang out with some friends from high school, so that's why I cut stream, and so I'm finishing where we left off from last night. And yes, I can check stats anytime I want to.
Gain Sir Grady's letter. You take the scroll and leave the farm. Randall, a man says just as you are about to leave Elmvale. To your surprise, you see that it's Master Chet, the owner of the sheep you transported from Elmvale to Blood during your first days of adventuring. I can't believe I hired the Prince of Daria as a low-paid guard for my caravan, he says with a big smile as he extends his hand for you to shake. Shake the man's hand. Turn next. Master Jet happily shakes your hand and smiles some more. I know that you're marching on Tornassa, and I just wanted to tell you that we're all behind you, he says. I sold all my sheep, as you know, but my neighbor hasn't. I'm sure he'll sell them to you, if you want. He'll need some money right away, though. Times are tough and he'll need something to get by until you can pay the full amount. Buy the sheep. Needs 200 gold. Dimmed. Radio button. Unchecked. 1 of 3.
Damn it.
Take the sheep without paying. Radio. Decline the offer. Radio button. Unchecked. 3 of 3.
Ooh. Yep. It's fine.
Next. Well, it sure was nice seeing you again. Master Jet says, good luck and I hope everything goes well for you.
Yeah, everything should hopefully go well, unless this backfires horribly, which could also be a possibility, but we will see.
You leave Master Jet and continue out of Elmvale. It was about a week after leaving Elmvale when Petra demanded that the army stop marching. Jet, it's Luden time, Petra explains when you arrive. We can't march during Luden time. The religious observance of doing no work for Luden time was very traditional. Families spent the week inside and any business that could be delayed was postponed until the holiday was over. Say, it's Luden time. We will stop. Next, but Petra is very happy with your decision. Your army settles in alongside the road and rests. Stories are told in groups as soldiers gather to pray to their gods and goddesses. It is a very calming and soothing experience, although General Vale begrudges the delay. Army delays +1, Army morale +10, religion +5, Petra relationship +5, and General Vale relationship -5. Your army makes very good time as it reaches Tornasa. The weather is turning cool and the leaves are changing. You look at the great city laid out before you. It has many tall towers and the thick walls surrounding it are filled with troops. You see siege weaponry mounted high on the walls and all of the entrances are sealed up tight, including the enormous front gate. Selena will be expecting you. Your army sets up camp and places some rudimentary defenses around it. Similar to Edan, Selena allows you to set up without trouble. She would be very happy if you were to try to wait her out. If you are still outside the thick walls when the snow falls, your army will dwindle away to nothing. As it is, your food supplies are nearly non-existent as you survey the thick walls of Tornasa.
No, can't sell anything. I mean, no. Wish that would be the case, because I could have used that extra meat for my army, but hey, it's fine. It's all good. It's all good.
Army food -15.
Oh, fuck. Well, that brings me down to 35 food. Oh, boy. Oh, dear. Well, this is going to be challenging.
You, Nayas down in the elf, Gershwin the half-ORC, Runyon the gnome, Yam, the halfling, Kurjith, the dwarf, General Vale and your companions all gather in the command tent with a large map of Tornasa spread across the wooden table that was brought for just this purpose. Ask Captain Bryn, what news of the spies until vertical next, nothing, Your Highness, Bryn says. They could have been caught by Selena. There hasn't been word from them in some time. Sorry, we just don't know. Ask Runyon, can your brethren in the city open the gates for us? Next, but I'm sorry, Your Highness, the gnome says. Burgomaster Snarflin sent his best warriors. All that remain are the children and the old. They would be killed if they attempted to do anything from within the walls. They will be hiding in our warehouse home until this is settled. Ask General Vale, how would you have us proceed? Radio button, checked, 1 of 6. Next, but we have no time to be overly cautious, he says. I suggest that we make siege towers so we can battle their soldiers and not spend our time banging our swords against the base of the walls. But then, we must attack right away. I am sure Duchess Selena will send sorties out to harass us, but she won't commit her entire strength to such a maneuver. She'll want to wait us out. We'll need to attack them with waves of soldiers until we weaken them enough to mount a full offensive. Any delays will only hurt us and make Duchess Selena stronger. Ask Nace, tell them next, but we will need to be cautious, the elf says in his deep voice. I would suggest that we fortify ourselves so that the Duchess doesn't destroy us with a strong sally. Ask Gershwin, how would you have us proceed? Next, but we attack. The half-ORC warrior says without pause. We strike first, we strike hard, and we don't stop until we have taken the city. Ask Kurjith, ask Yam, tell them next, but we must soften their resolve with axes and hammers to their faces, the fierce-bearded dwarf says. Once we have knocked some sense into them, we should demand their surrender. Ask Yam, tell next, but I haven't a clue. The small halfling says. I've never seen such a thing as this city. The walls are enormous. I'm sorry, Prince Randall. Tell everyone, next, Tornasa is the most heavily fortified city in all of Daria. It is ironic that as the heir to the kingdom, it has fallen to you to attack your own capital. The outer walls are amazingly thick and have held back many attacks in the past. After careful consideration, You have only 3 real choices. You will go through the walls by building siege machines. Radio. You will go under the walls by digging a great tunnel. Radio button. You will go around the walls by creating a covered ramp. Next. The good thing about a tunnel is that you can get past any thickness of wall as long as they aren't too deep. In addition, if things begin to go poorly, your zappers can dig up under the walls themselves and make them fall. Very well, you conclude. We have a lot of work to do. You are all dismissed. You recall the frost on the ground that morning and realize you are short on time. Build siege towers to attack the soul. Build up your defenses. No. Raid the surrounding countryside for food, knowing that it will differ. Focus all of your troops next. Focus all. Next. Raid the. Build up your. Next. Although army during the army food -10. Build siege tower. Raid the surrounding. Focus all of. Raid the surround. Next. Unit army food +10 and army delays +1. Build siege. Focus all of your. Next. The non-combatants of your army are camped farther back than the others. You are surprised at how many extra people slowly fill your camp. Many of them are profiteers, finding a way to make money from all of the assembled people. Prostitutes, religious clergy, sellers of charms, honest merchants and craftsmen for hire create an entire network of commerce. The alert, low back 20 low back close. Details. The non-combatants send waves of attack. Continue to hold next button. There is no way to surprise the enemy, so you don't bother to try. Your cavalry prepare their horses and your infantry get their swords ready. Your archers line up together and make sure that their bows are strung well. With the luck of the gods and goddesses, you might even take the city on your first attempt. Participate in the attack. Send next. General Vale is red-faced with anger when he hears that you will be going with the first wave. Are you crazy? He says loudly. You are more valuable back here, where it is safe. General Vale relationship -5. Despite the fact that the general isn't happy, your army is very pleased to see that you will be coming with them. Your companions know that their place is with you, so they get their plans ready. Army morale +10. You watch from the back of Daredevil as our soldiers go into position and begin their charge. Join the archers, ready. Join those on foot, radio. Next, but your archers help the enemy in order to prevent them from being too accurate with their own bows. The halfling slingers and elven archers do very well in keeping the enemy occupied. Tornas army -5 to 95/100. The open field of battle is good for the wizards in your group, allowing them to cast their magics against the walls from a distance. Unfortunately, the enemy is very careful to aim all of their arrows at such casters, making them pay dearly for each spell they perform. You are glad to have so many of the wizards with you, since each magic user is worth many regular soldiers. Tornas army -5 to 90/100. Jess shoots beams of white light from her eyes at the soldiers on the wall. Tornas army -2 to 88/100. Cast magic at your enemy. Next. Lighting and fire are both great weapons when used from a distance. Your fingers are up with arcane energies as you bathe your enemies in death. There hasn't been a display of such power since the time of legends. Magic +3 in Tornas army -10 to 78/100. Unfortunately, you are recognized as the prince and the archers on the walls try to end the war early by aiming at you. You manage to avoid a lot of the arrows, but one of them escapes your guard and lodges itself in your shoulder. Health -20 to 80/100. Your swordsman, your twins berserker have a RCS, courage is dwarves, your spear wielders and your pikemen rush toward the wall carrying various implements. Siege ladders and ropes with grappling hooks are thrown upward and the troops climb bravely. Many soldiers are killed, but a few make it onto the walls.
Wait, is this actually gonna work?
Tornas army -11 to 67/100.
That's actually gonna work.
The battle on the walls is intense, but the castle's defenses hold fast. Great casualties are felt on both sides, but at the end of the day, Tornas still stands. Army size -3 and army power -3. You are happy to see that all of your friends made it through the first skirmish with only
Well, almost knocked out half your army,
cheers
Selena.
happily, despite their losses. After months of marching and living through the Battle of Blood, it felt good to finally be taking part in the last battle. Every enemy soldier killed is seen as one step closer to the end of the war altogether. Army morale plus 10. Your various delays have finally come back to haunt you as you wake up one morning to see snow falling on the ground. Army size -3 and army power -3.
Oh, fuck.
She's flooded. The mud-covered dwarf shouts angrily at you. It wasn't a dwarf. I can be telling you that right now. We can sense pockets of underground water and have the smarts not to dig where there be moisture. It's one of your soldiers who did this. Your tunnel was a little over halfway to the walls when your sappers broke into an underground spring. You are led into the hidden. Ask the dwarves which way you should look carefully at the rock and the land for. Check. Tell them mine. Next. Vertical. Next. But you can see the way the hills are, where the rock lies and which way the waters flow. You feel confident that you know which way would be safest to tunnel. Geography plus 2. Your insights limit the time it takes to dig a new tunnel, but the delay is still bothersome. Army delays plus 1. It is late at night when you hear the noise coming from inside your personal tent, awakening you from a deep sleep. Petra isn't with you tonight, having taken a late shift with the night watch. You are lying on your cot with a blanket tucked up to your neck. Roll quickly out of bed, reach out and grab, look around to see what is next. Button. You roll out of bed just as a knife drives down toward you. It catches you across the side instead of through the heart. Need health -20 to 60/100. Pick up your sword and punch the man. Cast a spell to call out to you. Next. You say the words quickly and raise your hand. The man is lifted off the floor as he sails backward through the air. He lands on the ground with a thud as your guards rush into the tent. Magic plus 2. Your guards are amazed that the man snuck into the heart of your camp under their watchful eyes. Selena's hired assassin was very skilled and you realize that you are lucky to be alive. Abigail takes the attempt on your life very personally, since it all happened before she could do anything to help you. Your soldiers have been like a big group of needy children as they clamor for your attention. They constantly need to be fed, entertained, and disciplined. You sit in your command tent with piles of reports heaped upon your desk as you struggle to keep the entire campaign organized. Tell General Vale to send home. Command your soldiers to work double shift. Increase everyone's food rations. Radio button. Tell your commanders to reduce the time spent. Tell your commanders to send home anyone. Command your officers to take personal. Tell the quartermaster to increase the soldiers' pay, enhancing your army's morale. Needs 300 gold. Dimmed. Spread the word that you will pay extra. Hire any merchant. Hire any. Consult with. Make no more. Next. But you hear cheers come from all over the camp as word spread that the meals will be larger. Despite the fact that the soldiers are marching to battle, the basic need for good food is still a great motivator. Army food -10 and army morale plus 10. Army food. Consult with your mate. Next, you gather your war council into your command tent to get their opinions. They all reassure you that things are going well. Tell General Vale. Consult with. Make no more change. Next, the end of the bitter winter snow continues to. Your army eats the last of the food source before the final battle. One last time, you are frustrated by the delays you experienced since those wasted days meant you needed even more food. In army food -25, army morale -3, and army size -3. The morning of the last battle of what would become known as the show stack.
Oh, I don't see this ending at all. Oh dear. I may have just messed myself up. Yep. Well.
Strength will your back kingdom. Army surplus size 52%.
Okay, 52%.
Army power 77%.
Okay. This might be salvageable. Maybe. I don't know though.
Army morale 99%. Army food 0%. Citizen reputation 100%. Back button.
I don't know if this will be salvageable, but I'm gonna try.
The morning of the Keat, Thea stands near you, holding her enormous war hammer. Captain Grim has her long sword in hand, and her chainmail gleams in the torchlight. Petra's eyes are closed in prayer while she holds her morning star tightly in one hand. Jessa's hands are empty, but you know that her soul-burning magic is always ready. General Vale and Archmage Kamari wish you good luck before leaving to join the rest of your army. They will be leading the remainder of your troops for the final assault. Your injuries haven't healed fully, and although the magical healing of the temples has hurried your recovery, you still feel the wear and tear on your body. Speak to the high priest and priestesses in your army. Attempt to heal the wound. Continue with your next button. I am sorry, they all say. The gods and goddesses place limits upon our talents for a reason. We can ease the pain, but this is all. We need to save our more powerful blessings for the upcoming war. Attempt to heal the wound. Continue. Next button. The clergy had done a good job, but you know that greater divine magic could heal even more. Unfortunately, continue with your plan. Next, but such is the nature of war. You are the only person injured as you prepare for the final battle. Health 60/100. You and your companions lead the troops underground. The tunnel is dark as you soon stand in the front ranks with your soldiers just behind the miners. Daredevil, your warhorse, is on the surface. The tunnel is too small to move. Abigail, your fire rig, watches from beside you. Shovels and picks work furiously ahead of you. When the first chunk of dirt falls from above, sunlight streams into the tunnel. You had considered attacking at night, but in the end, it was decided that the noise of people during the day would hide the last of the digging and give you a larger surprise. Within moments, large chunks of earth are falling into the tunnel, and your soldiers began to rush forward and crawl upward through the choking dirt. Wait for some of the soldiers to get through. Be the first to climb through. Next, be the first to climb. Next, you push dirt away as you seem to swim through the ground and claw your way upward. A large cobblestone slides through the dirt toward you, threatening to crush you. Push the cobblestone aside. Dodge the fallen. Let Thea grab. Cast a spell to hold this. Check. Next button. This spell itself isn't very difficult. What causes the trouble is the fact that you have to cast it quickly. The large stone hovers in place as you climb past it into the sun above. When you are certain there is nobody beneath it, you release your hold on it and it falls safely into the dark. Magic +2. Your troops cheer when they see you, taking heart at your presence as the enemy soldiers surround you all. Both sides swing their weapons in earnest. The battle has begun. Army size -3, army morale +7, and Tornaso army -7 to 60/100.
Okay, it's not over yet. I have 49% of my army, and they have just over half. It's not over yet. I can still do this.
The fight is fast and furious. You have caught the enemy soldiers by surprise, but you are also standing within the bailey of their fortified city. You can see the main gates a short distance away, but your soldiers are surrounded and can't easily open it to let the rest of your troops in. The great din of battle outside the walls reaches your ears, and you know that General Vale has ordered your soldiers outside to attack the city. If the gate isn't opened quickly, they will draw your sword and charge to push your way to cast a spell to turn it. Check. Command your soldier. Next. Vertical. Next. The wind begins to turn and the gate slowly rises as the enemy soldiers watch helplessly. Your troops fight to keep you safe as you cast your spell. You soon see many of your soldiers squeezing under the gate and rushing to join your defense. Within moments you have reached the city.
Okay, that worked.
Magic +2, Tornaso army -3 to 57/100, and army size -5.
Oh boy.
Your soldiers fight the enemy in all directions as you stand in a pocket of calm. You march forward with the rest of your troops down the main street of Tornaso toward the castle itself to confront Selena and the Red Archer. You can see the blackened walls from the fires that burned on the night your parents were murdered, but you can also see the new construction of the repairs. The castle is fully intact and ready to defend its new inhabitants. Suddenly, you see the enemy soldiers all backing away, suspiciously giving you room to move forward an entire block without any resistance. A group of 6 men and women walk out of the building toward you. Boom. One of them says, attack the man with your soul. Punch the man. Cast a spell to silence. Check. Hold your hand up. Next. But hold your hand up so your soldiers don't attack them. Next. You unleash your magic and the man's mouth moves without a sound. His eyes open widely in surprise. Your soldiers rush forward and kill all 6 of them without taking a single casualty. Magic +2. The royal castle of Tornaso stands before you. This is where you were born and where you should have grown up. It is the rightful home to the heir of Daria. You see the assembled might of Selena's army arrayed across its courtyard. Your soldiers line up behind you and the fighting slowly ceases as everyone waits for your command. The enemy army parts as a small group of people advance forward. You see a woman with straight red hair, intelligent eyes and a short sword on her hip. It is Selena, the person responsible for poisoning your parents. Beside her is a slender woman wearing a red cloak. It's Selena's deadly bodyguard, the Red Archer. So, we meet at last, Selena says loudly from behind her soldiers. I will only offer you this once. Surrender now or die.
Never!
Shout, never, radio button, check, sincerely, next, very well, Selena says as she waves her hand forward. Selena's army surges forward with a renewed vengeance. Your own troops rush to meet them. The bloodshed is enormous as the final battle erupts around you. Your archers fire and your soldiers defend you with their lives. Swords rend open flesh and arrows pierce deeply into exposed skin. You see Neas down briefly as he drops his bow and rushes forward with his sword. The elves you recruited fight alongside your human troops. Gertrude growls as she picks up one man and throws him into two others. Courage grunts with satisfaction as he buries his dwarven axe into an enemy soldier's stomach. Yan, the halfling, leaps onto the back of a soldier, his small dagger digging through the man's armor. Streaks of fire fly from the hands of the Academy wizards. Tornas army minus 37 to 20/100 and army size minus 15.
Okay. I can do it. I can do it. I think I can do this. I think. Maybe. Unless I screw this up again. What I need to do next playthrough is not be such an idiot. Oh, can I win this battle? I've managed to win the Battle of Tornassa playing a mage before. But do I still have that same success? I don't know. We will see. What? No. I did not just lose. Not yet. And I don't intend to.
The battle moves and shifts like a living thing. You lose sight of your companions as they fight nearby. Before you know it, you are standing face to face with the Red Archer. Selena stands behind her as the woman in red steps forward. She reaches up and pushes back her hood. Although the eyes are deeply sunken and bloodshot, you recognize the face of your friend from Elmvale. It is Carla. She raises her bow and draws back an arrow, aiming at your face. Say, wait, duck and roll, attack the Red Archer, next, attack the Red Archer, radio, next. You waste no time trying to reason with the monster that Carla has become. Whatever Selena has done to her is clearly irreversible. Strike your old friend with your sword, try to grab her, attempt to heal Carla from her, cast a spell to turn this. Check, next. You say the words of the spell quickly and are rewarded by seeing the stone melt. Carl slides in up to her knees, totally immobilized. To your astonishment, she begins to flail about like a rat caught in a trap until the stone cracks and she is able to get free. Magic +2 in Carl health minus 35 to 65/100. Use the distraction of fighting the Red Archer to attack Selena, radio button, check, 1 of 2. Focus all of your attention on Carla, radio button, check. Next, although it was tempting to attack Selena, you know that it would be foolish to let down your guard. Instead, you focus on Carla. Call to the watching soldiers and tell them to attack Carla. Honorably fight Carl 1. Check next, but it would be cowardly to team up on an opponent. Your soldiers stand back and watch you fight. You see that a large crowd has formed to see who will win a great battle. Good +10 and citizen reputation +10. You and Carl continue to circle one another, looking for an opening. Carla suddenly steps back and pulls out the last few arrows from her quiver. Wasting no time, she sends one last deadly barrage toward you. Dodge the arrows. Raise your magic shield. Check. Run away. Next. Button. The arrows bounce harmlessly off of the surface. It performs better than a normal shield. It is as though the arrows are actually drawn to its center, making sure that Carla can't hit any exposed flesh. You are thankful to see the last arrow narrowly miss you, leaving Carla without any ammunition. Agility +2 and perception +2.
Well, okay, didn't expect that, but now you're dead, Selena, and I'm going to win.
Carl stands before you, out of arrows. Stab her with your sword. Put your head. Cast a spell to set her on fire. Say, I won't kill you, Carla. Radio button. Check. Next. But you see her blink slowly as her words slowly penetrate her addled brain. Carl relationship +15. Selena moves quickly, bringing her sword down toward you. You raise your hands in defense and receive only a small nick on the wrist. Cast a spell of healing. Grit your teeth and hope that the cut was too. Next. Grit your teeth. Next. But you feel the health -20 to 40/100. Selena uses the distraction of the poison to close the distance. Try to cast a spell to stop the poison blade. Check. Raise your soul. Next. Button. Your spell is interrupted as Carl pushes you to the ground. Selena rushes forward and lays the poisoned blade against your throat. You realize that you have run out of options. Needed 70 magic and Carl health 35 or under. Say, do it. Turn to Carla and plead. Say, I surrender. Say nothing. Next. Say nothing. Next. Selena keeps the blade against your neck and walks around behind you. You anticipate the sharp edge slashing your throat, but instead, she turns the sword around and strikes you in the back of the head with the hilt. Needed 85 Carla relationship. Health 0/100.
And now I just lost.
Blackness. Button.
God damn it.
You wake up in a dark room. Looking down, you see that you are wearing dull black shackles with bright white glowing wounds etched across them. You feel weak and realize that you can't use your magic or reach any of your belongings, even though they have been left on your body. The shackles do more than just stop you from moving. They also sap your strength and make it difficult to think clearly. At least the poison seems to have run its course through your system and didn't kill you. It is deathly quiet in your dungeon cell. You have lost the siege of Tornassa. Army size 0, army power 0, army morale 0, and health 10/100.
Oh, son of a bitch. Yep, and that was the part where I was an idiot. Well, shit.
The door to your cell opens and Selena enters. I understand that Tuya had you in a similar predicament before you killed him and escaped, she says. Tuya was a fool. I am not. I have brought my bodyguard with me. You aren't surprised to see Carla, the Red Archer, standing next to her. Before you can say a word, she punches you squarely in the nose, which makes a cracking noise and causes your blood to flow. You dimly hear Selena laughing as Carl proceeds to beat you back into unconsciousness. Misery. Button. You have no idea how much time has passed from within your cell. You know that you have been beaten senseless for several months at least. The child in Petra's womb would be getting very big, assuming that Petra is still alive. One day, you are let out of the dungeons by Selena and Carla. The shackles on your wrists make it difficult to keep up with them as they drain you of most of your strength and prevent you from using any of the equipment you are still wearing. You don't know why Selena hasn't taken anything from you, but you suspect that it may be to give you hope so she can snatch it away later. You are taken through the streets of Tornassa to a small house away from the castle. When you enter, you are surprised to see two familiar faces sitting at the table inside. One of them is Duke Bandler, his dark beard and broad shoulders emphasizing his profile as a great warrior. The other is Alexander Suzak himself, his carefully trimmed goatee and fancy clothing making him look even more like a delicate court fop. Ask, what are you going to do to me? Ask, where are my friends? Say, you will pay for what you have done. Plead. Say, the kingdom will not stand for this. Radio button. Next, Buck, you are ignored as Selena sits down at the table. Have you taken any of his belongings? Susak calmly asks Selena, who shakes her head indicating that she hasn't. Excellent. You have done well. Bendar's duchy is yours, as promised. Duke Bender looks surprised at this statement but looks even more shocked as Susak slides a sharp dagger across his throat, splashing everyone with dark red blood. You now understand why this meeting is taking place away from the castle. The Academy wants to paint demon summoning as a great evil, Susak says with a grin, showing you his perfect white teeth. So what the hells, I might as well dabble in a little necromancy too. Betrayal, button. Duke Bender slumps in the chair and a dark black shadow erupts from his chest. Susak points toward your room bag and the shadow flies forward like a black lightning bolt. It tears through the fabric, spilling your demon stones to the floor. The shadow fades away, its purpose fulfilled. Susak calmly steps forward and picks up the stone he stole so many years before, ignoring the others entirely. Kaker, I summon thee, he says, causing Selena's eyes to open in surprise. You feel a great shaking as the small building rocks back and forth. An enormous black leathery creature the size of a two-story house grows within the room. The roof is torn free and one of the exterior walls falls over. The demon is larger than any you have seen before. It sits partially outside as half the house is destroyed. It turns its enormous head towards Susak as the High Chancellor binds it to his will. Bring me Bozer, Susak commands. The enormous demon nods its haystack-sized head. Suddenly a second demon appears. This one is much smaller, perhaps only 6 inches tall. Shield me, Susak says. A glimmering bubble suddenly appears around Susak and the small demon, which crawls onto his shoulder. You realize that he has summoned the demon without using a demon stone. Or rather, Kaker, the enormous demon, has done so for him. And even worse, there had been no battle of wills with a small imp. Use the distraction to throw your shackles around Selena's throat and strangle her. Radio button. Throw yourself at Susak. Interlace your fingers and try to smash at it to Carla. Cast a spell to blast Susak with fire. Cast a spell to blast Carla with fire. Cast a spell to blast Selena with fire. Radio button. Next. Next. The shackles glow briefly and your spell unravels without materializing. Your parents knew that every demon that was brought, the shackles glow briefly and your spell unravels without materializing. I spent a decade trying to figure out a way to get into a rune bag without destroying the demon stones within, Susak says as Selena stares at the large demon in amazement. I figured that if that old poor Harmon could do it accidentally, then I could learn to do so on purpose. Your parents knew that every demon that was brought into our world weakened the boundary, but they had no idea why that was bad, he says lazily as he swats an imaginary piece of dust from his shoulder. Kager couldn't cross while the boundary was intact, but as you see, that is no longer a problem. Susak begins to rattle off a series of demonic names and Kager brings them each into existence outside the house. They all served him without exception. After a moment, he doesn't even bother saying names and just asks for more servants. He walks out through the broken wall and the enormous demon lumbers along beside him as he continues to bring forth even more demons. Soon the light from the sun itself is darkened by the hordes of creatures flying overhead and the earth shakes from the number of demons walking on the ground. The large hole in the side of the house shows a nightmarish scene as Susak leaves you alone with Selena. He has his servants and I have mine, Selena says as she turns toward you and takes a vial of red liquid out of her pocket. You hear Carla let out a small whimper as she stares at the poison. The red archer begins to sweat and shake uncontrollably. You can see the fear in her eyes as she looks at the small vial in Selena's hands. This isn't for you, Selena says in disgust to Carla as she approaches you. The pain and nightmares this poison brings are worse than anything known to man. After a few doses, you'll beg for me to kill you. After a few more, you'll do whatever I ask of you. The best part is, you'll hate the stuff but you'll die unless you keep drinking it. She grabs hold of your magical shackles in one hand and brings the vial to your lips with the other. Close your mouth tightly, shake your head, pull your whole body back, say, no, next button. Selena pushes the vial between your lips and tips it up. The liquid trickles through your teeth and into your mouth regardless of you. The vial suddenly comes away from your lips and falls to the floor with a shattering sound. You see Carl's bow in her hands as she stands over Selena's dead body, an arrow sticking out of Selena's back. I could kill you, Carl says haltingly with a blank stare as you spit the poison onto the floor before it goes down your throat. But I couldn't let her do to you what she did to me. The red poison is a fate worse than death. The demons continue to pour forth like black blood from an infected wound. A flash of blue light draws your attention away from the spectacle. You see that the Wizard of Elmvale has appeared beside you. She is the youngest you've ever seen her.
Oh. Well, it wouldn't be a fun playthrough if I won every time.
I will stop this entire thing right now, she says with a cold expression on her face. You now know the identity of the Red Archer. We can use this knowledge to our advantage. I'm going to go back to the dungeon under Brightwater and cast a spell that will kill her before Selena can infect her. You'll have no trouble killing Sisak after that. No, don't go. Radio. Yes. Wait. I need. Next button. Carla says nothing. Show stat teach. Carla says nothing as she stands beside you, clearly not seeing the wizard at all. The half ORC vanishes without answering you. A second flash of blue appears immediately in the exact same place. You see the wizard once more, but this time she looks much older. I just met you for the first time a moment ago, didn't I? She says as she looks towards the demons pouring into existence. I was weak back then, but I am much more powerful now. Those events had already occurred in your timeline, so I was unable to change them. The glowing wizard floats away from you and urges you to follow. Hurry. This is the moment we've been waiting for. I need you to grab the next demon that is summoned forth. Ready. Now. The multitudes of demons appearing before you is a blur, but when the wizard speaks, you reach out and grab one. Your fingers dig deep into the web-like wings of the tiny creature just as it appears. It struggles against you, but you hold on tightly. It isn't very strong and is unable to break free of your grasp, despite the fact that you are still shackled and the magic of the manacles makes you extremely weak. That's it. Bring the creature over here, the wizard says urgently, leading you a few feet away. Such a pitiful attempt, a deep voice says from nearby. You see that it's the creature who attacked the wizard under the statue in Elmvale. It has gray skin that looks as thick as leather. Its muscles are well defined and its eyes glow bright red. A pair of yellow horns jut from his forehead and sharp teeth fill its mouth. The large demon is standing in a blue aura of its own as it watches you. You look at the small demon in your hands and see the similarities immediately. Although the creature you have captured is much smaller, younger, and weaker, it's the same being. You have captured Tidari. What do you plan to do with me? The full-grown Tidari asks in an amused tone as the younger version of the demon continues to struggle in your grasp. I haven't even learned how to cross the boundaries of time yet. You waste your magic. I will see my future unfold as I desire. Go ahead and try to kill me. It's correct, of course, the wizard says as she searches the ground nearby. If you kill it, you'll create a paradox so powerful that it will stop both of us from visiting you in the past or in the future. Many paradoxes can occur when you try to interact with your past selves. Ah, there it is. What? The full-grown Tidari shouts as it rushes over to see what the wizard has discovered. What's wrong, demon? The wizard says smugly. You didn't see this coming, did you? It's hard to see events that occur within your own time stream, isn't it? Quickly, Randall, flip over this rock. You do as you were asked and kick the indicated rock aside while still holding the struggling demon by the wings. You see something silver in the dirt beneath it. Smash the small demon onto the rock. Radio button. Checked. 1 of 3. Strangle the small demon. Radio button. Throw the demon away and take what you found. Next button. You adjust your grip until you're holding the creature around the throat. It squeals in pain as you try to crush its windpipe. You feel its sharp teeth dig into your hand, forcing you to let it go. As the young demon flies away with the other demons, you pick up the silver object. You play a dangerous game, wizard, the glowing version of Tigari says angrily in its low voice. The magic in that amulet could unravel this entire plane of existence. Begone, demon, your many great-grandmother says dismissively with a chilling motion. You watch as both the wizard from the past and the demon from the future vanish. You see that you've picked up a silver amulet on a fine chain. You put the artifact around your neck. Legacy advantage number 10. Gain the wizard's amulet. Demon War button. You stand upon the outskirts of Tornassel with hollow-eyed Carla shivering at your side as you watch the city burn. With Carla's help, you manage to get the enchanted shackles off. You don't know where Susak has gone, but his demons are everywhere. They run rampant through the city, killing everyone and setting fire to everything.
Now I have to do an exile. This is great. This is fun.
The amulet from the most powerful wizard in Daria's history still sits around your neck. You don't know what it's capable of, but you know that a lot of energy was spent in order to get it into your hands. Miraculously, you found both Abigail, your fire drake, and Daredevil, your warhorse, on the outskirts of the city. You don't know if any of your companions survived the battle or if Carlet will be able to live through the withdrawal of the red poison. All hope seems lost, but you know that Alexander Susak is out there and that the people of Daria need you now more than ever. The end button. Congratulations upon completing the Lost Heir 2, Forging the Kingdom. You have completed a friend in need. You have rescued Carla, the Red Archer. Top of the class. You have become a master wizard. Friends in all places. You have achieved an alliance with all 5 demi-human races. A life of regret. You have learned of your foster parents' great regret. A kingdom reunited. Radio button. Checked. 1 of 5.
Yeah, missed him that one.
Sweet ride. Radio
Missed
button.
him that
Unchecked.
one.
2 of 5.
How the hell am I supposed to do? I think, okay.
Prestigious position. Radio button. No, animate. Radio button. Stop looking at pop. Next. Stake the Lost Heir by Mike. Make sure to save your game. Make sure to save details. Back up. Make sure to set details.
Damn it.
Details. Lots here. Stop to play now. In progress. Details. Make sure to type a name for your save. Text field is editing. Cap L. Cap F delete. Cap M. Cap A. S. N. Y. T. Alt E. E. R. All go. Go. We hope you've enjoyed playing.
Yeah, I'm still alive, but I didn't manage to reclaim Tornassa, so you know.
Details. Back details.
Everything is good.
Store. Back. Store. Samurai. Not sip. The Lost Heir. Screen curtain. Not Samurai. Not sip. The Lost Heir 3 Demon War. Link. Image.
There we go.
So Lost. Play now. Detail. A note. I hope you have H. Play. Next. L8. Next. Would you like to turn on notifications? Yes. No. Next. Do you wish to play from this load of create? Next. God. Death. Tuesday. J. Trees. Wednesday. Hi. Thursday. Page 14 of 14. Death. G. Actual. Next. Cancel. Power. Saturday. Cleric. Retrieve. Save games. Can't. Next. Button. Please type. Next. Button. Synchronized 168 save games. Downloaded 2 new save games.
Yeah, I've played this trilogy way too many times. I have over 100 saved games.
Trees Wednesday. Vertical neck camp retreat master Sunday. Check real Saturday retreat camp next. Show stats button. Please give me a summary of the story so far. Radio button checked. 1 of 2.
Because I had to name the save file.
Continue the story without next button. Your name is Randall, and you were 12 years old when Alexander Tusak, the High Chancellor of the Consortium of Planewalkers, killed your parents. Toya, his lackey, hired a band of mercenaries to break into the palace while Selena, another lackey, poisoned the banquet. You barely escaped with the aid of Sir Grady, a retired old knight. Alexander Tusak stole an ancient demon stone from the royal treasury that same night. Harmon, your tutor, impotent to spell which tore Tusak's room bag open and spilled some of his demon stones onto the floor, including the stolen one. You took these treasures with you when you fled the castle. The kingdom of Daria was dissolved, and 4 duchies were created in its place. Sir Grady took you to the small town of Elmvale, where he raised you as his own. You worked with Thea, a mountain woman from the Norgan Mountains, where you utilized your talents as a master wizard. Later, you joined up with Jess, a soul burner, Carla, an archer, Petra, your childhood friend who became the holy warrior, and Captain Bryn from Breakwater. You named Petra as your royal consort, who is currently pregnant with your child. Together, you built an army and marched upon your enemies. Raymond, a child you rescued from the dungeons of Breakwater, was last seen in Lud, working as a page for Lord Tover. During the Battle of Tornassa, you learned that Carla, whom you thought had died at Selena's hands, had been given the title of the Red Archer. Your army was destroyed, and you were taken captive. Tusak took back the demon stone you'd taken from him on the night of your parents' murder. He used it to summon Kaker, an enormous demon capable of summoning 4 other demons. The first servant Hager brought forth was Bozer, a tiny imp who created an impervious shield around Tusak. During the display, Carl betrayed Selena, killing her and allowing you to escape. You are now alone except for Carla, who's slowly dying from the poison Selena used upon her as you flee the demon-besieged city. The Lost Heir 3, Demon War, button. Carl's wordless cry fills the cold winter night as she huddles in an old blanket on the ground. She is shivering, both from the cold and from the withdrawal of the poison that Selena had fed her. You are many miles from Tornassa, but even at this distance, you can see the orange glow on the horizon behind you from the uncontrollable fires that are still ravaging the city. Daredevil, your warhorse, is asleep on the ground nearby. Abigail, your fire-red companion, looks over at you upon hearing Carla call out. For 3 terrifying days and 3 sleepless nights, you've been running from the demon horde that Tusak unleashed upon the capital city. Your supplies are running dangerously low, and you aren't sure how much further you can go. The silver amulet from the wizard of Elmvale rests comfortably around your neck, but it has done nothing to help you with your troubles. Light the fire, knowing that Carla might not make it to the nook. Don't light a fire, since the flames might alert the demons to our presence. Radio button. Next button. You gather the needed firewood, kindling, and tinder. Carefully, you light a small fire within a shallow hole. The white snow on the ground around you reflects the orange glow more than you would have liked. You move Carla closer to the fire and feel her muscles relax as the fire begins to warm her body.
Sorry, guys, just make myself some lunch real quick. Nope. Abigail is a fire drake. I'm making a bowl of ramen noodles, and then later I might make the cup of mac and cheese that I have. That might have been a little too much water. Oops. Oh dear. Yesterday was fun though. Yesterday was a lot of fun. Yeah. See, breakfast is breakfast. You can eat it any time of day. Honestly, that's what I do. If I had the choice, I'd eat breakfast for every meal of the day. Where did my other phone go? Where did it go? Where the... Okay. There it is.
The still of the night makes Carl's harsh breathing seem even louder. Your exhaustion makes your eyelids feel very heavy. Go to sleep. Rick tried to stay awake through the night. Rick next button. Sleep takes you the moment you close your eyes. The sound of movement wakes you in time to see a small, purple, slug-like demon slithering towards you. It's about 2 feet long, and its mouth is filled with razor-sharp teeth. Need perception +2. Kill the demon with my sword. Cast a spell to set fire to the demon. Check. Throw the demon slug into the fire. Rape. Crush the demon under my feet. Next button. The demon slug bursts into flames as you finish your spell. It swells up as it writhes in pain, then explodes with a wet, splashing sound. Magic +2. The sun rises in the east, lights the sky with a myriad of oranges and reds. You wake up Carl and continue traveling. You know that your only hope is to put as much distance between you and Tornaswa as possible. Once you're safe, you can think about the fate of your friends and come up with a plan to save the kingdom from Susak. Just leave me to die, Carl says pitifully from the ground as she fails in her attempts to get to her feet.
Nope.
No, Carla. We will get through this together. Radio button. Get to your feet. That would be too easy. Get up. You were coming with me so you could pay for your crimes. Radio button. Unchecked. 3-3. Next button. Next. Your words motivate her to try again. She nods at your words with grim determination, then slowly pulls herself back onto her feet. She staggers with each step, but at least she's moving again. Carl relationship +3. You and Carl return to the road and continue traveling. With only one mount, you're forced to travel at a very slow pace. You see a small village ahead of you. Redmond used to be a pleasant little community, but you can see demons crawling all over it. It reminds you of the first time you saw Dog Time, except that these demons have no orders. They're among the first that Susak summoned to overtake the land. He brought tens of thousands of them into the world and gave them a purpose. This means that they're allowed to do as they wish. Unfortunately, You have no supplies, so you have no choice but to enter the town and try to find some food for your survival. I want you to hide here while I enter Redmond and try to find us some food. Radio button, stick close to me. This place looks... Check. Next button. Carl nods at your words and shuffles along beside you as you walk with Daredevil, your warhorse, on the other side. Her eyes are red and bleary as she looks around for any immediate threats.
For now, I'm using the microwave, but when I get stuff to air fry, I will be air frying it. Because air fried food is really good. Okay. Just give me a minute, guys. I'm going to need to go to the bathroom real quick. Okay.
The streets of Redmond are empty except for the occasional demon. Many of the demons merely look at you with a blank expression. You can see that most of the houses and shops are boarded up. The doors of the buildings have deep claw marks gouged into them, including one general store where a fat demon with a white belly is sitting. It looks up as you approach. Kill the demon with my blade. Push the demon aside. Radio. Kick the fat demon. Set the demon on fire using that. Check. Call for help. Next. Your fire washes over the demon, causing it to howl in pain. It runs down the street and rolls in the snow to extinguish the fire. It then casts you a sour look before hobbling away. The door of the store opens, and two young men come outside. Magic +2. Thanks for the assistance, my prince, a man says as he steps out of the door between the two young men, obviously recognizing you. I'm Ben. Come inside. The man has bright red hair and a short-groomed beard. He looks around the street at the other demons and then steps into the store, leaving the door open for you to follow. You and Carlin follow him inside. One of the boys enters, too, but the other one walks off down the street instead, casting suspicious glances at you as he goes. The family of four look to have been living in their general store for the last couple of days. The shelves are nearly empty, but even so, you're encouraged to take only what you need. Take a dagger, take a bow and a quiver, take a set of lockpicks, take a lantern, take a thief harness, take some holy water, stop looking at the equipment, next button. The knife is sharp and looks like it could be thrown, if needed. Gain dagger. Take a bow and a quiver of arrow. Take a set of luck. Next, the bow is in great shape and comes with several new strings. The quiver is filled with arrows, which have been well crafted. Ben inspects each arrow one at a time to be sure that they're all in good repair. Gain bow. Take a set of next, but with demons everywhere, even honest people have the need to get through locked doors to search abandoned houses. Ben says as you pick up the set of lockpicks. Gain set of lockpicks. Take a lantern. Take a thief heart. Take some. Stop. Look. Next, you take the lantern and see that it has been freshly filled with oil. Gain lantern. Take a thief. Take stop. Next, then says nothing as you take the collection of ropes and straps. It's possible that the thief harness is there for construction work, since builders often have to work on the sides of buildings with their hands free. Despite this, you recognize the quick release levels for what they are. This is a thief harness. Gain thief harness. Take some holy water. Stop looking at the. Next, you take a few days worth of food as well. The shopkeeper's wife brings you and Carl something fresh to eat. You sit back in the warmth of the fire and feel relaxed for the first time since you escaped from Sabina's dungeons. A loud commotion outside wakes you from your daze. The door is suddenly thrown open, and you can see that a large crowd has gathered outside. Then Sun stands among them, pointing into the house at Carla. Several of the citizens push their way in and grab her, dragging her out into the street before you can react.
I don't think so.
It's the Red Archer. A tall man with an eye patch shouts, "Fetch a rope." She's going to hang for what she and Duchess Selena did to Daria. Say nothing and let them kill Carla. Stop. Carla is under me. Check. Stop. Carla is my prisoner. Next, button. A hush falls over the crowd, although you can see that the man with the eye patch doesn't stop tying a rope into a noose and putting it around Carla's neck. You can see demons watching from around the building's corners as the mob becomes more agitated. Carla relationship +3. Anton then shouts to the man with the eye patch, "You can't let her without a trial. Open your eye, you fool. This here is Prince Randall. Give the Red Archer to him." All eyes turn to you when your identity is revealed. You can see the fear and anger in the mob's faces as they collectively decide what to do. Anton, their spokesman, decides for them. This demon infestation came from their orb. Duchess Selena or Prince Randall, they're all responsible. They all deserve to swing. The mob hovers on the brink of action for a moment, but when someone in the back throws a large rock, which hits Ben in the head, the decision is made. As Ben collapses to the ground with blood pouring from the wound, Anton and the mob step towards you. You see a second noose get placed into Anton's hands. There are around 50 leering faces in the mob.
Oh
The
yeah?
odds don't look good.
You bastards want to mess with the fucking mage? Bring it!
Draw my sword, draw my dagger, draw my bow and arrow. Begin casting, radio. Check, stand my grip, back away. Next, duck. The angry men and women barely register the fact that arcane words are tumbling from your lips as they slowly surge forward. Back away. A thunderous voice booms as a large, bulky body steps up beside you.
Hi, Thea.
It's Thea. Your large friend has her enormous hammer in her hands as she stares down Anton and the mob. You see Jess, Petra, and Bryn, as well as a dozen heavily armed soldiers. The mob scatters quickly from the show of force. Petra says a brief prayer before kissing you on the lips and wrapping her arms tightly around you once the danger has passed. You can see a strong emotion in her eyes and notice the beginning of a baby bump under her shirt. Several months later, the crew camp you were taken to is a few days away. Your friends began searching around Tornaso for you as soon as they learned that the city had been taken by the demon horde. It's ironic that even though you lost the battle of Tornasa, with all three dukes and Duchess Selena dead, you're still the sole ruler of Daria. Alexander Susak's unknown goals seem to have nothing to do with the kingdom. Tornessa is gone. Susak's demons have completely obliterated the capital city, leaving behind nothing but rubble. In addition, the demons destroyed all of the small towns around it and have laid siege to the other major cities, including Lud, Brightwater, and Vertex. Even the Academy of Wizards is under attack and isolated from the rest of Daria. You spend the winter in a small camp hidden in the Alderheart Forest. The remnants of your defeated army, about 50 people in total, remain with you. The rest of your army is still scattered across Daria. General Vale and Archmage Connery are both dead. No word has reached your refugee camp concerning the fate of Lord Tober, nor Raymond, who were both last seen in Lud. Neestella Move HR, the half-elf cleric, helped your friends to secure the camp. All of your other demi-human allies have returned to their homes to defend against the demon onslaught. A few days later, you find yourself doing some paperwork in the command tent. As the legitimate king of Daria, you have the power to restore titles. Although Petra never asked, you consider giving her title back. Legitimize Petra's nobility. Don't say next, but the fact that you only command a refugee camp doesn't take away what you have the right to do. The evil path that her parents followed to try to regain their titles is still a barb in the common citizen's mind. That you have also named her to be your royal consort makes it even worse. You hope that the people of Daria will come to respect your decision and not see the bestowal as nepotism. Either way, Petra is very happy, not just because it returns her nobility, but also because it restores honor to her family name. Citizen reputation -15 and Petra relationship +15.
Now deal with it, citizens.
Your Highness, a man says to you one day while you're walking through the camp. Bryn is a few steps behind, having been stopped by a man who has something urgent to ask her. The captain is often spoken to by members of the opposite sex. She is tall, athletic, and looks very dapper in her uniform. I know it's a lot of money, but consider it an investment. All I need is 500 gold and I can reopen my bakery. People will want tarts and pies, I tell you. I'll be able to support myself and my family with an honest living, and as soon as I can, I'll pay you back double, I swear it. Give the man 500 gold. Needs 500 gold. Dip. Sorry. Next. Button. Thank you for War Council. Button. We can't just sit here, Prince says from her chair a few days later.
We aren't sitting here. What the hell do you think we're doing, lady? Just passing the time? No.
The tent where your friends have gathered isn't as nice as the command tent you used during your war campaign. Across the table lays a sprawling map of Daria. A few soldiers serve refreshments to you and your companions as you discuss the fate of the kingdom. You notice that Carla is sitting next to Neestella, the half-elf. We must wait out the demons. We must strike back. We must find out what's to say next. Button. Yeah, let's hit them where it hurts. Thea agrees. Conversation erupts from all around the room, as everyone seems to have their own opinion on which location to attack first. Let's face it, Thea says. We have to go back to Vertex and face the consortium itself. Her words stop the battle of conversation. The last time you went to the complex, Thea and Carl were captured and put into Selena's dungeon for a year. It was there that Selena's poison corrupted Carl's mind and turned her into a red archer. Although you managed to bring her back to your side, the poisons are still threatening her life. Thea is right, Petra says with conviction. We must defeat the source, not the symptoms. We don't have enough soldiers to take back the city yet, Bryn says, but we're gathering new survivors every day. We should send a small group to scout out the city before launching an attack. Very well. Gather a dozen of our best soldiers. We will all go. Next, conversation and shouting rise again at your words. It's clear that they don't like the idea of sending the king himself into danger. But after a short debate, they realize that your unique skills make you the best choice. A second round of shouting erupts when they find out that you plan to bring Carl along too. Although she is still weak from the poison, she's healing quickly. The war council is adjourned. You notice that Carl leaves the council with Nea Stallion. A strong friendship has formed between your Shire-Archer friend and the cleric. You and Petra walk back to your shared tent. The soldier standing guard over the cradle has his hand on the hilt of his sword when you and Petra enter. The baby has been quiet all night, the soldier reports before taking his leave and slipping out of your tent. It will be difficult to leave your baby boy, but it is necessary. If Susak and the demon threat are not destroyed, there will be no world for him to grow up in.
I know. I know. Oh, shit. Ugh.
Don't worry, Randall, Petra says as she puts her arm around you. He'll be safe here while we're gone.
Damn right he'll be safe. I mean, you better be. Anyway.
Petra relationship +3. The child was born only a month ago. The birth had been free of any complications. The citizens of Daria had an heir to the throne. You named him Prince Randall II, radio, Prince Brad, after my father, radio button, unchecked, 2 of 4. Prince Greatly, after Sir Great, something else, next, button. Brand coos and sucks his fingers. The small child has a grand future stretching before him. The legacies that you will pass on to him will shape not only his life, but all of Daria. Petra places a hand on Brand's forehead and invokes a blessing to her god. We will be sleeping on the ground again, Petra says. Too bad we can't bring this army cop with us. Let's get married. Radio button, checked, 1 of 4, kiss Petra. Let Petra kiss you, go to bed, next. Petra smiles but shakes her head. We're in a refugee camp, we can't get married yet. We have to wait until the right time. Kiss Petra, let Petra kiss, go to, next. You step forward and press your lips against her mouth. Your kissing becomes passionate as you and Petra express your love for one another. Petra relationship +5. Several days later, button. The quartermaster scrapes together as much money as he could find to help fund your mission. The extra gold coins jangle in your purse. Gold +150. Your group of friends and squads and soldiers scans the horizon for danger as you ride Daredevil, your warhorse. Abigail flies overhead. Carl sits awkwardly in her saddle, her hand still trembling from the poisons in her system, but she's regaining her strength quickly. You leave the army camp and pass through the edge of the Alderheart Forest without any difficulty. Being this close to Tornessa makes travel difficult due to all of the demons wandering about. Such power, a voice says enviously. You see the Wizard of Elvale standing nearby. She is standing in the familiar blue mist as she looks in the direction of Tornessa. She turns toward you. I see you are on your way to Vernex, she says. This is good. There are dangers in the island city, but there are also advantages. I'll speak to you there. The wizard vanishes before you can speak to her. Take the road to Vernex. Avoid the main roads and travel through the trees. Radio button next. But you make good time as you travel along a road. That's far enough. A voice shouts from the trees. Needs, you look around to see several men with crossbows aimed at you. There are at least 24 of them. Forest bandits are common, and with the recent danger of demons everywhere, they've become even bolder. Draw my sword and move forward to attack. Cast chain lightning and check. Hold your fire. Run into next button. You feel a crossbow bolt strike deeply into you, causing your spell to fizzle out. Health minus 35 to 65/100. The bandits eye you early and begin to surround you. Attack the men with my sword. Attack the men with my bow and arrows. Attack the men with your hands and attack the men using a magical swarm of meteors. Check. Flee past the next. But your soldiers rush to your aid, defending you while you cast. Gray balls of stone covered in fire fall to the ground. Many of the bandits are killed, and a few of your soldiers are injured. The bandits soon realize that you are not easy prey. They rush off into the woods, leaving you alone and safe.
Take that.
Magic +3. You sift through the corpses of the robbers and realize they don't have many valuables. Either they've only begun robbing travelers, or they've taken their ill-gotten gains somewhere else. You continue on your way to Vernex, worried about the state of your kingdom. You avoid any other confrontations as you travel north. The trees get sparser, and there are less demons wandering about as you get further away from Tornassa. Several weeks later, you find yourself standing outside of the same port where you had waited a few years earlier. The island city of Vernex, which houses the consortium of planewalkers, sits in the middle of the still lake, mountains far in the distance. The consortium chose a very defensible position, since the only way into the city is by boat.
Not necessarily.
The officials and guards speak to each person who tries to gain passage. The last time you came, you had a decent cover story. You had brought an unregistered demon stone and told the guards that you were selling it to the consortium. Unfortunately, this time, you have no story at all. You would never be able to sneak all of your soldiers and companions into the city, so you tell them to camp just outside of the port and await your command. Then hunt for game and send one person at a time into the port city to buy supplies, if needed. Although a large group of people would be too risky, you might be able to get away with one person. Your companions all lean forward to see who you'll choose.
Who to choose?
Take Thea with me, radio. Take Petra with me, radio button. Take Jessica, take Brain with me. Take Carla with. Tell them that I will. Next button. Petra nods at your words. Petra relationship +3. You look over at Abigail, your fire break, and decide that she will have to remain behind, since a fire break would draw too much unwanted attention. You leave Daredevil and Abigail in the camp with your soldiers and friends before going to Vernex. Into the port city. The city of Vernex is considered to be both the city on the shore and the city on the island, but with the high security of the consortium, the distinction between the two halves is enough to mark them as separate places. You and Pedro find an inn to stay at while you come up with a plan for gaining access to the compound. city. The city of Vernex is considered to be both the city on the shore and the city on the island, but with the high security, if you look over, you and Petra have Zoom. Same over Act 10 and care or of lines, words.
Hang on, I'm going to make myself the mac and cheese. Well, it would be, although it would draw too much attention to me, so can't really sneak in a fire trick. No matter how much I wanted to try.
Buy many drinks and try to make friends. Needs 50 gold. Radio button. Checked. 1 of 2.
How much money do I have?
Deep show stack. Show back button. Wilderness give crop trends. Of coal and Arctic geography. 90% history. 100% nature. Political and Genethia. Rin. Carla. 82%. Raymond. Your mouth. A fully trained advocate kingdom. Colon. Citizen reputation. 100 citizen fear. 0 inventory. Colon. A pouch on your belt containing 326 gold. Handwriting words. Back button. Back button. You and Pet. Right. Sit. Next. Cut your life of the party. As the drinks flow, people become more and more talkative. Gold minus 50. Most of the gossip is about High Chancellor Toussaint, of course. The fact that Tornassel was destroyed by demons and that all of the major cities are now under siege has the entire country talking. You hear a fantastical tale about a great, flying city being constructed using the aid of thousands of flying demons, but you suspect that it's just a story. Nobody seems to have any idea as to why the High Chancellor would unleash so many demons or what his goals are. You missed the last ferry. The innkeeper is explaining to a man at the bar. You'll have to get a room and go across tomorrow. The man is about your height and has many scars across his face and hands. From what you've heard, he's a student of the consortium who is returning after a terrible summoning accident. I'm not sure if my luck is good or bad, the man says softly. Tomorrow is the last day of my 5-year leave. Perhaps it would have been better to be 1 day later and not return at all. You watch as the innkeeper gives a sympathetic nod. The man goes up to his room after exchanging gold for a room key. Follow the man up, leave the inn next, hey, guests only. The innkeeper yells over at you. You want a room? Yes, please. Attempts next, button. It's 100 gold, the innkeeper says, clearly overcharging you because it's so late at night. Hey, the man. He's 100 gold, radio button, check, that's robbery. I'll give you 10 gold. You are a crook. I don't want your stinking room. Leave the inn and wait until the common room is empty. Next, button, you exchange the gold for a key. You're in room 7. Gold minus 100. The rooms are numbered along each side of the hall. Unfortunately, you are uncertain which room the man went into. Listen at each door, knock on random door. Next, button, many of the rooms have sleeping people in them. From the sounds of their stars or talking, you eliminate the wrong rooms until you find the correct one. You make an educated guess and knock. Perception plus 3. The man stands at the door, looking at you. You can see the deep scars across his face from where the demon tore him apart. A black consortium wound bag hangs at his hip. He waits to see while you've knocked on his door. Say nicely, I need your entrance papers. Radio button. Demand. Give me. Cast a spell to stun the man. Grab the man. Slash the man. Stab the man. Next. Button. At first, the man looks shocked, but then the words truly sink in. It's clear that he doesn't want to return. If I let you have them, my life will be over. I'll have to live far away from Vernex and never let anyone know what I've done or who I am. I want 500 gold. Done. Needs 500 gold. Dim. I'll give you 250 gold. Needs 250 gold. Dim. I am the king of Darga. I will keep you safe. Radio button. Check. Say honestly, you will give attack. Next. The man studies your face, and you eventually see recognition fill his eyes. You tell him to go to the encampment in Yalder Park, and you will keep him safe from harm. Okay, Your Highness, he says after some consideration. I'll throw my lot in with you. I hope I can make it there. The roads are dangerous. But thank the gods and goddesses I don't have to go back to the consortium. Good +10. The man's relief at the fortuitous event is clear. He removes his rune bag and places it on the bed with a clear look of distaste. He then removes a handful of papers from his backpack and places them next to the rune bag. Thank you, he says. I don't know if my willpower has recovered enough to tackle any more demons. It's all yours. Goodbye. He leaves the room, and you hear his footsteps as he departs from the inn. The papers are transcripts, tuition receipts, and a class schedule for a student named Taro Cooperson, the man you received them from. You hang Taro's rune bag on your belt as a part of your disguise. It feels strange to be wearing a rune bag again. You look back at the papers. The dates show that he took the full 5-year extended leave, and the last day for readmittance is tomorrow.
I don't have any way of opening this, or do I? Come on.
Son of a bitch. Really? You're fucking kidding me right now. God damn it. Okay, where did my other phone go? Oh, son of a bitch. Where did my other phone go? Where did my other phone go? Well, this might be a slight problem. Other phone, where are you? Ah, jeez. Oh, there it is.
This is your way in, Petra says. Hopefully, 5 years is long enough for nobody to remember what the real Taro looked like. Those scars across his face might help, too. Spend the rest of the night in Taro's room. Radio button. Checked. 1 of 3. Spend the rest of the night in my own room. Radio button. Leave the inn and spend the rest of the night hiding in an alley. Radio. Next. Button. You lay down on the bed and loosen your clothing before trying to get some rest. There are only a few hours of night left before dawn. I will be praying for you, Petra says, putting an arm around you. Find out what you can, then return to me. You spend the last few hours together before the morning light wakes you up.
Hang on, guys. Yes. Nope.
Loading page. Loading complete. Microsoft Edge Help and Learning. Link skip to main content. Banner line. Skip to app art. Personal profile. Microsoft. Collect favorites button. Add this. Read aloud this. Address and search bar. View site information. Home button home. Refresh button. Tab bar tab control. New tab button new tab. Control plus T. Microsoft Edge Help and Learning tab selected. Close tab button. Closing tab. StreamYard document.
No, there's a friend of mine calling me. No. Where was I?
you spent the last few. The next morning, button. The next morning finds you standing in line at the docks, waiting for your turn to speak to the guards. Although you consider finding another way onto the island, you know that in order to use the cover of Taro Cooper's son, you need to follow the regular procedure to get it. You try to hide your wounds so that you don't gain any unwanted attention. The air is filled with the sounds of conversation, bird calls, and gently lapping waves. The lack of salt in the air seems strange after the time you spent living in bright water. You can see Petra in another line trying a different deception to gain entrance. You are pretending that you don't know each other so that if one of your ruses fails, it won't spoil the other's attempt. Name and reason for going to the consortium? The guard asks when you reach the front of the line. Taro Cooperson. I'm a student. Say nothing. Next, button. 5-year vacation. The guard says as he reads the papers and looks up at you. This is all in order. Just a matter of the toll, he says, looking at you suspiciously. Needed 100 health. He notices your injuries and pauses before continuing. You look like you ran into some trouble. I hope that you keep your problems out of Vernix. Toll is 500 gold. I'm sorry, I don't have that much. Here, you can have everything I've got. Radio button. Look at what other people have. Some demon stone. Come on, that's a little steep. Lean in and next button. Another poor student, just scraping by. The guard grumbles. You give the guard the 176 gold. He takes the money and lets you get on the ferry. Gold minus 176.
Well, me broke now.
You follow the line forward and get onto one of the large ferries. As you wait for the boat to fill up, you see Petra still waiting in her own line. It seems that you won't be finding out if her story worked or not. The boat starts moving with a lurch, and soon you're crossing towards the main compound. Just another face in the crowd. After the ferry stops and you get off, you find yourself standing in the main courtyard. A passing guard looks at your papers and directs you to the student dormitories. The administrator at the desk on the main floor reads them over. A class schedule is drafted for you, and then she gives you directions to your new room. It's almost too easy. It looks like nobody remembers Taro, and that his story is a common one. You take the schedule and go upstairs. When you arrive, you see a short, spiky-haired girl, radio boy, next. She looks young, but you suspect that it might just be her slight frame and big eyes. She's surrounded by 3 others, all of whom are several feet taller. They have her backed into a corner, and you can see a tall, thin demon standing between them. The demon has dozens of whip-like arms, which are flailing about, stopping the 3 taller people from getting any closer to the spiky-haired girl. The leader of the opposing group is a girl. Boy, next. You're crazy, Poppy. The girl leading the other 2 says, you're. She's a stern-looking, stocky girl with a confident smile. Her dark hair is stylishly combed, and she's wearing expensive clothing. It's my stone. The spiky-haired girl shouts back from behind the flailing demon as she holds a demon stone away from the others. So go away. Leave her alone. Give them, say nothing. Next, a knight in shining armor? The leader of the 3 says with a smile. Copy relationship plus 20 and Cindy relationship minus 20. One of the thin demon's whipping arms flails out and slashes the leader across the face as she's distracted by your words. The cut across her cheek begins to bleed immediately. Everyone steps away from the flailing demon. The spiky-haired girl uses the distraction to run past them and leave the room. The demon vanishes as its master leaves. You'll regret this, the leader of the group says before the trio exits out of a different door, giving you dirty looks as they go. You find into a room without any more drama and settle in. The class schedule tells you that Taro is in the last year of his program. You wonder if Pedro had any luck getting across the lake. You know that your presence in Vernex is a big gamble, but you also know that you have to find out what Susak is planning or you'll have no chance of stopping him. Go to class, find out where the students are, sneak into the hygiene, return. Next, you find yourself with the same task that Carl had the last time you were in Vernex. The conclusion of their search had been a disaster. They were caught by Susak and given to Selena for torture. You hope that you'll have better luck than they did. Track a servant into telling me what ask an administrator for it. Next, the administrator that you got your schedule from doesn't have a map to hand you, but he has a map on his desk. He points out the classrooms and mess hall, but instead, you search for the High Chancellor's room. It's clearly labeled, and you know exactly where to go. Geography +2.
Boom.
Although you thought you might have to sneak in, you find that the hallways are unguarded. This is further proof that the rumor that Susak is no longer at the consortium is true. The other rumor, that he's building a fortress held aloft by flying demons, might still be nonsense, but it's becoming increasingly apparent that the planewalkers of Vernex are not a part of his plans. Susak's murder of your parents and the destruction of your kingdom was his doing alone. You find yourself standing at the doors of his private quarters. Although he isn't inside and the hallway is deserted, the door is still locked tight. Pick the lock, radio button, checked, 1 of 3. Melt the hinges off the door, radio button, smash the next button, with a wave of your hand, the hinges glow red. The door falls backward and lands on the floor with a large thud. There are no servants around to investigate the sound. You pick up the door and put it back into place as you enter. Magic +2. Alexander Susak's private quarters are very luxurious, as befits the High Chancellor of the Consortium of Planewalkers. You see that all of the furniture is covered in dust, confirming your suspicion that he hasn't been here since unleashing the Demon's Caker and Bowser back in Tornassa. Wasting no time, you search the rooms. The wardrobe is filled with clothes, and the writing desk is full of papers, but despite all of this, the room seems very sterile. Anyone could have been living here. The bed is made, the chamber pot is thankfully empty, and the table is clear of food but set for a meal with clean utensils. You aren't sure what you expected to find. You get excited when you find a loose floorboard. You become even more excited when you find a very dusty pouch within it. It looks quite old, though. You begin to wonder if it belonged to the previous High Chancellor. Inside the pouch, you find a small pile of coins. It's better than nothing, but it won't help you defeat Susak. Perception +3. Take the gold. Leave. Next, you take the dusty pouch and pour the coins into your own pouch. Gold +60. Search the writing desk with extra care. Radio button. Search the bedroom with extra care. Search the bookshelf. Search the wardrobe with it. Next button. You're close to giving up when you find something hidden under the mattress of the bed. It's a children's book. You open the cover and see an inscription. Happy birthday, Lachlan. Love, Mom and Dad. The story is about a young boy who goes on many adventures. The pictures are bright and colorful. The artist used many round curves to make every scene extra childish. If the book hadn't been so out of place in Susak's quarters, you would never have looked at it. About halfway through the book, you see something special. A drawing depicts a smiling boy standing upon the tower of a flying castle. Someone wrote something under this picture. We will be together again soon, Lachlan. Further searching of the rooms reveals nothing more. You take the book and leave. Go to class, find out where the students are at. Discreetly ask a return next, but there are several taverns on the island. Although there's no rule about it, the bars are all filled with summoners of the same general skill level. There's a tavern filled with ferry rowers, guards, and servants. There's another filled with first and second year students, all bright-eyed and eager. There's another filled with senior students, all trying to appear intelligent and knowledgeable. And there's another filled with administrators, tight-lipped and tired-looking. Although some of the others look interesting, Your presence wouldn't be welcomed, since you've assumed the role of Taro Cooperson, a senior summoning student. Going with your best option, you head to the tavern filled with other senior students. It looks much like any other tavern. Alert, low back 20, low closed. Although some of the others sit down and have a few drinks. Needs 15 gold. Radio buttons. Next button. You take a seat and order a drink. Lost 15 gold. You aren't sitting for long when you see the trio from the dorms arrive. They're laughing and talking as they take a seat at a nearby table. Walk over to their table and sit with them. Don't let them see me, but listen to all of the conversations. Talk to the bartender. Leave the tavern. Next, most of the talk in the tavern concerns the final assignment. The senior students are all worried about it. They talk about whether they'll find the stone in time, whether it will be strong enough, and whether they'll be strong enough to control it. You don't hear any talk about the demon invasion or Alexander Tsusak. The students are all concerned about their own problems. This seems like further proof that the planewalkers of the consortium aren't a part of Tsusak's plans. Walk over to their table and sit with them. Don't let them see me, but try to sit closer in order to overhear them speaking. Talked. Leave. Next. My mice. You think you're going to be sent home, Graham? The leader at my mice going to kill me, one of the trio says. You think you're going to be sent home, Graham? The leader asks. I won't get another stone in time, Cindy. I'm going to fail my final assignment. I'm done. You shouldn't have given Poppy the money up front, the girl says. Easy for you to say, Marla, your will is iron, Graham says sadly. Cheer up, Graham, Cindy, the leader says. Maybe one of us can get you a stone in time. Hey, isn't that? Marla says, noticing you leaning a little too close. Need it, he was there in a dorm, Cindy says with a frown. Snooping eavesdropper. Let's go. Cindy relationship -10. The trio gets up and leaves the tavern, giving you dirty looks as they go. Talk to the bartender, radio button, checked, 1 of 2. Leave the tavern, radio button, checked. Talk to the, next, the bartender squints at you as you move over to the bar. What do you need? Any news from Tornasa? Everyone's talking about their finalists. Stop talking to the bartender. Next, I heard something about some demons getting loose over there, he says. No doubt some of the local ruffians used their free demon stones to cause some trouble. You realize that the people of the consortium don't even know that it was Tsusak who did the summoning or that Tornasa has fallen. Everyone's talking about their final assignment. Radio button. Stop. Next, the bartender nods in agreement. It's on everyone's minds. It always is, but it seems that everyone wants to go out into the world as a graduated planewalker now that the citizens are praising us. Everyone wants to bask in the glow of their praise. Can't blame them. The people love us, now that they all have free demon labor. You don't bother correcting his corrupted view of the world. Stop talking. Next, the bartender gives you a friendly nod as you leave him. Leave the tavern. Next, you get up and leave the tavern. Go to class. Discreetly ask around about a boy named Blackle. Radio. Check. Return. Next. But the next day, you start asking around about the boy. The very first person you ask knows the whole story. Albert says that he's been a gardener for the consortium for 40 years and knows Lackland's story very well. Although it's hard to imagine, 20 years ago Alexander Tsusak was married and has a son. He wasn't the High Chancellor back then, but he was already a powerful planewalker and loved his son Lackland very much. The tale is short and tragic. Lackland was killed by Tsusak's wife when she lost control of her will to a demon that had been too powerful for her to command. His wife was killed by the same demon, and Tsusak found both bodies in their small home in the city. Tsusak was inconsolable with grief and didn't speak for nearly a year. Albert says that it was sad, but Tsusak blamed his wife's weakness for the deaths, not the demon. The gardener wraps up the tale by saying that everyone had been happy when Suzette stopped mourning his dead son and poured all of his time into his work as a planewalker. It was a pleasant surprise when he rose through the ranks to become the High Chancellor of the Consortium. From the rumors you've heard, you suspect that he's currently building his son's flying castle. Is it possible that when he wrote, "We will be together again soon, Lachlan," that he had found a way to bring back his dead son using plane walking? It's a chilling thought. Go to class, return to my room and go to sleep. Next button. Return to my room and go to sleep. Radio button. Unchecked. 2 of 2. Next. You have classes to attend before you can go to sleep. You know that you must stick to your cover story if you're to be allowed to stay in Vernix. Go to class. Return to next. You consult your schedule and see that one of your classes has already begun. You have to ask for directions, but you eventually find the building where the lecture is taking place. A planewalker teacher stands at the front of the class talking to a group of about 10 people. You see the girl with the spiky hair sitting at a table by herself. With no other spots open, you sit beside her. Hi. The girl says, speaking quickly without allowing you time to respond. I'm Poppy. Hey, thanks for the help in the dorms. That was really nice of you. Graham's an idiot and Cindy's a jerk. Think we'll get a grade A stone today? Enough chatter, Poppy, the teacher says before you can answer any of the many questions that the hyper girl throws at you. I see that Taro Cooperson has returned, the teacher says, looking down at a paper on his desk. My name is Mr. Porter. Yes, please take the seat next to Poppy. I'm told that you were away for 5 years. You really cut your return close. Welcome back. It's clear to you that Mr. Porter doesn't know the real Taro. Listen to the lecture. Quietly ask Poppy, why were those people accusing you of stealing a demon stone? Radio button. Next button. Projections, Mr. Porter emphasizes. As always, it comes down to projections. A turn of the wrist when grasping the anchor stone can project the demon stone with slightly more ease, although it is still a matter of willpower. I will be paying special attention to your clothing on this trip. Stability and functionality is the key. Although it's superfluous, your ability to maintain control will give you an advantage. Same rules, and if I call a retreat, everyone leaves immediately. Mr. Porter places his hands on the desk as he stops talking. You see what looks to be an enormous demon stone sitting on the floor beside him. It's the size of an anvil and looks just as heavy. Like other demon stones, it's glowing softly and is covered in sunlit writing. The students all stand up and begin walking towards the front of the class. You join them and stand beside Poppy as Mr. Porter places 2 hands on the large stone. Here we go. I'm inserting us into the coordinates we discussed in yesterday's class. Good luck. The students all place their hands on the large demon stone. Mr. Porter inclines his head towards the stone for you to do so as well. When you do, there's a great flash of light, and then you find yourself elsewhere. The Demon Realm button. The sky is a harsh, bright red. You're standing on a piece of rock about 50 feet wide and stretching forward for about 200 feet. The dirt scattered over the rock is dry and lifeless. The edges of the stone drop away to the red of the sky in all directions. Overhead and below, you see floating rocks similar to what you're standing on, dotting the sky in all directions. You cough as your lungs try to breathe the harsh, dry air. Mr. Porter stands nearby, no longer dressed in regular clothing. He's wearing a brilliant yellow robe covered in wounds and holding a staff made of blue glass. All 10 of your classmates are there as well, but they're now garbed in an assortment of shiny plate mail and other armor. Many of them are holding swords and crossbows. Poppy is the only one who looks almost exactly the same as she looked in the classroom. The addition of a white flower in her hair is the only difference. Look at myself. Look at the lens. Ask Poppy, where are we? Next button. You're shocked to see that you're wearing your bedclothes. You look ridiculous, and many of the other students point and laugh at you. Mr. Porter seems embarrassed for you and comes over. You're out of practice, he says softly. Just ignore the others. 5 years is a long time. Concentrate. You can do it. You focus, and your clothes morph and change into what you've been wearing in the classroom. It takes some effort, but you manage to keep them from changing too often. Mr. Porter gives you an encouraging pat on the shoulder. Mr. Porter starts walking, and the students follow. When everyone reaches the end of the narrow stone platform, he waves the group forward. One by one, the students jump down to a larger rock platform below. It's about 15 feet, but the students land without injury. Jump with the others, look down. Next, Buck, you drift down slowly, as though sinking in water. You land lightly on a much larger stone platform that looks large enough to hold a small village the size of Elm Vale. Rocky protrusions and uneven, twisting hills fill the area. You see that the students who jumped first are holding their weapons and standing in combat stances. A wide-eyed, pudgy demon stands transfixed before them. It's about 4 feet tall, has long yellow horns on its head, and a pair of stubby, leathery wings poke out of its back. Step aside, Mr. Porter says as he pushes forward. Okay, I have him now. Release him, Daniel. You see that one of the students in the group, who must be Daniel, has a very stern look of concentration on his face. He relaxes his mental grip as Mr. Porter takes over. The pudgy demon turns its gaze to the teacher, still standing transfixed. Seems to have a Taylor scale of around 2.5 or so. Samantha, your turn. You want this one? A short, pretty girl steps forward and raises her hand. She concentrates as she looks at the demon, then shakes her head and steps back from it. Samantha declines. Mr. Porter says ritualistically. Tara, yes, no. Next, as you wish. Poppy? Poppy nods as she steps forward. You watch as she raises a hand, the same way Samantha had, and concentrates. The wide-eyed demon's eyes open even wider. Mr. Porter lets go of his mental grip, and Poppy takes over. Poppy walks forward and reaches her hand directly towards the demon. You see that there's a glowing yellow demon stone embedded in its chest. You watch as Poppy takes hold of the demon stone. Tell me your name, demon, Poppy says, holding the stone. There is a struggle of will, and then the demon answers. Muff. Muff, I hereby bind you by your own name, Poppy says as she pulls the demon stone from the demon's chest. Instead of tearing the demon stone free, your vision seems to double for a moment. You see that Poppy is holding the stone, but another stone is still embedded in the creature's chest, although it is no longer glowing. The teacher nods approvingly as Poppy tells the demon to lie down. It lays down on its stomach and the class ignores it. The group continues in this way for some time. You realize that you can't tell if 5 minutes has passed or 5 years. It's a disturbing sensation. Your group is forced to jump down from stone to stone many times as you move through the demon realm. It is during one of these jumps down that you find yourself standing face to face with a thick-scaled demon with long talons for hands. You look around and see that only Samantha is with you. Mr. Porter, Poppy, and the rest of the class are all looking at a second demon in the other direction. The long-taloned demon grins a toothy smile and steps toward you and Samantha. Attack the creature with my soul. Cast his shoot and out. Punch. Next. Cast his spell and next. The spell completes just in time, and you see the mystical band appear around the demon. The moment it appears, it dissipates like smoke, leaving the demon unhindered. You know that you completed the spell correctly. Such a thing shouldn't happen. The demon swings one hand in a wide, looping arc. The sharp talons slice through Samantha's stomach. You watch as her guts spill out of the open wound. She screams in pain, but the shout is cut short as the demon's other hand slices Samantha's throat open. Samantha's body falls to the ground, eyes wide open in death. Retreat. Mr. Porter yells as he rushes forward with hands outstretched. The bloody taloned demon pauses as the Mr. Porter engages it. One by one, your classmates vanish. Instinctively, you follow, vanishing from the demon realm. The real world, but you're back in the classroom, now wearing the clothes you had on from before the trip. You see that the other students are also dressed as they were before, and that Poppy is holding the newly created mock demon stone. Looking around, you see that the other students who had claimed new demon stones are also holding them. Samantha is standing near Mr. Porter. She's alive. Although physically unharmed, Samantha is very pale and shaky from the ordeal. What were you thinking, Taro? Mr. Porter asks. You're just a projection over there. Your weapons, spells, and body have no substance. It was brave but stupid. Samantha, you have the week off. Your body will need time to heal before you can project yourself back into the demon realm. Now you know how your demons feel when their projections are killed on this side of the veil. It's not pleasant, but it's not permanent. Class dismissed. Leave the room. Radio button. Ask how she is doing. Ask the teacher, is there no way to fight demons while playing walking? Radio button. Unchecked. 3 of 3. Next. Ask how she. Next. I'll be okay, she says. Thanks for trying to help me. Everyone files out of the room, although Samantha moves slowly. You're exhausted from the trip. Return to my room and go to sleep. Next, a few days later you are awoken by a bright blue light. You sit up and see the Wizard of Elm Vale standing in the corner of your room. This type of demon summoning is so inefficient, although I have to admit that Susak has gained great power through it, she says. In my day, this type of magic wasn't taught in the Wizard Academy. The people of Tornassel wouldn't have allowed such a danger to be practiced so close to them. We learned the lessons of the Sunwreath and summoned demons the proper way. How did you die? Can you teach me the proper way to summon? Why did the Academy of Wizards move away from Tornassa? Is there some piece of powerful magic that I can get to destroy Susak? Next button. You don't know? The wizard says, arching an eyebrow in surprise. That's interesting. I don't know either. It's difficult to see one's own future. Perhaps I'm not dead. I have the magic to extend my life, so that's entirely possible. But, judging from your words, I see that I'm not around anymore. It's a mystery for another day, I suppose. Your time-traveling guest walks over to the window and looks out at the dark streets of Vernex before turning back to you. The amulet that you wear is ready to be used, but I must warn you, it will cease to work if you leave this plane of existence, she says as she stares into the darkness. What the consortium calls plain walking won't harm the amulet, since you aren't really leaving. You're simply projecting yourself into the demon realm. To use the amulet, focus your will and call out for me. I'll be able to use the artifact to create a bridge in order to cross into your time stream to give you aid. The massive amounts of energy involved will surely destroy the amulet, so you will only be able to use it once. Be sure to use it only when your need is greatest, but don't fail and leave the power unused either. The Wizard of Elm Vale fades out of view, leaving you alone with your thoughts. The days pass quickly as you try to find something that will help you defeat Susak. It would be bad enough if you only had Jaeger pouring demons into the world to serve him, but with Bowser shielding him, he's completely invincible. The more time you spend with the consortium, the more you realize that they know nothing of Susak's plans. One day, you're pleasantly surprised to see Petra outside one of the buildings on the main street of Vernex. She's wearing tattered overalls and using a large pair of shears to trim back the hedge. Albert, the old gardener who told you Lackland's story, is standing nearby. Petra looks much different without her metal armor, but somehow, she still retains her look of superiority. Nice overalls. Radio, good work getting over here. Radio, I'm glad to see you. It's about time. Next button. Petra ignores your joke, keeping a serious expression on her face. It's not as prestigious as being a student, but as the gardener's assistant, I can walk all over the compound with no trouble. Petra relationship -2. I've been invited to play cards, Petra says. I can get you into the game too. It's a mix of students, teachers, and staff. It might be a good way to get some information. I agreed to go to the card game. I declined. Next, you go to the mess hall and are surprised to see nearly 100 people sitting at the tables. Several kegs of beer have been set up, and many people are drinking and laughing. There are decks of cards being shuffled at each table. You and Petra go to the registration table, where you're told the rules of the game and given a table to start at. The game is called Zombies, and you learn that it's played once a month and everyone in Vernex is welcome to join. The rules are simple, and you have no trouble learning them. The game involves eliminating opponents, and the last person remaining in the game wins the prize. Pay the 5 gold entry fee. Needs 5 gold. Radio button. Check. Don't pay. Next. Button. You hand over your gold. Lost 5 gold. You soon find yourself sitting with 3 strangers. The cards are dealt, and you begin to play. Through a mixture of luck and skill, you win a few hands at key moments, knocking players out of the game. When a player is removed from a table, another table is randomly broken up and sent throughout the room to fill the holes at the other tables. In this way, you are always playing against 3 opponents at a time. About an hour later, you find yourself still playing when only a few tables are left. Coincidentally, you know the other 3 players at the table. Across from you is Poppy with her spiky hair. To your left is Cindy, and to your right is Petra. The tension between Poppy and Cindy is palpable. Your deal, thief, Cindy tells Poppy in a cold voice. The stone is mine, Cindy. I still have a few weeks to get Graham the stone he paid for. The conversation dries up as the cards are dealt, and everyone concentrates upon the game. You nearly drop your cards when you see the pictures on the deck you're playing with at this new table. The sketches are somewhat crude, but you can see that the artist caught the main features. The king is King Bran, your father. The queen is Queen Jade, your mother. You look through the other face cards, knowing that your likeness is sometimes used for the next ranked card. You're relieved to see that this isn't the case for this particular deck. Even if it had been, it would have been your picture as a child. You find it somewhat hard to concentrate and notice that you have begun to resemble your father. You also realize that you have the top hand in the game. No magic, Ambrose, someone shouts from a nearby table. You see a stout student standing up with a look of outrage on his face. The 3 people at this table are all standing, as well. The other 3 people at your own table laying down their hands, and you see that each of them also have the top hand, but in different suits. It's discomforting to see so many images of your parents staring back at you. The tournament is well structured, and soon an official comes over to smooth things out. Ambrose is kicked out of the room and banned from all future games. All of the hands in the room are thrown in and dealt again. Play fairly, radio button, check, cheat anyway, next, button. The cards are dealt, and the game continues. Each player is on the verge of being eliminated more than once. As the play gets more difficult, the table gets quiet as everyone concentrates. As it turns out, you're a very good card player. During one good hand, you find yourself able to eliminate someone. Arcana +2. Eliminate Poppy. Eliminate Cindy. Check. Next. Button. Eliminate Cindy. Radio button. Check. 2 of 2. Next. Cindy suddenly slams her fists on the table as she's eliminated from the game. Cindy relationship -15 and Poppy relationship +15. See you later, loser, Poppy says in a sing-song voice as Cindy leaves the table. The hands continue, and soon you're sitting at the final table with a bunch of strangers. You concentrate upon the strategies involved and play a nearly flawless game. All of the spectators cheer when you eliminate the last player. You're given a sack of gold as prize money. In the middle of
App bar toolbar.
you see
Settings
a
and more.
small
Alt plus F. Button collapsed. Personal profile. Micros. Select. Favorite. Add. Read aloud. Home button. Prefer. Tab bar. Tab action. String guard. Complimentary. Hide current comment. But list with 13 items. Button. Star comment. Clickable button. Comment actions. Toggle button. Not pressed. Show comment. Heather 228 Beanbach to bartender.
Gold +500. Some drunk teacher must have dropped that in, a fellow student says with a laugh when he sees you looking at the black disc. It's a vault stone. Kind of like a key. I wonder who lost it. I sure hope they have another copy. You take your winnings and return to your room. Gain vault stone. One day, about a week after your arrival, you wake up in the middle of the night full of a terrible pain. Your vision blurs, your skin burns, and you suddenly throw up all over your bed sheets. You struggle to sit up and see blisters growing all over your body. Agility -5, charm -5, endurance -5, perception -5, strength -5, and willpower -30. Stand up, ready, cast a spell to give me strength. Check. Draw my soap. Next, you try to work the incantation, but your tongue is numb, and your spell miscasts. You spit out some blood and realize that you're in no shape to cast spells. You hear voices in the hall outside your room. With great difficulty, you hobble across the floor. It takes all of your effort to unlock the door and turn the latch. The door swings open, and you fall out into the hall. Lucian's mercy, what's wrong with him? A voice says. Your vision becomes even worse until you can barely see anything at all. Your hands shake violently as the blisters on your skin burst. You can feel warm pus running from the sores as you begin to retch once more. Agility -5, charm -5, endurance -5, perception -5, strength -5, and willpower -30. Go get a teacher, a second voice says. You feel a hand pull you to your feet and lead you down the hall. I'm taking him to the hall. You are led outside the dormitory. You glance over to see who's helping you and recognize that it's Poppy. The night is dark, and nobody is around to see your sorry state. You see that you're being dragged into a large building that looks kind of like a temple. There are many pillars and statues decorating it. In the center of the building is a very large stone, the size of a small house. Standing between you and the stone is a demon that's hunched over onto all fours. It looks more like a large dog than a demon. It snarls at you and Poppy, showing large, sharp teeth. Concentrate with all of my might and cast a spell to strangle the demon dog. Slash, stab, kick, use the wizard. Next, you don't have the strength to string 2 words together, let alone to cast such a spell. Poppy pulls a demon stone from her room bag. You don't have the strength to string 2 words together, let alone to cast such a spell. Needed 50 endurance. Poppy pulls a demon stone from her room bag. A demon with many flailing arms appears beside the dog. The arms began to whip it repeatedly. The demon dog dives at Poppy's demon and tears into it with its teeth. You watch as it shakes the other demon like a rag doll. Your skin burns even more as new blisters grow under the old ones. Poppy's demon is cast aside in a broken heap. Come on, Poppy says and drags you quickly past the demon dog. You see that a circle has been drawn around a large stone about 2 feet away from it. As you cross this circle, you feel something under your shirt begin to move. A small demon, about the size of a cockroach, squeals in pain and then explodes with a small splat. The moment that it's no longer touching you, the new sores stop appearing on your body. The demon dog approaches you, but as soon as it crosses the line, it also explodes with a much meatier splat. Your eyes close as you succumb to the pain of your wounds. Darkness button. You are scared, alone, and crying. You are unsure where Mama and Papa went. Even Sister Eva seems to have deserted you as you stand in the crowded market all alone. You knew you weren't supposed to run ahead of your parents and the guards during these outings, but you've been excited and eager to see the next stall. And now, you're alone in the crowd of strangers. Ask a merchant where my mama and papa are. Ask one of the shoppers where my mama and papa are. Continue crying. Ready. Next. Continue. Next. You continue to cry. It's okay, a soft voice whispers beside you. You see a young girl about your age. She seems very quiet, but she takes your hand anyway. She tells you that her parents are visiting Tornassa to sell some wares. She points out their stall and says that they're saving up for a store. Her voice is so soft and soothing that you stop crying. Suddenly, guards rush forward and everyone starts shouting. You find yourself pulled away from your new friend as your mama and papa grab you. They hug and kiss you, telling you never to run off again. You look around for the quiet girl and her stall as your parents carry you away. You catch a snippet of conversation as you pass by. What got in your head to just walk up to the Prince of Daria and start talking to him like he was a street kid? You hear her parents scolding her. You know better than that, Carla. You don't hear anymore as your parents cover you with affection, their fear and worry still gripping them from having thought they'd lost you. You open your eyes, button. You are uncertain if the dream was of a true memory or just a fever dream. You see that you're laying in your own bed once more, although the sheets have been cleaned while you slept. You feel exhausted. The morning light shining through the window tells you that you've been fighting the sickness the entire night. You feel much better though, and the blisters are all gone. Sitting on a chair next to your bed is Poppy. She's fidgeting and drumming her fingers on her knees. Regained. Agility plus 10, charm plus 10, endurance plus 10, perception plus 10, strength plus 10, and willpower plus 60. So, you're going to live, King Randall, Poppy says with a big smile and a dramatic wave of her hands. I'm not King Randall. So, you know who I am. Check, thank you for say nothing, radio button, thank you. Check, next, you were feverish and babbling all night, Poppy says. Why is the King of Daria taking demonology classes? Realizing that your cover has been blown, you tell Poppy the truth, that you're trying to find a way to stop Alexander Susak. You tell her about how Susak gave away free demon stones in order to weaken the Veil so he could summon Kager and gain a demon army. You also tell her about Bozar, the first demon he summoned, and how Bozar's shield has made Susak invincible. You describe what happened at the end of your war campaign and explain that Tornasa has been razed to the ground. You conclude by saying that you have no idea who tried to kill you. That explains a lot, Poppy says seriously, like a child trying to act like an adult. I didn't buy the whole free demon labor for everyone spiel that was being bandied about. The consortium has been training planewalkers for hundreds of years so that only skilled practitioners were summoning demons. When Susak became High Chancellor, he changed our policies, essentially making it look like the consortium was unnecessary and that anyone could summon demons. How are you going to stop him? I need to find a way to take Bozar away from Susak. I need to find a way to take Kager away from Susak. I need to find a way to break through Bozar's shield. I need to find a way to make one of those null stones, but it has to be portable. Radio button, unchecked, 4/4. Next, we found the null zone on this island. That's why the consortium was built here, so it could be studied and learned from. You'll never get Susak to come near it, he's too smart for that. I don't know if you can make one that's small enough to carry with you, but if you can, I know how to find out, Poppy says excitedly. The consortium has only been around for a few hundred years. We learned what we know from the Sunwreath, but they've been gone for thousands of years. That means that everything we know comes from books, and those books are held in the Master's Library. If there's a way to make a millstone that you can carry in your pocket, it'll be written in one of those books. Where is the Master's Library? Radio, let's go to the library right now. You need to get me into this library. Next, button. I'm surprised that you fooled all of us into thinking you're a senior planewalking student, Poppy says with a shake of her head. You don't know anything, do you? The Master's Library is hidden in a pocket dimension that's only accessible by being teleported into it by a demon. The demon has strict orders to only allow graduates to enter. No locks to pick, no guards to pry, and no walls to tunnel under. I'm afraid that the only way we can get in is time. As for the assassin, that sickness-inducing demon takes time and physical contact to work. You just need to summon a demon to guard you while you sleep so it can't get on you. The assassin was clever to have placed the second demon near the nullstone to try to kill you when you try to remove the small demon by going there. Oh, you aren't a real student. Are you able to summon a demon to protect you while you sleep? Now that I know what to look for, I can cast a protection spell at night to keep myself safe. Can you summon a demon to watch over? I thought you needed a cat next, but yes, Your Majesty, Poppy says with a flourishing, dramatic bow. Your sleep that night is restless but uninterrupted by any assassination attempts. A knock on your door signals Poppy's return. A second knock almost immediately after that makes the two of you look up. Petra walks into your room, still wearing her gardening clothes. You introduce Poppy to Petra, and vice versa. So, what's the plan? Petra asks after the introductions are finished. You and Poppy fill Petra in on recent events. So, how are we going to get you to pass the final assignment? Poppy asks. It's the only way we're going to break into the Master's Library. Can we just bribe the teachers? Rady, can you get me a demon stone that will... Check. Next. Of course I can. Poppy exclaims, her spiky hair bouncing as she speaks. We can use the one I was going to give to Cindy's friend. It's a good one. It takes next to nothing to control the demon bound to it, and I found it myself in the demon realm, so it's unregistered. That's why Graham wanted it so bad. She hands you the stone. You go to the administrators and state that you wish to take the final assignment immediately. On the way, you see Ambrose, the card cheat. Walk past him quickly, knowing that I have more important things to do. Radio button, checked, 1 of 3. Hey, cheater, what kind of magic was that? Read, hello, Ambrose. Next button, you leave the cheating student behind. The teachers don't seem too surprised when you tell them that you're ready for your final assignment. You suspect that many students make this announcement unexpectedly. Alone, you're taken to a mostly empty room. You see a large book on a stand and an empty pedestal next to it. Some time passes, then 3 teachers enter the room wearing ceremonial robes. Taro Cooper's son, one of them intones ritualistically. You may only try the final assignment twice, and our records show that your last attempt was unsuccessful. Do you wish to try again today? You agree, and they ask to see the demon stone you will be using. They examine it, and then one of them leaves. You know that they're checking it against their records to make sure it's unregistered. Sometime later, the teacher returns, having registered it under Taro's name. He passes the demon stone back to you. This demon stone is now registered under your name. You have demonstrated your ability to enter the demon realm and claim a demon stone by making a projection of a demon's anchor stone. Please summon the demon. You place your hand on the new demon stone and concentrate. The smell of brimstone fills the air, and then a large, hunchback demon appears. It has very small eyes, no wings, and scaly, dark skin. You state the demon's name as you were told to do and suddenly feel a pressure in your mind. You hope that your parents and Sir Grady would understand your need to summon a demon after all this time. Your trials and tribulations have given you the strength needed to force your will upon the creature. It takes every ounce of your willpower, but you manage to wrestle it into submission. It makes you wonder what fighting a stronger willed demon would have been like. Make the demon sit down. Make the demon, who is your master. Don't. Next, you are, the demon says obediently as the teachers nod in approval. The rest of the ritual is very short. You command the demon to return to its own realm, and it does so. You watch as the teachers inscribe your name into the ledger and then congratulate you. One of them gestures to a pedestal nearby. Awaken, gatekeeper, the teacher says. There is another name in the ledger of graduates. There's a small pop, and then an imp appears upon the pedestal. It is short and frog-shaped, but it observes you with intelligent eyes. This is the demon who's capable of gating you into the master's library. It looks at you and nods slowly. Stop. A voice shouts from the entrance. This man is an imposter. Quickly turn to the imp and say, take me to the master's lab. Turn towards the voice and see who's accusing me. This is absurd. Next button. The demon complies immediately. The gating magic surprises you, causing you to drop the demon stone you've been using. You feel a great pressure all around you, and then suddenly, you're elsewhere. You find yourself standing in a softly glowing cave with twisting tunnels leading in all directions. The lining of the cave looks organic and soft. There doesn't appear to be any torches, but you can see nonetheless, since the walls themselves are radiating a soft light. Wasting no time, you run through one of the tunnels. You hear noises behind you as the teachers use the imp to gate in as well. You hope that they don't choose the tunnel you took as you keep running. You skid to a stop when you arrive in a large library. There are hundreds of bookshelves, with books filling all of them. You see a few men and women looking at you in surprise. Since only graduates can enter the pocket dimension, they don't seem alarmed at your presence. You rush between the shelves to hide yourself and quickly look through the titles, hoping to find something helpful. Look at the dates of the books and try to find those that took place during the Somreath Wars. Radio, skim the books for place names and try to find those that take place where the Somreath Wars were fought. Radio, skim the books for arcane rites. Radio, randomly search the books for next button. Very little is known about the Somreath. It has been eons since they all vanished, leaving behind their knowledge of demon summoning. Fortunately, you know of a few key dates, which narrows your search greatly. You find a book which fits the time period perfectly and pull it from the shelf. You can only hope that the Somrit had some way of fighting against the demons that were summoned by rival summoners. Perhaps you'll find what you need to stop Zutak's demons. Gain Somrit book and history +2. The 3 teachers from your final assignment burst into your wing of the library. You have no time to look at the book you just took as you shout, "Return me." The pressure returns, and you're squeezed back into the world. Instead of returning to the same place you were before, you see that you're in a new room. You recognize it as the Hall of the Planewalkers, another building which you previously hadn't been allowed into. A black streak in your peripheral vision tells you that something is coming towards you very quickly. Perception +2. Dodge to the side. Brace myself for it. Hold up my magical shield. Let my belt at speed move me. Check. Next. But you move so fast that the creature smashes into the wall behind you and falls to the ground. You see that it's the winged demon that had been summoned earlier. The teacher must have known that this was the exit from the pocket dimension and sent it to catch you upon your return. It pops out of existence as it returns to the demon realm, having broken its neck from the impact. Run deeper into the building, run out of the building. Next, one of your turns takes you to a large steel door. You aren't certain what's on the other side, but the fact that it's secured so well makes you think it's important. The vault stone that you acquired in the zombies tournament begins to vibrate. Touch the door with the vault stone. Pick the lock, cast a spell that will teleport me to the other side of the door. Radio button, unchecked, 3 of 5. Use the Wizard of Elmvale's and cast a spell. You give next. Teleportation into unknown areas is very dangerous and difficult. Magic +2. The room is very small, and all of the walls are made of thick metal. You're standing in a treasure vault. Sitting in the middle of the room is a single table with a pair of old leather boots resting upon it. You take the boots, hoping that they were worth the effort as you tuck them under your other arm. Gain the old boots. You leave the vault and run through the halls. After a few minutes, you find a door and exit the building. The bright sunlight and blue skies make things seem normal again, but you know that they aren't. As if to prove this, you hear bells sounding in the distance. This alarm is taken up by other posts, and soon the entire city of Vernix is ringing. Did you get it? Poppy says as she rushes toward you. Poppy looks wide-eyed with nervous excitement. You see that she's wearing a small backpack and her hair is even crazier than normal. Nod, Radio, who came into the testing room and told them that I wasn't. Check where next. Before Poppy can reply, the answer presents itself. You see Cindy approaching with a demon at her side. The demon has flames covering it, and it floats about a foot off of the ground. The High Chancellor caught you once, Cindy says. Too bad you shook off my demon. I couldn't sleep after that card game a few nights ago, but I couldn't put my finger on it right away, either. Eventually, it came to me. You look a lot like your father, you know. When I figured out who you were, I hoped to hand you over to the High Chancellor covered in boils, bald, and puking. Cindy speaks a word and you see the small, cockroach-sized demon appear. It falls to the floor and scuttles quickly toward you as the fiery demon rushes forward as well. Ignore the demons and run towards Cindy. Ignore Cindy and attack the demons. Use the Wizard of Elmvale's next. Ignore Cindy and attack. Check. You next. You step on the cockroach-sized demon first, instantly sending it back to the demon realm. The fiery demon swings a flaming claw towards your face. Cut the demon with my soul. Stab the demon. Grab the demon's cast a spell to slice the demon in half. Next button. You say the words and wave your hand in a sharp downward gesture. Be careful not to drop the book or the boots under your arm. A blue line runs across its face, and its head splits open like a sliced watermelon. Magic +2. You look up to see that Cindy has run away. You're just about to start running again when the teachers pour out of the building. There are 6 of them now, and they have at least 20 demons somewhere between them. Your delay at the vault has allowed them to catch up to you. You see Pedro running towards you from a different street. Run, Pedro shouts. There are too many of them.
You think?
You feel a sharp pain in your upper leg and see a long, gray spike sticking out of you. You are unsure which of the demons struck you with the projectile. Health minus 25 to 75/100. Together, you run down the street towards the docks. In the distance, you see a ferry pulling out onto the lake. Just keep running. Give up some speed. Will myself to use my belt of speed to check. Use the wizard of Elven. Next. Next button. You use my belt of speed to reach the ferry. Use my belt of speed to reach the ferry. Radio button. Check. Next. You hear something heavy slam into the ground behind you. It sounds like a fast demon nearly caught you before your renewed burst of speed. Poppy leaps the gap and lands in the ferry. Pedro also makes the jump. By the time you reach the gap, it is uncomfortably large. You have no choice but to jump. You grit your teeth and push off from the ground. You land in the ferry and look to the ferryman, who's watching you with eyes wide as the gap widens to the point that jumping is no longer possible. Back on the shore, you see the summoners frantically trying to get to second ferry ready so they can chase you. Others are shouting at the ferryman, and many of them are using your real name. You're the Prince of Daria, he says, hearing the summoners speaking your name. Actually, I'm the king now. Please, I need to get out of here quickly. Radio, keep next. Your Highness, the ferryman stutters. Aye, okay. Your luck is with you, as you found a patriot willing to risk his life to help you.
Suck it, demon summoners.
Charm +2. He pretends not to hear the faint cries of the summoners calling to him from the shore. The rowers keep rowing under his command, and you soon reach the opposite shore. You look back and see that the summoners are already halfway across the lake. They are moving quickly, using both rowers and demons to speed their boat towards you. When your ferry reaches the shore, you quickly get out. New alarm bells continue to ring as the word spreads. Wasting no time, you run from the lake. Several minutes later, you're crossing a grassy hill on the outskirts of the city. I can't let you leave, a familiar voice says from ahead of you. You see Mr. Porter blocking your path. You suspect that he used the skill of a demon to get ahead of the rest of your pursuers. Perhaps teleportation, gating, or even flight, you are unsure. He has 3 identical demons summoned. They look like ogres with very thick skin, and they're all between 6 and 7 feet tall. They shuffle forward, clenching their fists as they approach. Poppy reaches for her rune bag, but one of the ogre-like demons punches her in the face, then pounces on her. One of the big demons is getting uncomfortably close to you, and you realize that you won't be able to draw a weapon or cast a spell before it knocks you unconscious with one of its large fists. Look around for the soldiers I brought to Vernix. Swing my sword at me. Throw my dagger. Cast a spell to strangle Mr. Break my teacher's neck. Shoot my old. Use the wizard of Elm. Next button. One of the demons punches you with its enormous fist the moment you begin to cast. Health minus 25 to 50/100. Your spell completes and Mr. Porter grabs his throat, his eyes bulging. As he falls to the ground, all of the demons pop out of existence. You feel her presence before you see her. Sure enough, a moment later you see Abigail, your fire rake, break through some bushes at the side of the road and rejoin you. A moment later, you see Daredevil, your warhorse, trotting up the road. You climb onto him. The sound of footsteps signals the arrival of your soldiers and friends. Poppy needs some help standing, and you can see that it will take a long time before the swelling on her face goes down. Despite the black eyes, broken nose, and missing teeth, Poppy smiles as she runs her fingers through her spiked hair. You hold up Tara's rune bag for a moment, contemplating what you should do with it. Sell the bag when I get a chance. Read, throw the root, give the next button. You put it back into your backpack, but you know that when you get a chance, you'll sell it. Lost rune bag and gain 250 gold. You listen for sounds of pursuit, but hear none. You suspect that you've either lost the other teachers or that they've already given up the chase. You flip through the book you stole from the master's library, hoping it contains what you need to defeat Susak. You give some pressure with your heels, and Daredevil starts moving, taking you back to the refugee camp. Several days later, the Alderheart Forest is nearly empty of demons, as it had been before you left. Tordas is far enough away that only the occasional demon wanders as far as your refugee camp. You see that your troops have doubled to nearly 100 since you've been gone. You made it, Neastalon says, greeting you as you enter the camp. You see Carl is silently walking over to Neastalon. They talk in quiet tones with smiles on their faces. Your friends give you nods of goodbye as they leave to their private tents. Poppy is escorted to a tent of her own. You walk towards your tent with Neastalon walking alongside you, eager for news. I think I have a piece of the puzzle as to why Susak has done all of this. I may have found something to stop Susak. Check. I don't think the say nothing more. Next, you show them the Somnith book that you stole. Neastalon flips through the pages as you explain that it's from the library of books which contain the source of the consortium's original knowledge on demon summoning. This has been written in ancient Somnithese, Neastalon observes. I think I have a piece of the puzzle as to I don't think the say next. You show him the children's book with the picture of the floating castle and tell him about Susak's lost child, Lacoon. We have also heard that Susak is creating a flying fortress, Neastalon says. But this story about a dead son. I wonder I need to go to my brethren in Oniyajuan, the Elven city. I need to research something. I'll leave at the conclusion of this meeting. I don't think the say next. You summarize what you know. Everything you've seen seems to indicate that Susak has been working independently of the consortium. First, he murders your parents and tries to steal the Kager demon stone. With your parents gone, he was able to give demon summoning to the people and bring over many demons. This lowered the veil enough to summon Kager after he stole the stone back from you. With Kager, he was able to summon even more demons, including Bozer, who shields him from all harm. Despite all of these opportunities, he has never tried to take the monarchy for himself. Instead, he just continues to bring forth more and more demons. The consortium clearly isn't involved, since their goal has always been to train demon summoners in the safe usage of demons. Susak's method summoning is the exact opposite of the goals of the consortium, although there are still some sympathizers among the Planewalkers. You make sure Daredevil is taken care of before leaving for bed. Neastalon arranges his departure, wasting no time. I must go to Oniyajuan and speak to our Lord Masters. I'm beginning to suspect something. I will return as soon as I can. To your surprise, Carl asks for your permission to go with him. If he'll take you, then go. I figured that you would go if he was going. Radio button. Yes, it will be safer for two people to travel than one. No, next button. Carl smiles and nods. She gathers our things, and they depart that very day. Carl relationship +3. Begin deciphering the Somnith book first thing in the morning. Radio button. Hire someone next button. Nobody alive speaks or knows ancient Somnithese with great skill, but you know enough to work through it and decipher it, although it will take time. Arcana +5. It will take much longer than you expected to translate the entire book and find anything of use. Despite all of your troubles, the world continues to move on. The leaves on the trees gain vibrant colors as summer turns to fall. You know your final meeting with Susak is inevitably getting closer and that you need to prepare yourself for that day. Become an alchemist. Explore my prophetic try to join the thieves. Take regular shifts patrol. Study magic for my spellbook. Radio button. Check. I spent the winter reading as a thug. Train in both might and magic in order to become a rune warrior. Develop my diplomacy and persuasion skills to supernatural levels. Next. Archmage Kamari's loss strikes you anew. He was a wise and accomplished wizard who would have helped you. His untimely death during the Battle of Tornassel will be felt for many years to come. Fortunately, learning spellcraft can also be done through books and other means. You ask your soldiers to bring you anything related to magic. Scrolls, spell books, and even a few local witches who live on the edges of the Alderheart Forest arrive to instruct you. Gained level in Wizard, Magic plus 15, History plus 10, and Arcana plus 10. Brand is now walking. A refugee camp is no place to raise a toddler, but with demons walking the countryside around you, there's no other choice. One day, after a meeting with the advanced scouts, you return to your tent and find a very frantic soldier waiting for you. I swear, I was watching him. I don't know how he got away from me. Check Thea's tent, radio button. Check Jess's tent, radio button. Unchecked. 2 of 3. Check Bryn's tent, radio button. Unchecked. Next, but sure enough, you find him in Bryn's tent. Brand is wearing one of Bryn's helmets and holding the stick like a sword. You see him marching in a circle with the awkward steps of a toddler. When you enter, he puts a clumsy hand to his head as a salute. Scold Brand for his laugh and let him keep playing and check. Scold the next button. Bryn arrives a short time later and sees Brand pretending to be her. Despite the mess that was made, Bryn smiles at the sight along with everyone else. Bryn relationship plus 5. Your Highness, a soldier shouts as he runs into your room. There's a small group of people approaching the camp. They have a pack of demons chasing them. We could dispatch some soldiers to help them get here safely, but it'll be very dangerous. Yes, said the soldier. No, next, but you go to the edge of camp to watch. Sure enough, you see 3 figures running like mad with 6 demons following behind them. You watch as our soldiers charge forth on horseback and smash into the demons. 2 soldiers go down, and so does one of the runners. The survivors move with renewed vigor and make it safely back to the camp as the soldiers kill the remaining demons. You are surprised to see that the 2 newcomers are none other than Lord Tover and Raymond, the child you rescued from the dungeons of Brightwater. Raymond has grown a little taller and is wearing clothing that's fancy enough for a court noble. He hugs you and smiles, but he still doesn't speak. I never thought we'd make it, Your Highness, Lord Tover says. It was a close thing. Lud is constantly being attacked by demons, and our defenses dwindle every day. It was still standing when we left. Thank the gods we made it. I'm glad you made it back safely, Lord Tover. Radio button, checked, 1 of 5. You reckless fool, Lord Tover, I hate to be the one to tell you this, but General thank you, you and next, but you see grief fill Lord Tover's face as one of his hands goes to his mouth. He takes a deep breath and nods. Thank you for being the one to tell me, Your Highness, he says. General Vale was a good man, and he will be missed. Lord Tover relationship plus 3. The snow begins to fall as autumn officially turns into winter. You begin to hear a lot of talk about a royal wedding, but you must put this decision aside for now, as a breakthrough has been made. You finally come up with some new information about a Sunwreath book you stole just before winter turns to spring. You call for a council to share the information. It's called the Demon Blade, you tell your gathered companions. It's ancient, but the text is clear. It's the only known way to actually kill a demon. With it, we'll be able to slay both Bozer and Kaker. Without Bozar's shield and Kaker's demons, Susak will be rendered harmless. The difficult part is that the Demon Blade's last known location was in the lost Sunwreath capital city, which lies across the Silver Sea. We will leave for Brightwater immediately. Radio, we will gather what we need and leave for Bright. Check next button. Everyone begins talking at once, but there is little more to be said. The fact is, you'll need to travel to Brightwater, find a ship, and sail across the Silver Sea. It will take months to sail to the ruined capital and back, but it's your only chance of defeating Susak. Of course, all of your friends and your child will come with you. You'll leave a few soldiers behind to direct new arrivals to head to Brightwater, but other than that, everyone will go. Unfortunately, Nea Stalin and Carla haven't yet returned. You have no choice but to leave without them. On the road again, button. As far as royal retinues go, your procession isn't nearly as formal as it should be. Wartime traveling necessitated less pomp and ceremony. Your friends cluster around you in the middle. Behind them are the servants and craftsmen. Surrounding the entire group are your soldiers. Raymond walks with your friends, silent as always. You're nearing the end of a long day's travel when you see a few brightly painted wagons circled around a campsite. It appears to be a traveling troupe of musicians and mummers. A wrinkled old man wearing a lot of jewelry comes forward to greet you. "Welcome to our camp," he says with a smile. "I'm Frederick. Please, come join us. We're between shows right now, but if you don't mind listening to us practice, you're welcome to join us. We have warm food, strong drink, and some amazing music. Tell my group to set up camp while my friends and I join the wagoners. Tell my group that we won't be stopped next button." You leave Little Brand with the men you recently hired and the soldiers in the camp they've erected a short distance away. Raymond helps set up camp and doesn't come over. The travelers are all very welcoming. They wear loose clothing as brightly colored as their wagons. They offer to share their food with you, and soon bring out instruments to play around the fire. As the sun sets, jars of strong liquor get passed around the fire, as well. Among those present is a young woman with thick, dark, luxurious hair. She's only a few years older than you and possesses a sensuality which is almost tangible. She bats her long eyelashes at you whenever she catches your eye. You see Pedro watching you as you watch the woman. You notice Brent looking at her with obvious appreciation. "That's Lacey," the old man says. "She's one of the best lute players you'll ever hear. Knows a little bit of magic, too." The flames of the campfire cast everything in an orange glow as the music plays and people laugh. As the jars of liquor get passed around, people begin to lose their inhibitions and dance to the music. Lacey is eager to dance with everyone and asks you to get up and join her. "Hey, Bryn, do Eastern nobles know how to dance? Tell Bryn to dance, next. As a matter of fact, we do," Bryn says. Then she extends a hand to Lacey as though they were in a court ballroom instead of a roadside campfire. You know that Bryn never boasts, but to actually see her and Lacey dance is quite amazing. They're both very talented dancers. Bryn dances with grace, strength, and agility. Lacey is a seductive and sultry dancer who's able to keep up with the athletic captain's moves. Together, they make an impressive couple. At the end of the song, Bryn kisses Lacey's hand like a true courtier, and Lacey actually blushes. Tell Bryn to return, dance with Pedro, dance with Lacey, dance with the group. Ask Lacey what kind of listen to the music, sit next to Poppy and ask her, cast a simple spell that will turn. Check, take a long drink from red, Lacey, stay, next, the fire flares blue, red, and green. Sometimes it leaves up a few extra feet as your magic changes its color. "I love magic," Lacey says with a big smile. "I think that's why I slept with that mage a few years back. I taught him a few things, and he taught me a few things, if you know what I mean."
Yeah. You were taught a few things.
The group laughs, and Lacey continues. "I wouldn't sleep with someone who did filthy black magic, of course. And you'd feel comfortable talking about filth," Poppy says with a glare, lifting her hip to show the room and resting there before getting to her feet and leaving to return to your own camp. Jess stands up abruptly and leaves, too. You notice the soul burner and the demon summoner talking in harsh words about Lacey as they leave. You also notice that they don't go directly back to camp together, instead walking off into the dark, still talking. "What did I say?" Lacey says with a confused look on her face. "Magic isn't good or evil, it all depends upon how you use it. Radio, filthy black magic. Radio, next button. That's the truth," Lacey says as she takes a drink from one of the jars of liquor being passed around. "Tell Bryn to return. Lacey, by any chance, was her father the famous knight named Sir Gravy?" Next, Lacey loses her composure for a moment, which answers your question. She nods quietly, and you feel that some of the festive mood has left the campfire. "Yes, he is," she says, "but hardly. He left my mom and I when I was a kid." Show her the letter and say, "Show her the toss the next." Lacey nods quietly at this news. "I heard. He went off on some type of quest and got killed by some demon summoners, right?" He was old. She silently reads the letter, and tears run from her eyes. She folds it and places it close to her chest. Lost Sir Grady's letter. Thank you, she says. I think our relationship would have been better if I'd been born a man. He was a great knight, and he didn't know what to do with a daughter. It takes a little time before the festive mood returns, but the jars of liquor and lively music help. Tell Brent to return, dance with the group. Ask Lacey what kind of magic she knows. Listen next, but oh, just a little of this and a little of that, she says with a smile. I'm not formally trained, but I learned how to see the world in a different way. I can see how magical items work. Just a simple cantrip, really. Tell Brent to return, Dan, listen to them, take a long drink, show her the boots I stole. Stay at the camp. Next, you almost threw them out, since you couldn't see anything special about them. She takes the boots and turns them over in her hands. She purses her full, red lips in thought, then hums a tune. Her eyes seem to go unfocused for a moment as she sees something you don't. A few minutes go by, and then she laughs out loud. These boots are made for walking, she says with a grin. They're boots of travel. You can walk on water with them. Or, if you're especially nimble, you can walk on smoke or any other substance. They're quite amazing. You put them on then and there. Your companions, Lacey, and some of the other travelers urge you to try them out. You climb up onto a drop of water and tentatively step down. Your foot goes deep into the water and everyone laughs. Lacey urges you to try again, but to concentrate this time. Your second attempt allows you to step onto the water as though it were soft mud. You place your other foot onto the water and stand there for a moment. There's a sudden splash as you fall to the bottom of the trough, soaking both feet and causing everyone to laugh again. They'll take some getting used to. Tell Brent to return, dance with the, listen to, take a long drink, stay at the campfire, thank the travelers for their hospitality and return to my own camp, stay at the, next, Lacey and Brent spend most of the early part of the night dancing, then they spend the later part of the night talking. You see them quietly slip away from the fire with nobody looking. You have a wonderful time, but eventually, even the musicians start saying goodnight and leaving for their wagons. You eventually say goodbye and leave for your own camp, too. You're just leaving their campfire when a voice speaks from nearby. Hello, King Randall, it says from the shadows. Tonight, you die. A large demon with glowing red eyes steps forward. It stands nearly 8 feet tall, but moves with lethal speed. It grabs you in a bear hug, and before you have a chance to think, it beats its giant wings. Your feet rise up off of the ground as you're lifted into the air with your arm pinned to your sides. Release me, Reedy, call to Abigail for help. Reedy, try to draw my soul. Wait, you, next. But Abigail flies right at the demon and strikes it in the back of the head, tearing some of its thick demon skin away and making it bleed a dark, black ichor. Flying demon health minus 50 to 50/100. The demon's powerful wings, health minus 35 to call for Abigail. Draw my soul, draw my... Next, the 3 smaller demons swarm for Abigail and cut her to pieces. You see her body fall to the ground as the demons turn their gazes toward you. The other, smaller demons cut health minus 30. The flying, draw my neck, draw, slam my head, cast a spell to freeze the flying demon in ice. Cast a spell to freeze the smaller demons in ice. Radio button. Check. Wait. Try. You next. It's already quite cold, since you're so high up. You try to use your magic to make things even colder. You say the words, and blue frost spreads from your touch. Unfortunately, with your arm still pinned to your side, you freeze both yourself and the flying demon holding you. The frostbite burns through your skin, making your flesh crack open. The demon lets go, and you begin to fall. Health minus 35 to minus 5/100, and flying demon health minus 50 to 0/100. You are lifted even higher as your consciousness fades. You hear something buzz past your head. The second buzzing noise ends with an arrow tearing through the demon's wing. You begin to lose some altitude as the demon struggles to stay in the air. The next arrow strikes the demon in the eye, making it pop out of existence. You vaguely hope that the demon's struggling flight brought you close enough to the ground to survive. The last of your consciousness disappears abruptly when you hit the ground. Darkness, button. You open your eyes and see familiar faces hovering over you. He's awake, Petra says with relief in her voice. Health plus 10 to 10/100. You can see that the demon attack is over. Several of the musicians' wagons have been burned to ruined husks, and there are dead bodies scattered all over the ground. Lacey is kneeling over Frederick's body and crying loudly. Bryn stands behind her with a comforting hand on her shoulder. You'd been wondering when Susak would eventually try to kill you. It only made sense that, as a demon summoner, he would eventually send some of his creatures to kill you. With the demons dead and gone, there's no reason to leave right away. You have trouble sleeping that night, but exhaustion eventually forces you into a restless slumber. In the morning, the scene of the fight looks even worse. Blood, both human and demon, is splattered all over the place. The burned-out wagons are still smoking a little, and everyone looks tired. You see that Jess and Poppy are side by side. They aren't speaking to each other, but Poppy has a large smile on her face. You see Bryn and Lacey quietly talking to one another. Bryn touches her face in a comforting gesture before leaving to join your side. Is she coming with us? Radio, invite her to join us. Say nothing next, but no, she's going to stay with her troop for now, Bryn says without showing emotion. They're going to bury Frederick and the others first and might come to Brightwater after. We'll see. Lacey waves goodbye from one of the wagons that didn't get destroyed. She frowns suddenly, then runs toward you with her hand outstretched. Take it, she says, offering you a small glass marble. My father gave it to me. He said it was to protect my virtue. He said that if a boy ever got too frisky, all I needed to do was break it. Sir Gravy might not have been a good father to me, but he was a good man. I don't need a glass bottle to protect my virtue, but you might find it useful. Gain Lacey's glass marble. Several weeks later, button. The days go by without incident until you're nearing Brightwater and passing close to the Academy of Wizards. The ground suddenly begins to shake, and fire falls from the sky. Your soldiers scatter and look to the horizon for the source of the trouble. Thea draws her large hammer. Bryn holds her longsword in her hands. Jess's eyes glow white. Petra draws her mace. Poppy reaches into her wound bag. Leave your baggage on the ground and move on, a voice suddenly says from the stone next to the road. This okay, I'll draw my bow, draw my sword, draw my dagger. Who's there? Do nothing. Next, but your words are answered by a loud crash. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning streaks down from the clouds above. It strikes right in the middle of your group, but luckily, it doesn't hit anyone. That was your only warning, the voice says. Leap, okay, let us go, you're bluffing. If you wanted us dead, you would have hit us. Radio, let us go, no. Next, button. You get a lot of nervous looks from your companions and soldiers. You almost start to wonder if you misread the situation, but no more lightning falls. Perception +2. You may go, says the voice from the rock. Safe from harm, you and your group continue on your way. As you walk, you hear Jess and Poppy talking. They haven't been apart since leaving Frederick's campfire. They're so close, it's a wonder that their horses haven't tripped over each other's legs. The difference is choice, Poppy says. Necromancy and demon summoning are both something that you can choose to do or not. Soul burning is something you're born with. That makes it a lot less evil. The difference is source, Jess counters. Soul burning draws its power from the living, necromancy from the dead, and demon summoning from demons. That's why the hate is in that order. Jess is right, soul burning is worse. Poppy, the true evil is necromancy. All three are vile. All three can be used for good or evil. Radio button, unchecked, for all, next. They both nod at your words, but you don't see much enthusiasm in it. Then they both bow their heads, looking dejected. Surprisingly, you see them both rein their horses a little closer to each other so that their legs briefly touch. Either way, it's friendship that really matters. Radio button. So, are you two dating now, or what? Why don't you two just start kissing and get all this childish behavior over with? Next button. They ride in silence for a little longer, but you notice that their horses don't separate. After a few more miles, they begin talking quietly to each other again. Poppy relationship +5 and Jess relationship +5. The smell of the sea is the first sign that you have arrived in Brightwater. An assortment of narrow towers and precariously high bridges rise high over the coastal city. The sparkling blue water to the east fills the air with a clean, salty aroma, and the cawing of seabirds joins in with the background noise of the city. The moment the guards see your banners, they begin to blast the horns on their belts. The great gates of the outer wall are open for you, and you are given a royal welcome. It's nice not to have to fight our way into a city for a change, Thea says with a grin. This is the first time you've taken an army into a friendly city. Bryn and Lord Tover are both greeted warmly. They both lived in Brightwater for a long time. Bryn excuses herself to visit her soldier friends. Lord Tover departs to speak with the nobles. Between the two of them, you know that you'll get an accurate report on how Brightwater has been faring since you left. You dismount Daredevil and proceed to the palace on foot. Your rooms are ready for you, and fresh food is served. You spend a comfortable night in your room with Petra. You barely hear Bran through the night, since he now has a proper nursery down the hall from your bedroom. The next morning, you get to work. Send for the harbor master. Speak to Bryn. Send for the garrison commander. Radio button. Unchecked. 3 of 4. Send for the Lord. Next. But the entire reason you've come to Brightwater is to find a ship that can take you across the Silver Sea to the ancient Sunlit capital, where the demon blade awaits. Roger, the harbor master, is a fat man with only a fringe of brown hair remaining over his ears. He has a worried expression on his face as you tell him what you need. Your Highness, Roger says, bowing. It's good to have you back with us again. I'm afraid that what you ask for is impossible. No captain is foolish enough to try to cross the Silver Sea. Most of our ships are coast hunters anyway. A voyage like the one you're requesting would take 3 months each way. There are only 5 ships in all of Daria even capable of such a feat, and only 2 of them are currently here in Brightwater. You realize that you'll need to visit these captains yourself if you're to persuade them to take you across the Silver Sea. Speak to Bryn. Send for the Lord of the Treasure. Next button. The city is in good shape, the former captain of the Brightwater Guard tells you. Morale is good, although there is some concern about a merchant named Saul Bennett. He was amassing a fortune when I lived here, but in the last year, he has consolidated most of the guilds and runs the entire public sector. They say he practically owns Brightwater now, and that nothing gets done without his approval. Send for the Lord. Next, but Abigail, the garrison commander, enters and bows to you. She has iron gray hair and looks old enough to be your mother, but she's tall, lean, and wears the insignia of Brightwater on her shield. She salutes you. We've been attacked 24 times since the Demon War began a year ago. The first attacks didn't start until the middle of summer, but they've been regular all through the winter and the spring. It feels very haphazard. We believe that our greatest asset is our distance from Tornassa. The demons are pouring across Daria in all directions, attacking anything in their path. We draw those in the area by the size of our city, but so far, we've been able to repel all assaults. Good work. Carry on. Double the guards now that I'm here. You will be reporting to Captain Bryn from now on. Next button. The commander salutes you and leaves. Send for the Lord of the Next, but Lord Tover eagerly waits to hear this report. He was Lord of the Treasury before you took him away from Brightwater, and his first love has always been for the minutia of taxation finance. He immediately took control of the books and the coffers you brought from the refugee camp, even though they were so light. The new Lord of the Treasury is a young man with straight red hair. He lays out the books and steps back as Lord Tover inspects them. They've done well, Lord Tover says with a contented sigh. The Treasury is in good shape. Although this is good news for Daria, you know that you still don't have free access to the money. It's time to find a ship, You gather your friends and go down to the docks. A small contingent of royal guards accompany you. Instruct the guards to stand behind. Check next button. You lead the way, your guards keeping close watch behind you. This allows you to get closer to the people and for them to see you better. Citizen reputation +5 and citizen fear -5. You find the captains of the only 2 open sea ships in a comfortable little tavern called the Rusty Harpoon. They both stand up as you enter, as does everyone else in the bar except for a half RC woman asleep at the bar. The bartender clears a table for you so you can speak to the captains. Captain Hornsby has an eye patch and wears a cutlass on his belt. Captain Tullis is whip thin and wears a rapier. They both look very nervous. Captain Hornsby, I wish to discuss the hiring of your ship. Captains, I wish to discuss. Next button. Your Majesty, Captain Tullis says. I am so sorry, but we've already been commissioned. Saul Bennett has hired both of us to carry cargo up the coast. I will pay you more. Radio but it doesn't matter. Next button. I don't think you have more money than me, Your Highness, a well-dressed man says from another table. I have a legal contract with these 2 ships and their captains. You may be the ruler of Daria, but the law on this is very clear. This demon war of yours is very lucrative, and I've hired every captain in Brightwater. Not all of them, the half RC woman at the bar says loudly, waking up. She's large and powerful looking, as her race usually is. You see that her green skin is ruddy and weather-beaten. Although her eyes are bloodshot from drinking, they're also alert and watch you carefully. You notice that she has many strange pieces of jewelry on her wrists and around her neck made from feathers, bird skulls, and animal teeth. Who are you? Radio button, checked, 1 of 3. Do you have a ship? Do you have a contract? Next, but I'm Dura, and I'm the best captain in Daria, the half-RC woman says. There you are, Your Highness, Saul Bennett says with a laugh. Dura here shall be your captain. Her ship, the Epiphany, is made for the deep waters, although she'll need some tender loving care. Happy travels. You watch as Captain Hornsby and Captain Tullis leave the bar with the merchant. Dura gets to her feet and slaps her own face a few times to wake up. The half RC walks to the door, then turns back to you. Come along, ya want to see your ship, don't ya? She says, grinning through her jutting lower teeth. Thea leads your small group out of the Rusty Harpoon as Dura continues to speak. You're a solid lass, aren't ya? This comment is directed towards Thea, whose eyes open wide when the drunken half-RC captain gives her a friendly pat on the bottom. The mountain woman draws back her fist. Thea, stop. Thea, she's flirting with you, you idiot. Checked. Say nothing. Next, Dura grins at the conversation. Thea blinks in surprise and continues to lead the group onward. As you're led across the docks, you pass many beautiful ships, all of which are clean and well maintained. Eventually, you reach a cheaper slip where the Epiphany rests. The ship is in terrible shape, and one of its masts is missing entirely. The square and triangular lateen sails hang limply from the yards that remain. Dura leans against a deeply scarred hull, needing the support to stay upright. She's gonna need a little work, but she's almost seaworthy. What happened to your ship? Radio, but you can't drink on this voyage. Radio, are you a real captain? Next button, you heard of sailor's grief? That set of rocky shoals off to the north? She asks. Turns out the harbor master is right. You can't approach Brightwater from that direction during the spring tides. Say, where are we going, anyway? His Majesty travels to the Sunwreath ruins on the other side of the Silver Sea, Lord Tover informs the captain. Great Lucian's blazing pissfire, Dura says, her eyes going wide. Why in the hells did I agree to this?
Oh, jeez. I love that line. Great Lucian's holy piss fire, or blazing piss fire. That's great. I love that line. Oh, dear.
Lord Tover takes over. He speaks with Dura, and they begin to make arrangements to get the Epiphany repaired. Luckily, the treasury is in good shape. Roger, The harbor master shows up during the conversation, and a dry dock is secured. Carpenters, shipwrights, and sailmakers are hired for the job. It'll take nearly 2 months before it's seaworthy, so you return to the palace to wait. Naistelin, the half-elf cleric, and Carla join you a few days after your arrival in Brightwater. Naistelin immediately requests to speak with you in private. You post guards at the door of a secure meeting room in your palace. I think I know what Susak is trying to do, Naistelin says once you're alone. I think it's obvious. He's trying to take over Daria. I think it's obvious. He's trying to destroy Daria out of grief for his son. What did you find? I know exactly where you're going with this. No need to explain any of it. Radio. Say nothing. Next. Naistelin looks surprised at your words until you explain that you understand how the demon realm is similar to the divine realm. You go on to explain that you suspect that Susak is attempting to tear the veil in order to gain the power of a demon without submitting to the yoke of a demon zone or the possibility of being summoned and forced to serve. Remarkable, Naistelin says. But yes, I think that you're right. I also believe that your plan to use the demon blade will succeed. It should have the power to slay Kaker and end the demon war. It's good to get some reassurance that your plan will work. Now, all you need to do is wait for the Epiphany's repairs to be completed, sail across the Silver Sea, get the demon blade, return with it, and destroy Kaker's anchor stone before Susak is able to tear the veil between the demon realm and your world. A tall order, but at least there's a chance of success at the end of it. Naistelin bids you good day and leaves you to your ponderings. That night during dinner, Dura arrives at the palace. You can smell the alcohol on her before she even enters the dining hall. You see many of your companions look over at half of our seat as she walks between the tables towards you. Are you drunk? I told you not to get drunk. Yes. Next, but she sits down at one of the tables, where Jess, Thea, Petra, Poppy, Carla, Raymond, Bryn, Naistelin, and the others are sitting. She picks up a piece of meat from Thea's plate with her fingers and pops it into her mouth as she leans back in the chair, which is too small for her solid half of RC body. We got the problem, she says with a full mouth. Saul Bennett bought up all of the sailcloth, then jacked up the prices. As though summoned, your guards suddenly let in the man in question. He's wearing an expensively cut suit and walks with a fancy stick topped with an invaluable gem. Lord Tover is at his side, which explains how he got past your guards and into your private dining hall. It's true, Your Highness, Saul Bennett says. Simple business practice. You need sales, I have them, so I set the price. Your Lord Tover says the Treasury won't pay any amount over what his books call reasonable. That means you'll need to come up with the extra gold if you want my sale materials. I am sorry, Your Highness, Lord Tover says, glaring at Bennett. It's true. A reasonable price is clearly outlined in the books, and the Sailmakers Guild has sold all of their material to Saul Bennett. Any royal purchases above this amount are not covered. My hands are tied. This is opportunism and profiteering, Petra exclaims indignantly. Fine, take your gold and go. Needs 300 gold, radio button, checked, 1 of 3. I am the king. Change this is my kingdom. Next, Saul Bennett bows politely and walks toward the door. Lord Tover takes the coin and follows the merchant out, frowning as he goes. Gold minus 300. You're very impressed with how much Raymond has changed since his time in the Brightwater dungeons. You were worried that returning to the city of his confinement might have a detrimental effect, but it hasn't. Although he still doesn't speak, he is well dressed and respectful to everyone in the palace. You see him standing with many of the nobles of the East, taking messages and running them to other nobles. One day, you find him standing in the nursery and staring at Brand crawling around on the floor. The look on Raymond's face is unreadable but seems quite serious. Say nothing and allow the older child to watch the smaller one. Radio button. Raymond. Next. Everyone has begun to trust Raymond, and so do you. Brand's nanny even allows the child to stay, which is rare, since she shoos everyone else away from the nursery. Raymond relationship plus 10. Preparations for the royal wedding are going well, Your Highness, Lord Tover says one day. You and royal consort Petra will be married in full ceremony just before the ship is ready to sail. Good to hear, Lord Tover. Petra and I have been waiting to hear from you. Carrie, I never up next. Your conversation is cut short when alarm bells begin ringing. You hurry out of the palace to find out what's going on. When you reach the main gate of the outer wall, you see that Abigail has it under control. A group of travelers are racing towards the gates and have drawn a few demons behind them. You recognize Lacey and a few of the other musicians among them. It's just another small band of demons, she says, then instructs the guards to prepare to go out and meet them. It's strange that we don't meet more resistance. Instead of sending his entire demon army at us, it's as though we're only getting a handful of wandering demons that happen to stumble upon us. Watch the battle. Lead the battle. Next, it isn't much of a battle. The guards open the gate and let the travelers in. Once the travelers are safely inside, the guards attack the creatures before they can follow. The fight is short, and nobody is killed, although Lacey and the other musicians look exhausted. The lack of demon attacks give further credence to Naistalon's theory that Susak is filling this side of the veil with demons and doesn't want them all killed off. Greet Lacey, say nothing. Next, but hello, Your Highness, she says with a bow. Thank you for your help. We ran into those demons 2 days ago, and they've been following us ever since. She doesn't say why she's here, but you suspect that she has come to see Bryn. As part of your nuptial celebrations, a grand tournament is to be held in your honor. It's being run by several wealthy nobles in conjunction with many guilds, especially the Fighters Guild and Maggie's Guild. Brightwater already has an old arena, but with the largest tournament in 100 years about to take place, it's being completely refitted. Lord Tover tells you that he fully supports it, since it will bring in a lot of business to the flag and commerce of the city. It will also be a great morale booster for everyone, since it's a diversion from the war. All of your companions seem very excited about it, too. I agree to allow the tell next, but all of your companions are very excited about the tournament. Thea says that such tournaments are more regular in the Norgan Mountains, although some of the formats seem very different. I think I have a good chance of winning it, she tells you while inspecting her enormous hammer for flaws. Except for the magic parts. This will be fun. Magic is allowed, Jess says with a dark smile. Soul burning is magic. I'm going to make some of those big knights wet their plague mail. The archery portion will be fun, Carla says, but I'm not looking forward to the up-close stuff. And I don't really want to fight you or any of our friends, either. But it's a tournament, so I guess it'll be okay. I plan to win this tournament, Randall, Petra says with a serious look. It'll be a great way to draw people to the faith when I dedicate my victory to the gods. The best fighters in the barracks are all joining this tournament, Bryn says with a smile. I plan to join, as well. Each one that I eliminate will teach them that they need to keep training. Demon summoning is allowed, Poppy says excitedly. I'm joining. I can't wait. The first day of the tournament is a very exciting time. All of the best fighters, wizards, and members of other disciplines stand in groups talking and waiting for their turn in the arena. All eyes turn to you, curious to know if you'll join the tournament or not. Sign up for the tournament, ready to take my next, but the crowd cheers when they see your name show up on the ranking boards. You know that nobody will let you in just because you're their king. The enormous tournament will have many types of events, including one-on-one fights, team events, and free-for-alls. They will take place in many different environments, and everything will be random. With a few hundred entrants enrolled, it is single knockout. When a person is eliminated, they're removed from the tournament. You watch many of the events as you wait for your own name to be called. You see a few of your friends battle, and the crowd enjoys all of it. Soon, your first match arrives. Enter the arena button.
Oh boy. Well, I managed to win this only once. Okay, actually twice, but damn it, will you seriously charge phone? I'm really starting to get very irritated with you. I'm glad you enjoy it.
Enter the arena button. It's a one-on-one match. Your opponent is a brawler with heavy hands. No advantages given. The section of the arena you will be fighting in has been built into a large maze. These twisting corridors and dead ends will make things very interesting. High geography gives advantage. Your power range bonus plus 46 and opponent power range bonus plus 10. Use Eternity Sword. Use non-lethal magic. Radio button. Use Eternity Bow. Use My Hands. Next button. You run through a few incantations in your mind. High magic gives advantage. Your power range bonus plus 100 and opponent power range bonus plus 20. Fight button. Your total power range 146. Your opponent's total power range 30. Your roll within this range 126. Your opponent's roll within this range 14. You are victorious. The crowd cheers as you advance to the next tier. The day goes on, and your name comes up again. Enter the arena button. It's a one-on-one match. Your opponent is a thin mage with slender fingers. No advantages given. The section of the arena you will be fighting in has been cleared of all obstacles. The empty area means that you'll need to concentrate solely upon the fight itself. No advantages given. Use Eternity Sword. Use non-lethal. Check. Next. You run through a few. High magic gives it your power range bonus plus 100 and opponent power range bonus plus 30. Your opponents have seen you use magic before, so they may have a plan to counter it. The more often you use the same strategies, the easier it will be for them to find a way to beat you. Power range minus 15 due to repeated use of magic. Fight button. Your total power range 85. Your opponent's total power range 30. Your roll within this range 26. Your opponent's roll within this range 9. You win again. As the days pass, the enormous tournament board slowly gets smaller as people are eliminated and their names get removed. The people of Brightwater are very happy to see you winning, and they cheer for you when your matches come up. Citizen reputation plus 2. Enter the arena button. It's a team event. This means that you'll need to rely upon strangers in order to not get eliminated. You gather with your teammates and discuss strategy. Logic and knowledge will be of great help here. Your power range bonus plus 50 and opponent power range bonus plus 25. High Arcana and levels in War Master, Guard, Cleric, Knight, Paladin, Dark Knight, and Dragon Knight give advantage. The section of the arena you will be fighting in has been filled with traps. Pits, swinging bags, and large balls set in springs make every step a potential danger. High devices gives advantage. Your power range bonus plus 7 and opponent power range bonus plus 25. Use Eternity Sword. Use non-lethal. Check. Next. You run through a few. High magic gives advantage. Your power range bonus plus 100 and opponent power range bonus plus 50. Your opponents have seen you use magic before, so they may have a plan to counter it. The more often you use the same strategies, the easier it will be for them to find a way to beat you. Power range minus 30 due to repeated use of magic. Fight button. Your total power range 127. Your opponent's total power range 100. Your roll within this range 14. Your opponent's roll within this range 19. You are defeated. That's the nature of such a random tournament. Even though you might have been more skilled than your opponent, the random factors mean that the best person doesn't always win. The crowd cheers as you get to your feet and spend the remainder of the tournament days in your spectator box. Many of your friends and companions do very well in the great tournament. Magic, swords, demons, and fists fly as you watch the battles. Watch the tournament button. The days go by, and you watch each of your friends and companions get eliminated from the tournament except for one. In the final match, you watch Fair square off against a weapon master from Opal Cove who's also a graduate from the Academy of Wizards. The fight is close, but in the end, the weapon master wins. The taverns are all full that night, with everyone making a toast to Thea for getting to the final round. There are blue skies and a warm breeze on the day of your wedding. The entire city of Brightwater is filled with ribbons and bunting. You haven't seen Petra all day and won't until the ceremony itself. The palace is even more decorated than the rest of the city. From your position at the front of the hall, you can see all of the assembled guests, including all of your friends and companions. Thea is wearing a new set of formal clothing, but she has already undone the sleeves and collar. The Hulking Mountain Woman is grinning ear to ear as she cranes her thick neck to watch you and Petra. Petra and I have chosen to be married by a priest of Lucian. Petra and I have chosen to be married by a priestess of Ariel. Petra and I have asked Maestalin to marry us. Check. Petra and I have asked Lord Tover to marry. Next, but Raymond, your mute ring boy, stands at the back holding the pillow with the rings on it, ready to lead the procession. The music begins to play, and you see Petra enter from the back door. She makes her way forward to where you're standing with Maestalin. You take her hand and turn to Maestalin. Petra breaks her sullen look to smile at you, her green eyes twinkling. She looks very beautiful in her traditional wedding gown, which is a change from the plaid mail she normally wears. Her curvy body accentuates the dress in all the right places. Her light brown hair has been done up in ringlets that gently rest upon her lightly freckled shoulders. Your childhood friend wears her holy symbol proudly around her neck. You turn back to Maestalin and realize that you've missed most of what's already been said. King Randall, wilt thou have this woman to be thy wedded wife, to live together according to Oriel's law in the holy estate of matrimony? I will. I'll sit next, King I'll sit next. Jess yawns as she sits in the audience watching. Many people are crying, including Carla, who has tears streaming down her cheeks. Brim stands to the side with the honor guard in her formal uniform, her serious face breaking for a moment as she smiles at you. The rest of the ceremony goes by quickly as rings and vows are exchanged. Gain wedding ring and Petra relationship plus 30. For as much as Randall and Petra have consented together in holy wedlock, and have witnessed the same before Ariel and this company, and their two have given and pledged their troth to one another, and have declared the same by the giving and receiving of a ring, and by joining of hands, I pronounce that they are now married in the name of Ariel, the goddess of light. Kiss the bride, replied my new next, but the crowd breaks into applause as you walk back down the aisle together. That night, musicians play and the alcohol flows freely. You see many couples sitting close together as love fills the air. Weddings are a time for romance, not just for the couple, but for everyone in attendance. Bryn and Lacey dominate the dance floor as they did at the campfire where they first met. Jess is complaining to Poppy about having to attend the formal function, but you also notice that they're sitting closer together than they need to be. Carla and Maestalin sit quietly in a dark corner, drinking wine and laughing over a private joke. You see Dura, your soon-to-be ship captain, drinking at a table with Vera. The happy night passes joyously, giving everyone a break from the stresses of war. Another ceremony takes place a few days later, in which Bran is declared to be the official heir of Daria. Now that your relationship with his mother has been formalized, the succession is assured. The entire kingdom sleeps better at night knowing that the royal line is more stable than ever before. It's likely due to this formal statement that Bran goes missing a few days later. Rumors spread when Raymond goes missing, as well. Your soldiers surround the nursery and hold the night before questioning. She's crying so hard that it really seems like she had nothing to do with the abduction. The kidnapping of heirs for ransom or revenge is always a threat to any ruler. Examine the nursery. Ask the nanny what hire trackers. Search for tracks myself. Radio button. Hire trackers. Radio button. Next, you search the room for clues and see that the window has some fresh scratches on it, which makes you think that it was recently jimmied open with a crowbar. You open it and examine the wall outside. There's some fresh dirt on it, probably from where the intruder's boots had pressed. You gather your soldiers and rush downstairs to follow more clues. Perception +2 and devices +2. The citizens of Daria know that something is happening when they see their king running down the street with a squad of guards. You turn the corner and see the kidnappers. They are on horseback, and one is holding Bran in front of them. From the looks on their faces, they obviously didn't expect to be found so quickly. Their courage collapses, and they scatter in all directions. The bandit holding Bran draws a dagger and puts it to his tiny throat. A flash of movement comes from behind the bandit, and suddenly you see Raymond grabbing the knife and pulling it away. He cuts his hands on the blade, but the distraction is enough for your soldiers to pull Brand away and pin the bandit to the ground. Blood splashes across Raymond's fancy court clothing, but he smiles anyway when he sees that Brand is safe. An hour later, you're in the Brightwater dungeon with a man chained to the wall. Several other kidnappers were also captured and chained up. They're to publicly execute them without a trial, put them on trial, put them next, but the trial doesn't last long. Raymond's written testimony is damning to their case, and they're all sentenced to death. Citizen reputation plus 10.
Son of a bitch. I shall be right back. Ow. Oh. So.
beer bottles all over your fucking floor. Better clean that shit up before your fucking mom gets here.
She knows I drink, so I'm not too worried about it.
You got a bowl or something right in front of you. That's that college village bread I gave you.
I mean, parts of it is still good, but I don't know if like the rest of it is.
Oh no, it ain't no good, James.
It's not.
No, it's got fucking mold on it, buddy boy.
Yeah. Damn it.
What's the date on it?
Yeah, what is the date on it?
Yeah, it's old. I'm gonna throw it in the kitchen garbage.
Mm.
Let the cleaning ladies take it off. Yep, it ain't no fucking good, Jerry. No good, Jerry.
I am back. I am out. Oh, hi, buddy. Yeah, everything's fine. I'm good. I was just refilling a water jug and talking to a neighbor of mine.
Protector of the royal blood, Lord Tover says with a big smile. It's an ancient title that fell into disuse hundreds of years ago. Bodyguard, counselor, and aide, Raymond would be responsible for Brand's well-being for the rest of their lives. It will assure that Brand is kept safe, and it will give Raymond an honorable job with a high rank. Do you wish to bestow this honor? Yes, that is a good idea. Radio button. No, that is next button. Raymond is overjoyed when given the exalted position. He was already dedicated and loyal, but the new title makes him almost fanatical in his new role. Already a talented courtier and page, Raymond begins studying diplomacy and heraldry to even greater extents. You know that Bran will have a skilled counselor to guide him for the rest of his life. The people of Dara love seeing the old tradition come back. Citizen reputation +10, history +10. You're sitting in your library reading an old tome called An Advanced Treatise for the Conjuration of Global Forces when a knock at the door gets your attention. It's a servant with a very nervous look on his face. Arcana +2. Your Majesty, he says, there's been an accident and we need a wizard. Archmage Kamari's death at the Battle of Tornassel was a loss to all of Daria. As a wizard of fame, such magical mysteries now fall upon you to solve. Before you can answer, a young boy and a mangy dog are ushered into the room by two soldiers. The boy crawls around on all fours and goes over to your trash can, which he knocks over and begins rooting about within. The dog sits patiently next to one of the soldiers and watches you with a bored look on its face. Has the boy been seen with a demon stone? Ask the boy. Ask next. It's a prudent question. The boy is certainly acting very strangely. It's possible that he'd been playing with a demon stone and is currently possessed. The dog might simply have been nearby when the demon was summoned, and the demon might have given the boy the command to act like a dog. Arcana +2. No, Your Majesty, a soldier reports as he hands you a torn piece of paper. The paper is clearly the remains of an old scroll. You recognize many words of power written upon its surface. This spell is a corrupted version of the bonding spell which allows a wizard to gain a familiar. As you study the wording and the order of the incantations, you see the error immediately. This foolish boy accidentally turned himself into the dog's familiar instead of the other way around. Cast a complicated spell to dispel the bonding. Radio, laugh at the boy, tell the soldiers what happened, and have him sent home. Cast a spell to reverse the flow of the first spell, making the boy the dominant partner in the bonding. Radio. Check. Next button. This spell takes a while to construct and cast, but your skill in magic is unparalleled. When you're finished, the boy stops digging through the trash. The dog cocks its head, then goes over to the trash to dig for itself. Now the boy might be the youngest person alive to have a familiar. The soldiers take the boy back to his family, and the dog goes too. Magic +5, history +5, arcana +5, and good +5. A group of master wizards from the academy arrive a few days later. They listen as you tell them about how you unraveled the mystery. They look at the spell with great curiosity. This would have taken us months to decipher, one of them says, in awe of your arcane knowledge. You are a shining example of the academy. You see them looking at your academy robes as they stand silently before you. You can tell that they have more to say, and eventually, they speak again. King Randall, after the demon war is over, we'd be honored for you to return to the academy and join us. In time, with your skill, you might even become the next Archmage. Citizen reputation +5. The Master Wizards eventually say their goodbyes and leave you alone with your thoughts. You'll have a lot of time to consider their offer, since the demon war is far from over. One morning, you find yourself walking back from the harbor after inspecting the latest work done to the Epiphany. Carl approaches you from the other direction. It's early morning, and the two of you are the only ones in the street. She still has dark circles under her eyes, and you've heard that she screams in the middle of the night from terrible nightmares, but other than that, she seems to be back to normal. Randall, Carl says in a quiet voice, I never got a chance to properly thank you for saving me from Selena's poisons. I betrayed you, and I did many terrible things for her. It wasn't you. It was the Red Archer who did those things. You weren't in your right mind. Radio button, checked, 1 of 4. You're welcome. Radio button, unchecked, 2 of 4. I should have had you. It's too bad. Next, but that's true. But still, thank you, she says softly. Carl relationship +5. Although she doesn't smile, you sense a new peace in her as she continues on her way. Summer has just begun when the repairs on the Epiphany are finally finished and the day of your departure arrives. You walk to the harbor with your companions and friends. Captain Dewar paces the deck of the Epiphany, shouting orders at her crew as the last of the provisions are stored below. The ship looks completely different from when first you saw it. The 3 masts are rigged with multiple square sails and 2 triangular-looking sails. A catapult is tightly lashed to the main deck, and several chests of armament rest beside it. The food for the voyage is already secured below, including plenty of fresh water. Dewar's crew are all veteran sailors, and although they're experienced, they're still nervous. Nobody has crossed the Silver Sea since the Sunwreath. You watch as the crew struggles to get the mounts on board. Daredevil won't like his time in the cargo hold, but you'll need him once you reach land on the other side of the sea. Unfortunately, the animals will have to be fed more than just grain. Some of your fresh food will have to be fed to them in order to keep them healthy. Crew food -5. There are many tearful goodbyes as the docks crowd with well-wishers to see you off. Brand is held by his nanny, although he's too young to know what's going on. Raymond stands with them, always watching and always vigilant in his new role as protector. You see Naestalin and Lord Tover there, as well. Carl shyly waves at Naestalin, and the half-elf cleric waves back. Petra stands on the deck with her arms crossed, waiting for the ship to start moving. Some of the people will be family members of the 25 sailors coming with you. Your 6 friends, Captain Dura, and yourself brings the ship's complement to 33 people. The cables are untied from the bollards and the hawsers drawn tight as the Epiphany is towed clear of the harbor. Bryn stands in the aft, unconsciously striking a heroic pose. Although you didn't see her, you suspect that Lacey is somewhere among those waving from the docks. Jess and Poppy go to the officers' quarters, where they'll be staying, preferring to avoid the spectacle of departure altogether. As paying passengers, the officers' quarters have been given to your companions, while the officers are bunking with the crew in the cramped forecastle. Dura has taken one of the officers' quarters for herself, and you've been given the master cabin. You privately wonder how long it will be before Dura manages to talk you into joining her. Once the Epiphany is clear of the boat that towed her out, she unfurls her sails. The cloth sails snap tight, and you feel a tug as the ship catches the wind and the morning tide. In a surprisingly short amount of time, you no longer see the land. Instead, all you can see is water in all directions. Sea voyage button. A 6-month sea voyage, 3 there and 3 back, is a long way to travel to find a weapon that might not even exist anymore. It's a remarkable gamble, but the demon blade might be the only way to stop Susak and his demons. If Naestalin is correct, Susak will be using the time to bring over as many demons from the demon realm as he can in order to tear open the veil entirely. Captain Dewar is as abrasive and loud as before, but the half-ORC's aggressive nature suits her well as the ship's captain. Despite any worries anyone had before leaving Brightwater, she is quickly revealed to be an excellent captain and is well respected by her crew. You're asleep in your cot when you hear an alarm calling for all hands on deck. Petra elbows you to wake up as she gets out of bed first. You rush out of the cabin, grabbing your equipment as you go. The night isn't very dark, as the moonlight casts everything in a pale glow. You see the dark shape of another ship rowing towards you. It's bigger than the Epiphany, using both sails and oars for propulsion. You notice that your own sails are hanging loose upon the mast. Captain Dewar is yelling orders to her crew as you and your friends join her on the deck. I was afraid of this, Dewar says. Everyone knew that Your Royal Highness was traveling by sea. Hell, the entire city was there to see us off. Once we get far enough away from land, very few ships will be able to follow. Even so, we should have seen any pursuers on the horizon yesterday. They have a mage on board who used magic to hide them, and now they've stopped the wind, too. Only one ship could have done all that. She must be the Black Shark, and that means the Reaver is on board. What is the Black Shark, and who is the Reaver? Prepare the ship for battle and cast the fireball at the Black Shark. Go to the forecastle larger platform and try to pick off some targets. Radio button. Tell Jess to burn the Black Shark. Run the flat. Say nothing and use the next. God, I guess you haven't been to sea before. Your Majesty, Captain Dura says the twin shouts to her crew. The Reaver was just a regular sailor until his ship got lost at sea. The ship coasted back into port, but everyone was dead except for him. He'd just be considered bad luck, but he gained some terrible dark arts out there. Who knows what pacts he made to keep himself alive. The Black Shark is one of the cruelest pirate ships that sails the Silver Sea. Only a crew of black-hearted ravagers like them would have the Reaver sail with them. Prepare the ship for battle, cast a fire, go to the say you next, but wet the sails. Dura yells. Archers, on deck. Man the catapult. Buckets of seawater are thrown onto the sails, and the crew loads the catapult. You watch as the catapult is loaded with a large stone that can punch a hole right through the Black Shark. The Epiphany lurches as the catapult fires. The stone soars over the water between the ships, but just as it nears the Black Shark, it strikes something blue and shimmering. The magical shield causes the rock to shatter into dust and slide into the water around the ship. The Reaver has protected their vessel with magic. You see people with crossbows in the rigging and on the archer platforms of the Black Shark. As the distance closes, bolts begin to fly. Duck behind railings, stand out, hold up my magical shield. Use the next. Your shield makes loud ticking noises as crossbow bolts bounce off of it. Being magical, it occasionally moves in your hand to block bolts that slip by it. Unfortunately, the members of your crew don't own magical shields. You see a sailor fall from high above as a crossbow catches him in the stomach. He lands hard on the deck, and you can tell by the angle of his neck that he's dead. Lost one Epiphany crew to 24/25. The two ships slam together, and enemy crew members begin to jump onto your deck through the magical blue shell encasing the Black Shark. Gangplanks are thrown onto the railings of both ships as the pirates begin boarding the Epiphany. You see the Reaver standing amidst the enemy raiders on the main deck of the other ship, working some new piece of magic. He's bald, and every inch of his exposed skin looks to be covered with crisscrossing scar tissue. Join my companions and charge the enemy. Use magic to cause it. Join the other art. Wait for an upper. Use the wizard. Next, but you cast a complicated spell, but nothing happens. The magic that has become the two ships is very powerful, and your magic can't make the wind move. Join my companion. Join the other art. Wait for an up. Use the wizard. Next. Swords are swung with crossbow bolt. Throw Lacey's glass marble on the ground. Cast a spell to freeze. Checked. Throw Lacey's glass marble on the ground. Cast a spell to freeze my enemies. Radio button. Checked. Fight with my sword. Fight with my dagger. Fight with my hands. Shoot the enemy borders with my bow. Next button. You realize that you should have kept some distance between yourself and your enemies. Your spell is interrupted when one of the pirates slashes you with his blade, and another catches your elbow with a Galilean pin. Held -35 to 65/100. The enemy wizard raises his hands as his spell completes. You see a giant vortex of water open and watch as the sea falls into it. Captain Dura yells at her crew to man the oars. Without any wind, there's no other way to avoid the building whirlpool or the other ship. The two ships bounce away from each other after the massive collision. The gap between them is about 10 feet wide, and the gangplanks that had been placed to cross over have fallen into the water. You see the pirates on the Black Shark loading an enormous ballista with the hopes of smashing the Epiphany to pieces. Run over the water between the ships in order to reach the Black Shark. Attempt to jump the gap. Cast a spell to shoot his... Cast a fireball at the enemy bell. Cast a spell to flame. Cast a... Captain or used next. You cast the spell, but the blue shield that the Reaver has erected protects the ship. Your fire splashes harmlessly across it. Run over the attempt to jump. Cast a spell to shoot a spear of energy at the Reaver. Radio. Captain or next. You cast the spell, but the spear of energy bounces off of the run over. Attempt to jump the gap. Cast a spell to fling myself over the gap. Or you next. Your magic lifts you into the air, and then you're thrown over the gap. You land hard on the enemy deck. Magic +3. The Reaver sees you approaching and brings his hands close together. You see his lips moving and can feel the energy building. Throw Lacey's plasma. Attack the wizard with my net. Attack the dispel whatever the wizard. Shoot the wizard. Rush for. Ignore the used next. But you concentrate upon the Reaver's hands. Something cold, something with physical momentum. You begin to counter each thing he tries to create. You can see the frustration in the wizard's eyes, but that from unfortunately, you are also occupied, and one of the pirate's blades cuts into your side. Magic +3 and health -35 to 30/100. While you're dealing with the wizard, the crew of the ballista fires upon the Epiphany. You see your ship lurch alarmingly as the sharpened log punctures its side. The crew immediately begin to load another projectile. Epiphany health -25 to 75/100. The crew of the ballista see you approaching and work even harder to get the projectile in place. Throw Lacey's glass. Attack the pirates with my sword. Attack the pirate. Fight the pirates with my hand. Blast the crew with a fire explosion. Check next button. The crew is so intent upon reloading the machine that you have time to finish the incantation. The explosion sends men everywhere. Those that you don't kill have to stop what they're doing in order to deal with you. Your companions and crew help you kill them before they can fire the machine. You see that the pirates on board the Epiphany have taken most of the main deck. Captain Dewar turns the wheel, and the Epiphany slams into the pirate ship, momentarily closing the gap. You use this advantage to hurry back onto your own vessel. Magic +3. The whirlpool continues to tug at the Epiphany as the fight rages on. Command the crew to fire the catapult. Cast a meteor storm against it. Use the wizard elm next button. You cast a spell which will open a rift in the sky and drop fiery rocks down upon your enemy. The size of the stones is enormous. They shatter the pirate ship, and where the stones land, fires start. The sails catch, and the entire ship burns. Black Shark health -50 to 50/100. Your crew members continue to fight the enemy. Many precious lives are lost as the momentum goes back and forth. Just as white eyes burn across the pirate ship, fear picks up pirates and throws them over the railing and into the whirlpool. Petra slams her morning star into the soft faces of the pirates. Carla fires arrows from the archer platform. Bryn's longsword parries cutlasses and slices pirate flesh. Poppy's demons roam all over the decks, killing any pirates they find. Your catapult fires a few more times, battering the pirate ship to pieces. With no wizard to block the stones, the vessel falls to pieces. Black Shark health -50 to 0/100 and crew members lost -3 to 21/25. The pirate ship is so badly damaged that the enemy can't stop it from falling into the deadly whirlpool. You watch as the ship breaks apart as it falls onto its side. You see only a few pieces of debris spinning around the bottom of the whirlpool for a moment before they fall out of view, as well. The Epiphany tilts alarmingly as it begins to fall into the whirlpool. Take one of the oars and attempt to dispel the whirlpool. Check, watch my rower. Use the wizard next button. The incantation that was used is very tricky. You struggle with it, slowly unraveling the magic. That whirling slows down and eventually stops entirely. Magic +3. The only signs of battle remaining are a few useless pieces of debris bobbing in the calm water. There's no sign of the pirate ship anywhere. The Epiphany is in rough shape, but Dewar is more worried about the lack of wind at the moment. With no wind to fill the sails and nobody currently rowing, the ship is very quiet. This means that the injured crew members can be clearly heard as they scream in pain. Captain Dewar informs you that 5 people are unlikely to survive their injuries. Help the injured people the best I can. Let someone else deal next. Let someone else next. The crew member who looks after them is more skilled than you, but the bandages and ointments still seem to have no effect on the serious injuries. Despite the crew member's best efforts, the injured people still die from their wounds. Epiphany crew -5. The number of lost crew members makes everyone very sad, although they all knew that such a sea voyage would be fraught with peril. Crew morale -5. Cast a spell to get the wind moving. Pray to the gods and wait for the winds next button. Your knowledge of magic is quite good enough to know that what you're attempting to do is impossible. Sure, you could create a burst of wind to move the ship for a few minutes, or even an hour, but the amount of movement in the skies needed to create a lasting wind is enormous. You're pretty sure that the Reaver must have used an artifact to calm the entire weather system, and that artifact is now resting at the bottom of the sea. Arcana +2 and Nature +2. I can get us moving again, Dewart says hesitantly. But what I do has to be kept a secret. Dewart plants her feet firmly upon the deck and bows her head. Her black hair hangs over her green face as she begins to chant. She raises both of her hands in the air and lifts her face to the sky. You see clouds beginning to form overhead. You realize the half of RCC captain is a weather mage. The clouds gather and darken, and then the wind starts. The sails grow taut, and the Epiphany begins to move again. Dewart stops chanting and begins ordering her crew about. Why don't you want anyone to know that you can control the weather? Checked. 1 of 4. What you did shouldn't be possible. Why didn't you? 3 cheers. Check. Next. The crew cheers along with you. You see Dewar blush red under her green skin. She blusters about and shouts commands at her crew, but you can see that she's pleased with the attention. Crew morale +3. Do we return to Brightwater and press on? Bryn asks. Our damages can be repaired, and we can still manage the ship, even with a missing crew, Dewar says. If we return, we'll risk losing the crew members we have. We'll have to repack the provisions, and we'll likely face pirates again. We should keep going, now that the pirates are dead. We'll be far enough from shore now that we shouldn't have any more trouble with raiders, at least not from Daria. The ship's carpenters worked on the hull, and other crew members replaced the damaged sails. The broken rigging is retied, and slowly, the Epiphany starts to look seaworthy once again. The crew and the mounts begin to use up the supplies as the days pass and the weather gets unbelievably hotter. Regain full health and food -40.
Oh dear. Can I actually do this?
She did it again. Jess yells at you one night. That big lug stack rocks from the catapult in front of my door. You don't need to ask who the soul burner's talking about. Thea has done this a few nights in a row. Sure enough, the mountain woman approaches with a large smile on her face. Just lift them away. It's exercise, and it's good for you. You don't have to be so thin and weak. Thea, clear the rocks away. Jess, a little exercise wouldn't kill you. Radio button. Why do you bring this stuff next? Button. Just there staggers at you and storms away. You see a bright flash of white and hear an explosion as the rocks are blasted away from the door. She cheated. Thea pouts as she walks away. Thea relationship +5 and Jess relationship -10. Several days later, button. Damn, we must have picked the hottest summer ever to make this bloody sea voyage, Thea says as she wipes rivers of sweat from her face. The sea does strange things, Captain Dewar says. We travel mostly east, but we also travel south enough to make the temperature rise. The conversation is cut short when the air begins to ripple above the deck. Everyone turns to look at the strange occurrence. You see a faint image through the ripple, as though it were a painting that had been left out in the rain. You see dry ground in the red sky. Having plain walked there, you recognize the demon realm. You see a small demon thrashing about as if in pain. The more it thrashes, the more the air seems to ripple around it. There's a popping noise, and suddenly the demon falls to the deck. The view of the demon realm has disappeared. The imp stands up and shakes its head. Step forward and cut off the demon. Throw my dagger. Shoot the imp with. Crush the imp with magic. Throw the demon over the next button. You finish your spell without any difficulty, since the demon is still too disorientated to interrupt you. Its body is pressed down against the deck, and a crew member puts a crossbow bolt through its chest. The body vanishes back to the demon realm. Magic +2. Naistone's theory seems to be correct. The veil has become so weak that smaller demons are now able to cross over without being summoned. If nothing is done, larger and larger demons will start to show up. You suspect that the demon crossed here because it saw humans, which means that people will be fighting the creatures all across Daria, perhaps across the entire world. It will heal its body and likely cross over again. The stakes for stopping Susak are even higher than you suspected. A few more weeks pass. With water in all directions, it's difficult to tell that you're even moving, although Captain Dura assures you that you're making good progress. There's a splash in the water, and you see a silver chain soar over the deck of your ship and splash back into the water on the other side. Another chain encircles the Epiphany from the other side. Dozens of chains crisscross the deck, and soon the ship is being held firmly in place. Get an axe and attempt to cast a spell to make the chain. Try to lift a looping next button. You cast your spell, but the chains repel your magic. You conclude that the metal must be enchanted. The body of a man breaks the surface off to starboard. He has a very muscular build, and his skin has a slight bluish tinge to it. Looking below the water, you see that he has a fish's tail. He's holding a curved scimitar over his head and shakes it angrily. A few more merpeople come up as well, both male and female, and they're all armed with scimitars and shields. These waters are sacred. One of them says in a heavily accented and archaic form of the common tongue, "You shall blow here, and the sun shall bleach your bones until your ship rots and sinks to the bottom of the sea in tribute to the sunken god." The creatures all sink down below the water's surface. Ask Dura who these people are. Call out to them. Ask Dura who this sunken god. Next button. Mermaids and mermen. Then half of RC says, "I didn't think they really existed. I don't know what we're sailing over, but I don't think they like us much. I can make more wind, but those chains will hold us still, and our masts will just break. I think we're in trouble here." The waves break against the hull of the Epiphany as you sit stranded in the middle of the ocean with dozens of magical chains holding you firmly in place. You look over the side and down into the depths of the sea. Cast a spell that will allow me to breathe underwater. Ready, hold my breath and swim down as far. Dura, do you use the wizard of help? Next button. It's a strong piece of magic, but you're in dire need. You cast the spell and suddenly find yourself gasping for oxygen and falling to your knees. You crawl to the railing and climb over it. You fall into the water and suck in a double lungful of seawater. It makes you cough out the last of the air in your body, but the second breath of water feels much better. After a minute, you get the hang of it. Magic +3. You swim under the Epiphany and see dozens of silver chains leading down into the murky depths. You follow them lower and lower. You feel a pressure in your sinuses, which makes you have to stop every now and then to adjust. The sun is mostly blocked by all of the water between you and the surface, but in the darkness below, you see something glowing. It takes a long time to reach the source of the light and the chains. You see a shimmering dome of light through which the chains are extending. Within the enormous dome, you can see a building made of sculpted coral and reef. It is the source which the chains emerge from. It has great towers that look like spikes, and there are merpeople swimming around it. You swim through the dome and feel a slight tingling sensation. The dome's magic allows you to see in the murky depths and causes the pressure to become bearable. When the merpeople see you approaching, they swim into the doors of the building and disappear from view. You swim down and enter the tower through the roof which the chains come from. You fall heavily through the entrance and discover that there's air. The corridors hold about 3 feet of water, but the top half is dry. You dispel the magic so that you can breathe air once again. It seems as fresh as the surface. The water-filled corridor spirals down and around the chains. There are no steps. Instead, it's like a watery ramp which magically keeps the same depth instead of flowing down to the lower levels. You meet no merpeople, but unfortunately, the hallway angles away from where the chains are, and you find yourself splashing through the corridors of the coral structure without knowing where you're going. Hey, you there. Help me, a voice shouts, using the same archaic form of common tongue that the merman had used. The voice comes from a mermaid who's in a small enclosure with coral covering most of the entrance, except for a few small holes. You realize that this is a jail or dungeon of some kind, and that the mermaid is being held prisoner within. Why are you being held captive? Rick, what's your name? Radio, where am I? How to next, but I'm Lana, she answers. This temple is an abomination to the Sunken god known as Vithis, and I'm here to destroy it. Lana is very pretty. Although she's a fish from the waist down, from the stomach up, she's a well-proportioned, blue-tint woman with deep brown eyes and matching hair. Her hips curve sensually below her narrow waist and flat stomach. She's also topless, and unlike the mermaids from storybooks, nothing covers her perfectly formed breasts. We saw your ship coming a few days ago and sought to use it as a distraction to sneak inside and destroy this temple. The Vithis priests and priestesses changed the currents to draw alert, low back to look closed. Details, back button. Lana is very pretty. We saw your ship coming a few days ago and sought to use it as a distraction to sneak inside and destroy this temple. The Vithis priests and priestesses changed the currents to draw your ship over their temple so they could catch you as a sacrifice, she says. My allies are watching from a distance, but I was caught before I made it to their life crystal. Seeing the confusion on your face, she continues. Similar to dolphins and whales, we are not fish. We have no gills and must breathe air. Our buildings use a life crystal to make the air, which is held in the top half of our rooms and corridors. If I can make it to their life crystal and destroy it, the waters will rush in and they will have to leave the temple. The escaping air will be a sign for the rest of my people to rush forward and kill these fanatics as they try to escape. Help me escape, and I'll free your ship when I destroy the life crystal. Reply honestly and set leave next button. The kingdom of Daria hasn't had to root out and destroy an evil temple in a long time. There have been small pockets of necromancers and evil witches that have been put down over the years, and in the past, the destruction of evil temples was a regular occurrence, which is why the worship of evil deities became secretive on the surface. Break the coral bars, cast a spell to free. Check, look for next. You wave your hands in intricate patterns and say the magic words. The coral bars freeze over with ice and frost. You strike it with your hand and they shatter, allowing Lana to go free. Magic +2. Quickly, come this way, Lana says, swimming through the water with her head and shoulders parting the surface, a V of ripples trailing behind her. They hid from you because they don't know what you are, but they'll gain their courage back soon. The pretty mermaid leads you through many corridors. You see a few of the Vithisians swim out of your way and peer at you from other corridors. You burst into a large hall and see the silver chains again. They all meet together at a single metal sphere about the size of a pumpkin. Also in the room, you see a smaller white orb that seems to pulsate with magic. This must be the life crystal that will flood the temple. The Vithisian priests and priestesses rush forward to stop you. They ignore the sphere holding the chains, guarding the life crystal instead. Currently, there are 4 of them, but the hall will be flooded with mere people within seconds, and you realize that you might not have time to reach both. Lana looks imploringly towards you for help. Ignore the life crystal and go to the metal sphere with ignore the metal sphere. Checked. Next. But the 4 Vithisians guarding the life crystal all have scimitars and shields. You can hear shouting from the corridors, and you know that many others are coming. Stop. Radio but attack the 4 mere people with my sword. Attack the 4 mere people with my dagger. Attack the 4 mere people with my hands and feet. Cast a spell to freeze the water where the 4. Checked. Shoot the 4. Throw the glass mark. Use the wizard. Next button. You cast the spell and feel the pressure as one of the mere people tries to cast a counter spell. Your magic is stronger, and the water freezes solid, incapacitating them and making them all drop their weapons, except for 1. The remaining armed mermaid throws her sword at you, and it sinks deeply into your shoulder. You see Lana grab one of the scimitars. Health -50 to 50/100 and magic +2. The life crystal. Lana says from beside you. She brandishes the scimitar at the oncoming Bethesians, who are beginning to enter from the various corridors. Smash the life crystal. Take the life next button. You pick it up and dash it against the pedestal it had been resting upon. The moment it breaks, water rushes into the room from every window and door. It also flows as gravity urges it, washing you through the halls with it. You're momentarily blinded by all the bubbles and debris. You feel hands grabbing you and pulling you. Lips touch yours, and air fills your lungs. The chaotic rush of events is hard to follow, but you feel the soft lips several more times as lava fills your lungs with air somehow. You're pulled free of the drowning temple, and you suddenly feel dryness around you and can breathe normally. You're standing in a small bubble, about the size of your bedroom in bright water. Lana and a few other mere people are within this pocket of air, as well. One of them is holding another life crystal, but this one is much smaller. That must be what's creating the pockets of air around you. You see many mere people surrounding the temple. Streams of bubbles rise from all of its towers and windows at once. You watch as the worshippers of Vithis swim out of the chaos, stunned by the seawater rushing in. They try to escape and are killed one after another by the mere people surrounding the temple. We owe you a great debt, Lana says with a smile. You have helped us destroy a great evil. Tell them who I am and why I have come. Accept the next. We are pleased to meet you, King Randall, Lana says. My allies shall finish destroying this temple without us. We have done our part. Lana takes your hand and swims you across the sea's floor and away from the temple. You see a great city made from many coral buildings in the distance, with a single dome encompassing it all. When you pass through the dome, you find that the entire city has the same properties as that of the temple, with clean water covering about 3 feet and fresh air filling everything else. Lana smiles proudly as she escorts you through the streets, where thousands of mere people gawk at your 2 legs. You enter one of the buildings, and food is brought to you. The food is all sea-based, including fish and delicately spiced seaweed. Shells filled with drink are passed around, and you can tell from the taste that some of it is alcohol. Spend a few days, ask Lana to bring down the check. Tell up next, but the mere people are happy to do as you ask. One by one, your friends and companions are brought down to see the wonders under the sea. Petra stands at her side and looks around with eyes wide. The crew has to come down in shifts, although the mere people are able to keep the Epiphany safe on the surface while you visit. Crew morale +10 and all companions +5 relationship. You learn things that no surface dweller has ever known before. The mere people's nation is so far away from Daria that trade is nearly impossible, but you lay down the lines of communication anyway. Perhaps once the demon war is over, a great alliance between your nations will be made. You tell them about the demon war and why you must leave. Nature +3, Arcana +3, Religion +3, Geography +3, and History +3. We have seen a few of these demons appear here within our city, as well. This veil of which you speak is indeed diminishing. Please know that your quest will save not just your own kingdom, but the entire world. Farewell, King Randall, we will never forget you. You are taken back to the Epiphany. Captain Dura and the rest of the crew are very happy to see you. Loads of fish are handed out to you as well, fully replenishing your food stores before you continue on your way. Your companions and crew are impressed by your story and all of the fresh food. Food refill to 100 and crew morale +10. Days turn into weeks, and weeks turn into months. You spend a lot of time with Petra and your other companions. After the chaotic events leading up to now, this calm time on the Epiphany is almost welcome. You spend many nights in conversation, truly getting to know your wife, Petra. Where do you think we should live once Susak and his demons are destroyed? Do you think we'll find the demon blade, and what kind of man do you think Brand will grow up to? Next, Tornasa. We could rebuild the cathedral, Petra says. Where do you think we should? Tornasa. Elm Vale, Brightwater, Blood, Vernick, the North. Next. Petra puts an arm around you and holds you close. It just isn't sporting, Bryn exclaims one day as she runs her hands through her perfect hair. You have to use a fishing rod. Carl smiles softly as she stares into the blue water with her bow and arrow in hand. She releases the string, and the arrow darts into the water. A moment later, a large blue fish floats to the surface, impaled by the projectile. Bryn rolls her eyes once more as her line continues to sit untouched in the water. The skilled archer has been winning their fishing contests every time, and thought, by the rules, Captain is finding it frustrating. Yes, it's cheating, Carla. It's also a waste of arrows when you miss the fish. Seems fair to me, say nothing, next, but Carl loses her shy smile and nods at your words, then she puts away her bow. Bryn smiles smugly and continues to wait with her string in the water. Bryn relationship +10 and Carla relationship -10. It seems like the journey will never end, but then, one morning, a bird is seen on the railing of the Epiphany. This breathes fresh energy into everyone. Soon, more birds are spotted until one morning, a sailor shouts, "Land ho!" Ship food -60. Anchor next to a beach, which will be pleasant for those staying with the ship. Radio but anchor next to a tree-filled shore, which will make it easier to find fresh water, food. Check. Anchor next. But the anchor is dropped far enough away from the shoreline that it's still deep enough for the Epiphany. One of the two smaller boats is lowered over the side. You, your companions, and a couple of crew members get in. You row to shore to explore this new world. The boat is brought in next to the rocky tree line. You and your companions have to clamber over the rocks and into the trees to step onto dry land. The crew will likely spend most of their time on the Epiphany, rather than fight through the tangled trees and insects. At least they won't have to travel far to find food and water to replenish the stores while you and your companions search for the capital. You take out a very crude map of the continent that you made before you left. Dora marks on the map where she thinks you are. Your companions help the crew unload the things that will be needed in order to travel, including Daredevil and the other mounts. Your warhorse is very happy to be out of the hold of the ship. We'll catch and smoke fish, fill our barrels with water, make some repairs to the Epiphany, and try to get some meat while you're gone, Captain Dura says as she watches the crew unload the ship. Take care of yourself out there, sweet cheeks. The half ORC says this last part to Thea with a lecherous grin on her face. Thea, who's used to being the pursuer, trips over her tongue and sputters a weak response. Spend the night and leave first thing in the morning. Leave immediately. Next, button. The trip into the unknown continent seems much like walking across Daria, except that the plants look a little different, and you see animals that you don't recognize. Considering that this land was where the zombies came from, and that legends say they live from shore to shore across it, it seems very empty. As you follow your crew directions to where the capital should be, you don't see any sign of civilization at all, until the third day. There's something glowing near the top of a small tree. When you clear the vines and moss, you see that it isn't the tree at all. Instead, it's a vertical pole about 7 feet tall with a magical orb on its end. The light goes out after you've cleared away the moss that had been covering most of it. When you place your hand over it, it turns back on again. It's light activated, Petra says. Imagine having these all along a street. You wouldn't have to hire lamp lighters to keep them running. I wonder if we could take it. Break off the glowing lamp, radio, leave it alone, radio, next, button. The moment you break the glowing orb off the pole, it goes out. You conclude that it was being powered through the pole somehow. You find many other marvels similar to the lamp as you travel. Partial statues shown from under vines, deteriorating bridges over waters, peaceful stone roads under grass, everything is destroyed and in ruins, but considering that you aren't even in a city, the scope of just how settled this land used to be is astounding. One night, while everyone is asleep, Thea shouts an alarm. You and your companions awaken to see a small, brown-furred animal with a long tail going through one of your bags. It has an almost human-looking face. Its dexterous fingers have figured out the buckle, and it's munching on a piece of dried bread. Shoo the creature away. Radiant. Shoot the creature with an arrow. Slash the creature. Shoot it with fire. Feed the creature. Next. Button. You make a loud noise, and the furry creature runs off. Although you filled your packs from the ship's food stores and find water, you still don't have enough food for the long journey. Use snares to hunt for food and hunt at night. Allow Abigail, my fire drake, to range ahead of the group and hunt. Radio button. Check. Tighten my belt. Next button. Use. Next. Abigail feels at home in the dense wilderness. Through the day, she catches and kills many small animals, which you and your companions cook each night. Nature +5. As the weeks pass, you make it closer and closer to where you guess the capital is. More and more Samwith architecture begins to show under the thick vegetation. You and your companions are riding through a particularly dense section just outside of where the capital should be when voices begin to yell at you. Sacred land, drop your weapons. They shout at Samwithis. You and your companions have been studying Samwithis since you learned of the Demon Blade and you all left the refugee camp. It made sense that it would be the language spoken on this continent. Arcana +3. Drop my sword. Drop my deck. Drop my bow. Drop all of my... Ignored the command to be checked. Next button. Sacred land. Drop your weapons. Sacred land. The words continue, but then they grow softer and seem to spread further and further away. Several minutes pass, and nothing happens. The words eventually fade away into the distance. You notice many brightly colored birds in the tree branches watching you. Petra shouts out as she suddenly shoots upward into the air when a hidden trap goes off under her feet. You can see her struggling in a rope net high above the ground. Climb the tree and shoot the rope that's hold. Study the trap and cast a spell to catch. Check the next button. This spell is simple. It's the same one that you would use to light a candle. The rope snaps, and Petra falls to the ground. Magic +2. There's the air. Prince says after Petra gets back onto her feet. You look around and see an open pit trap nearby. Judging from the broken camouflage over the hole, you know that someone has recently fallen into it. Carefully, you and your remaining companions climb down, hoping that you don't find Thea's body impaled upon sharpened spikes. You see a little fresh blood, but no body. Thea fell into the pit and had been taken away while you were freeing Petra from the other trap. Allow Carla to search for tracks. Search for the track. Give up. Next. Carla points out fresh tracks and leads you onward. There are at least 4 sets carrying Thea away. You walk away from the traps and continue onwards. You don't look forward to telling Captain Dura that Thea has gone missing. Perception +3. A second chorus of Sacred Land erupts. This time, you see that it's the colorful birds themselves that are speaking. They act as an alarm for whoever took Thea. The sun sets, forcing you to stop for the night, but you begin moving again the moment the sun rises in the morning. You enter what must be the Samwith capital city. It holds many enormous buildings, their signature around a door still sealed shut. Trees and vines have covered everything, but there's so many structures that they can't hide it all. Every building you encounter stands taller than the tallest trees you've ever seen. It's as though every house were its own castle. You've never seen so much stone. The stones themselves have been perfectly laid, with no cracks or seams. It looks more like the walls were grown from stone instead of built. There is no doubt. This is where Thea has been taken. A bright blast of light streaks toward you. Jump out of the web. Hold up my magical sheet. Allow the belt of speed to activate. Cast a shielding spell. Next button. Your shield deflects the incoming blast into the ground at your feet. The light explodes into the ground, leaving behind a crater in the thick stone that's about a foot deep. You see a man wearing a grass skirt and a headdress filled with colorful feathers. He's standing 3 stories above you in one of the buildings. He looks down at you, bearing teeth that have been filed to points. He has bright makeup streaked across his face and bare chest. The blast came from the wand in his hands, which he continues to point at you. 2 other natives in similar attire, except for the headdress, stand on either side of the shaman. They hold spears and shake them at you and your companions. Behind these people, you see a woman who's also wearing a grass skirt and has face paint on. The other 3 people don't see her as she slowly stalks the shaman from behind. She smiles at you, showing that her teeth are not filed, and puts a hand over her mouth in the universal symbol for quiet. The shaman waves the wand about and points it at you again as the woman edges a little closer to him. We come in peace. Look out behind. What have you done with Thea? Shoot the shaman. Use the wizard. Next, but shoot the shaman with a lightning bolt. Radio. Check. Shoot the shaman with the lightning bolt. Radio button. Checked. Fuck you. Next. But the words tumble quickly from your mouth, and you throw your hand forward. The lightning bolt streaks from your fingertips and strikes the shaman in the chest. Magic +2. He's thrown off the roof and lands on the hard stones with a splat. You see that his wand has snapped in half under his corpse. The other two natives turn towards the woman and bring their spears up, ready to attack her. The building has many circular doors and windows in it, but they're all closed. The ledges around them protrude a few inches and would make decent handholds for climbing up. Run forward, shoot the other two natives, cast a spell to throw the two natives off the roof. Check, watch trimble, use the wizard. Next, but you say the words of your spell, and then you wave your hand. A great surge of force slams the two natives over the edge. They fall to the ground with twin splats. The woman in the skirt deftly climbs down the side of the building to join you. Magic +2. A lot of shouting and yelling draws your attention as a dozen more natives in war paint arrive. You notice that the teeth of the newcomers are not filed to points. The omens continue, she says. Come with me if you wish to see your missing friend again. You are led through the enormous buildings of the capital to a structure covered with sharpened sticks. You see many natives watching you from the roof. The circular door to the building is open, which is different than most of the others. The woman walks inside, and you follow. You don't know what the large building was used for in the ancient past when the Samites lived here, but the tribe has moved in and uses it like a large cave. You see primitive pictures on the walls and people going about their daily chores. Many animal skins have been laid out in one section where the woman sits down. Is it okay? Where am I? Who are you? Next button. Yes, she is. I am Jadara, the woman says. Our oracle has foreseen your arrival and purpose. You seek the demon blade. You come from across the endless waters. You will lead us in battle against the man-eating Yugo in return for our aid in retrieving what you seek. Our chief was injured when fighting the Yugo, so we must avenge her. The oracle has sent us omens telling us all of this. Tell me about this oracle. Who are the Yugo? What do you know of the demon blade? Take me to your chief. Next, admittedly, not very much, Jadara says. But we know where it is, and we know that you have come for it. We will lead you to it in exchange for the destruction of the Yugo. You and your companions are given a private room of your own. You're brought water, fruit, and meat while you lounge upon animal skins. So, they want us to attack this Yugo tribe, Petra says. Why should we help them? They're cannibals, and they attacked us first, for starters, Bryn says. And they have Thea. Also, it might be our only chance of finding the demon blade. You don't seem to have any other option but to agree. A group of about 20 warriors gathers in your room about an hour later. They clearly intend to begin this battle immediately. On your way out, Jadara joins you, patting the knife in her belt. Kill the chief of the Yugo and claim his mask, she says. They have injured our chief. We will kill theirs. Take the warriors and Jadara with them. Ask that the warriors and Jadara next button. You and the native warriors travel through the Samith capital city. They take you and your companions through the streets and between the tall buildings. You see that the children of the oracle have settled into one half of the city, and the Yugo live in the other. The warriors slow down when they see poles with human skulls attached to their tops. You notice the colored plumage of the warning birds sitting on the tree branches. You see a large fire pit filled with ashes and burned bones. The remains are clearly human. Next to the ashes, you see a pile of clothing with his large hammer resting upon it. The natives mutter angrily at the sight. This is Yugo territory. We must be cautious from this point onward. Sneak forward cautiously. Calm the birds before proceeding. Check. Come up with a way. Next. You try to calm the birds, but realize that it isn't working. You can't approach any closer without fear than calling out an alarm. Sneak forward. Come up with a way to check. Next. But unfortunately, you can't think of anything that might work. Sneak forward. Next. Sacred land. Drop your weapons. Sacred land. The parents shriek, warning the Yugo of your approach. Needed 80 stealth, or 2 levels in assassin, or 2 levels in thief, or 3 levels in monk. The trees erupt into movement as the cannibals rush forward to defend their land. The warriors immediately begin to fight them with their spears. Jadara draws her knife and strikes out at the Yuga warriors, as well. You see a fat man wearing an elaborate mask with them. That must strike at the chief with my sword, shoot the chief with an arrow, cast a spell to make the ground swallow up the chief, read, check, grab the chief's mask, throw Lacey's glove, use the wizard next, but it's difficult to cast as one of the chief's warriors throws a spear at you. You duck it and finish your spell anyway. The chief sinks into the solid ground with a scream. You wiggle your fingers, and the ground returns to being solid, cutting off the chief's screams. You take the mask from his face before anyone can stop you. Fight my way for you with push my way, cast a spell to send. Check, use the wizard next. You say the words to this spell, and fire explodes from your hands. The enemy warriors keep their distance, as you burn anyone who gets too close. The birds sing their alarm as you leave the Yugo territory. Magic +2. You return to the children of the Oracle, holding the chief's mask in your hand. You hear cheering from above as the roofs fill with natives who are applauding your conquest. Jadara and several others meet you as you enter the building where you'd spoken with her before. She takes the mask from you, and everyone cheers even louder. Take me to the Demon Blade. I wished next, but of course, she says. You have killed the chief of the Yugo. It is time to meet the Oracle. You are led through the city to an open courtyard. Many children of the Oracle sit on the roof around it, looking down at you. You're given a small basket filled with flower petals. The ground you're walking upon feels unstable beneath your feet as you follow Jadara, who's carrying the basket of her own. She takes a handful and throws it into the courtyard, where they rise into the air and then get pulled downward, even though there's no breeze. You see the brightly colored face of the Oracle in the middle of the courtyard and realize that you're standing upon the Oracle herself. She stares up into the sky as flower petals press against her face. She rhythmically rises and falls, like a billowing sail, which is why you find your footing so uncertain. Oh, great and powerful Oracle, Jadara says to the face. I have brought you your servant. The passage is still blocked, the Oracle says dully. But the chief of the Yugo was killed, she says nervously. Tell the Oracle about the demon war. I have come for the demon blade. I did what was next. The ground shakes beneath your feet and suddenly pulls out from under you. The Oracle has moved aside, letting you fall into a great abyss beneath her. You feel something grab you in the darkness as you fall, and it lays you gently upon the ground beneath her. You feel fresh air and flower petals against your skin as the Oracle continues to rise and fall overhead, creating the steady breeze that fills the myriad of tunnels which are spread out all around you. Your companions are safely set down beside you, although Jadara, Daredevil, and the other mounts are left behind. The Oracle speaks from above you. This way, she says. You see that she has many black tentacles that branch out into all of the tunnels around you. One of them rises and wiggles, showing you which way to go. You walk down the indicated passageway and come to another intersection where her tentacles extend in every direction. Again, one of the tentacles rises and wiggles, showing you which way to go. In this manner, you're led to a large, round door many blocks away from where you entered the tunnels. The door has small holes in it, through which air is being blown by the Oracle. The wriggling tentacle extends through one of these holes, showing that this is the direction you're being led in. Use my knowledge of Somni's history to guess where I've been taken. Study the pull or you next. It's impossible to say. Considering the winding route, you guess that it might be a service entrance to some chamber and not the main door. The Somrith had knowledge of technology that isn't used today. You turn some dials on the side of the door, and it whirs into life, rolling back into a recess in the wall and allowing you in trance. History +3. You find yourself standing in a Somrith treasure room. The floor and walls of this inner chamber are inky black. Most of the pedestals are empty, which makes sense. The Somrith would have taken their prized possessions with them when they left. Despite this, a few pedestals still hold things. In the center of the room, you see a crude knife. Its edge zigzags like a lightning bolt, and it's made of a strange black metal. You see glowing wounds etched across it, similar to how a demon stone looks. On its hilt is a round sphere covered in more runes, although these aren't glowing. Wasting no time, you take the demon blade. You feel a strange vibration when you touch the sphere on the hilt. Who comes to rob the Samwith? A voice says loudly from all around you, and you realize that the black surface you're standing on is alive. Alas, we have walked onto another creature of dubious intent, Pedro says. I am King Randall of Daria. Radio, but my name, I'm nope, say, next, the Blockheart, the creature all around you says, making you wobble as you keep your balance. You have broken your oath and left. Olakal, you fool. You have brought intruders into the heart. There was a blockage, the oracle says feebly from far away. I called for support to clear the way. They're both demons, Poppy says with dawning realization. This thing is a demon, and so is the oracle. You aren't certain who Blockheart is, but you see that Poppy is correct. You're speaking to an enormous demon of some strange shape that has wrapped itself around the exterior of the treasure room. Dangling black tentacles twitch as it listens to Bryn speak. You see many interesting things upon the pedestals. A chest filled with gold, an amulet with a heart-shaped ruby on it, a book that looks to be made of metal, a rune-covered sword, a glowing bow, a sparkling vest of many colors, and plenty of other strange things. Return the demon blade and touch nothing else, and I shall let you live, the demon with all of the dangling black tentacles says. Who is Blockheart? Who are you? Are you Samwith? Was so-called a Samwith summon. I need the demon blade. Take the chest of gold, radio button, unchecked, 6 of 12. Take the ruby pendant, take the metal book, radio button. Take the sparkling vest of many, take the glowing rune-covered sword, take the enchanted bow, leave the treasure room with only the demon blade, radio button, unchecked, 12 of 12. 1730, Notification Center, 1730, Suffolk notification while and do not disturb. Twitch, while and do collapse, play, West, Discord, Twitch, Discord, down to YouTube, Discord, back, lost all, 3 hours ago. Caravan, Discord, cheap, lost all, grouped, 3 hours ago. Building upgraded, Chico EPILLE, grouped, 2 hours ago. Godville, the mayor, lost all, Discord, Lord Revolve, Lord's Knights, 2 hours ago. Lord's Knights, Dear Lord of the Cap, Revolve, Lulu, Discord, Chico, Base, Discord, 1, Vancouver, West 1, Discord, Chico, Twit, Scott, Cocaine, Sky, grouped, 7 hours ago. Taylor Loganger in Alter, Studio Micro, Discord, 7. Take the chest of gold, radio button, unchecked, 6 of 12.
Ow. Oh. Do I want to take the chest? Yes, I do.
Take the ruby pack, take the chest of gold.
Gimme.
Check. Next, but the moment you lost hold up, I allow the run out of the room. Just run. You next button. The magical shield reverberates loudly as rocks fall upon it. The pedestals and artifacts are smashed into the ground, and you barely escape with your you make your way back. The magical shield reverberates loudly as rocks fall upon it. The pedestals and artifacts are smashed into the ground, and you barely escape with your life as the room is buried under several tons of rock. You and your companions rush back out of the tunnel with the demon blade and the gold in your hands. The treasure room implodes with one last explosive crash. Luckily, it only destroys the heart and not the branching tunnels. You make your way back to where the oracle rests. You can see the black demon skin of its underbelly, and you realize that the bright colors you saw were just more flower petals stuck to the air-waving demon. Jadara greets you warmly. Your oracle is just a demon ventilation system. Radio, your oracle helped us find the demon blade. Next, this is wonderful news, Jadara says. I knew that the oracle would help. You are led past the petal-covered flapping demon in the courtyard and up a staircase to a higher floor. As you walk, Jadara speaks. The Oracle has brought us many great things lately. We were worried at first when small black creatures began to appear out of thin air. We killed them, and they disappeared. Our old chief died in battle several weeks ago. But then the Oracle said that a new chief would come, and under her reign, we would finally destroy the Yugo. That's impossible. What did the Oracle actually say? Say nothing next. The Oracle said that we needed help. It said that we were being held back. It said that it was calling for someone who would clear the way, Jadara says as she opens the door. Inside, you see Thea laying on some soft mats with many plates of food and pitchers of drink around her. She jumps to her feet and runs to you. These crazy people want me to lead them, she exclaims. The Oracle said that it was calling for someone, and then we found Thea in a Yugo pit. The omens were clear. We took her to the Oracle, but on the way, we were attacked by Yugo. She is twice the size of a normal woman and killed many of them. Truly, it was divine magic, granted by the Oracle. We were blessed even more when she commanded that we start a war and kill their chief. But we found her clothes in the Yugo camp. You knew we were looking for her. Why? Asked Thea. Thea can't next, but we didn't hide her. You agreed to kill the chief first, and she was still injured from the spikes in the pit. We intended to bring you to her immediately after, but the Oracle took you first. But we found her. Asked Thea. What? Thea can't be next. We understand, Jadala says softly. She conceals it well under her smooth and even tone, but you can trace a hint of disappointment in her voice. Her fiery hazel eyes bore into you briefly before she bows. With the Yugo chief dead, our Oracle will find us a new chief for peacetime, instead of one for wartime. Farewell, and thank you. Daredevil and the other mounts are brought to you. You climb onto your warhorse as your companions get onto their horses. You, Petra, Carla, Poppy, Jess, Thea, and Bryn leave the capital as Jadara and the others bang their spears against their shields in what appears to be their customary way of bidding farewell. Later that day, you finally find time to look at what you took from the Sunleaf treasure room besides the demon blade. The small chest of gold is filled with heavy coins from ancient times. It's a small fortune. Gold plus 500. Weeks pass as you travel west towards the Epiphany and the Silver Sea. It is the smell of the salt in the air which tells you that you've finally arrived. A short time later, you stumble upon the sea itself. You'd been clever and intentionally angled your walk to the south. That way, all you have to do is travel north along the shore until you reach the trees where the Epiphany is anchored. You come to a large patch of stumps. You have no doubt that you're at the correct place, but the Epiphany isn't there. Thank the gods you've arrived, a voice says. You see one of the sailors rise from the hiding place he'd been laying in. From the food stores and dugout pit, you can tell that he's been there for a while. Where is the Epiphany? Radio button, checked, 1 of 4. What happened? Where is Captain Duke? Say nothing. Next, Captain Dura had to take her back out to sea about a week ago, the sailor says. We have to wait for nightfall to send the message. The sailor shares his food with you as you all wait for the sun to set. When it does, he lights a fire that he's readied. Once it's burning well, he throws a package onto it, and the flames turn green. A few hours later, you see the Epiphany sailing towards you. It anchors as close as it can. The sailor gathers a few things, then jumps into the water, urging you to follow him. Daredevil can swim, and so can the other horses, so you follow. When you reach the Epiphany, ropes are lowered and everyone is hauled up. Your warhorse and the other mounts are put back into the hold once more. The sailors are very fast as they do this, having obviously been practicing for this difficult maneuver to do it so efficiently. We have to move fast, Captain Dort says as she joins you on the deck. I hope you got what you came for, because we have to leave this blasted place right now. It's back, a sailor shouts from the crow's nest. Starboard. You look to starboard and see the silhouette of something enormous. The green-scaled creature is the size of a mountain, and it's walking through the seawater as though it were only waist deep. You notice that it has sharp claws, each one of which is as tall as you are. It has a double row of teeth that look like short swords. The kraken continues to stride purposefully towards the Epiphany. Damn! Fill the sails before that beast cuts our wind. Turn about. Quickly now, if you ever want to see your mothers again. The Epiphany sails fill with wind. Captain Dura chants between orders, and the wind picks up. Her weather magic is going to save your lives. The ship lurches and begins to move away from the enormous creature. The kraken swings one large hand, just missing the hull. The shore and the monster begin to recede from view, but the large creature isn't giving up. It dives into the water and begins to swim, following you as you go. The creature attacked us about a week ago. We had nowhere to hide. Luckily, we've been anchored near all those trees and had made some repairs first. That damn beast caused as much damage as we fixed, though. Those trees were filled with animals and fruit. We filled our food stores as much as we could before we had to start running from it. Army food plus 40. Tell Captain Dura to keep sailing and try to outrun the. Tell Captain Dura to get ready to fight. Use the Wizard of Element next. But Dura's weather magic keeps the wind in the perfect direction, but the sea monster is tireless. Its webbed hands and feet allow it to swim with uncanny speed. After 2 days of pursuit, it seems as though it'll be the half of our sea captain who tires first. Dura is exhausted, but if she goes to sleep, the weather will return to normal, and the kraken will catch up with the Epiphany. Help Dura plot a course to leave the sea monster behind. Radio button. Turn the ship around and next. Dura has already tried to change course abruptly, but the kraken always knew which way to go. It's hard to mask your direction when the entire local weather system moves with you. You study the natural currents and the shoreline. You make some calculations, then place your finger on the map. You think there's an archipelago over there, Dura agrees. There'll be countless small islands to hide in. We might have a chance if we can weave between them. Dura steers the ship towards where you suspect the islands lie. Sure enough, you see land birds flying in that direction and find just what you need. By going through the narrow channels, the pursuing kraken is forced to either follow or climb overland. Instead of following through open sea, where it could swim in a straight line, it soon falls behind. It takes a few days, and Dura is nearly unconscious from the fatigue of keeping her weather magic active, but on the third day, you see no sign of the monster. The tired crew cheers, and Dura finally goes to her bunk to sleep. The next day, you set a course for home. Geography plus 5. The months pass slowly. You spend many hours looking at the demon blade, but its true power is not apparent. You can only hope that its magic will allow you to kill Gozer so that you can reach Susan or kill Hager itself and end the demon war. Help the sailors with their fishing in order to supplement our dwindling food stores. Radio, kill a crew member, continue sailing with a deep show stack button. In perception, Swilsky call Arctic, Matt Blake, step up North Knob Cold, Arc Geography, 100%.
Yay.
History, 100. Nature, 43. Relate call Pet, Jet, Brent, Thea, 86. Carla, 85. Raymond, 1. Poppy, 90. Lord Tover, 66. Your mount. A fully trained Abigail, Epiphany, crew size, 16. Ship morale, 88%. Water, food and provisions, 80%.
Oh, we're fine. We're fine. We're at 80%. We're good.
Back button. Next. But although you help them haul the nets, you have no expertise to help them increase what they gather. Needed 90 nature and 70 perception, or 1 level in cedar. Kill a crewmate, continue sailing with the food. Check. Next, but you have more than enough food to feed you and crew for the return trip. Ship food minus 60. Feed the crew 30 extra rations, dimmed. Feed the crew 25 extra rations, dimmed. Feed the crew 20 extra rations, radio button, check. Feed store, next, button. You allow the crew to feast upon the extra rations, which improves the mood of everyone on the ship. Ship food minus 20 and crew morale plus 10. The temperature continues to get colder every day. Many mornings find the rigging covered with dangerous frost and ice. Winter has come. Captain Dura assures you that you're nearly home and that you'll be docked before the bad weather comes. Another demon spontaneously appears on the deck one day, but the crew is able to kill it quickly. It's much larger than the imp you'd seen before. The veil is getting perilously close to tearing open entirely. Dora laughs loudly and slaps you on the back when a long-legged bird is seen resting upon the railing one morning. She points out a rock outcropping a short distance away and says that she knows exactly where you are. You'll be back in Brightwater the day after tomorrow. The good news spreads quickly through the crew, and everyone seems much happier for it. The next morning, you awake to hear footsteps in your bunk room. At first, you assume that it's Petra. She isn't in bed with you, having taken a late night watch on deck. When you try to sit up, dark hands grab you and hold you down. You see several demons around your bed. 2 sailors are also standing nearby, and you see that they're both holding rune bags. The bright glow of demon stones illuminate their faces as they talk. All of your valuables have been taken from you while you were sleeping, including your sword, bow, dagger, spellbook, amulet, magical artifacts, gold pouch, and the demon blade itself. I thought we were going to die for sure, one of the sailors says as he puts the demon blade through his belt. The High Chancellor is going to be very pleased. Why are you doing this? Have you been planning this from the beginning? Who else is involved? Have you been? Check. Who are the others? Okay. Next button. It's been a long summer, says one of the sailors with a nod. The sailors are nearly knocked to the ground when the entire ship jerks roughly forward. You're still pinned to the bed by at least 3 different demons, maybe 4. One of the 2 mutineers leans out of the door for a moment, then leans back in. That's it, he says. We've run her aground, and the hull's breached. We're filling with water. This heap will be a shipwreck within minutes. The longboat is ready. Let's go. Demons, keep holding him. The 2 sailors leave the room, taking your belongings with them. Pull myself free. Pull a leg. Cast your spell book. Check. Screen for next button. The substance splashes across you in an instant. Although the demons try to hold you, you're too slippery for them to maintain their grips. You pull yourself free from their clutching hands and run for the door, being careful not to slip and fall to the ground. Magic +3. You rush onto the deck and look around to gain your bearings. The entire ship is listing dangerously to one side, and you can hear shouting from many directions. You see 3 sailors climbing down a rope ladder to a longboat that's already been lowered. You run towards them as the other sailors rush about in a panic. Let Epiphany health -25. Jump down and into the longboat with run to the longboat and search for a weapon. Climb down the rope ladder and into the longboat. Read next button. You grab the railing and are just about to swing yourself over when the hairs on your arms stand on end as enormous black clouds begin to gather overhead. A low chanting comes from Dora's direction as the half ORC calls forth her powers. Before you have a chance to react, an enormous bolt of lightning strikes down from the sky and into the longboat in front of you. You're thrown backwards, but the mutineers in the longboat are instantly killed when the lightning slams into them. The longboat itself is shattered into charred toothpicks, and you splash into the salty sea. You try to swim, but your muscles are still numb from the lightning blast. Your body is battered repeatedly against the rocks, and blackness fills your vision. Darkness, but darkness. You feel hands on you almost right away as the sailors jump into the water to help you. They're brave souls to be diving into the water as lightning falls from the sky. They drag you to shore, which is only a few feet away. You're only a few miles south of Brightwater. All of your belongings are found, including the Elmdale Wizard's amulet, as they wash up onto the shore throughout the night and the next morning. Most importantly, the demon blade is found with everything else. You learn that your companions were being held by demons as you expected. When Dora's lightning bolt killed the summoners, they were all freed. Abigail sits next to you, alive and well. Dora says that the Epiphany can be repaired well enough to link back into Brightwater. You and the remaining crew get back on board. Dora summons the winds needed to push the ship off the rocks, and the crew hastily hammers oars into place to stop the rushing water. She's in terrible shape, but you manage to sail the last few miles back to Brightwater. The tall towers and arching bridges are a welcome sight as you return to the city. Homecoming button. You sit upon your throne in the conference room. The large chair you sit in is at the head of an enormous table. A stack of papers with the royal seal of Daria on each sits in front of you. Today is going to be a busy day. Petra, your queen, sits next to you with a serious expression on her face. You were surprised to see how Bran had grown during the months you were away. Raymond was proud to show you how he had taught him to walk. Tear shifts uncomfortably on her chair, which is much too small for her bulk. Carla fidgets in her chair, afraid that she'll be asked to speak in front of everyone. So, there it is, Lord Topher says, breaking the silence. Now we just need to form a group, hunt down Susak, and kill his demons. All eyes are fixed upon the demon blade, which rests on the table in the middle of the room. Brent sits with perfect posture, silent in thought. Jess looks bored, as though the entire meeting were pointless and beneath her. Dula sits in one of the chairs, too. She's been told the entire story and has joined your inner circle of companions. Naistelin, the half-elf, sits on the opposite side of the room with a serious expression on his face. You didn't tell them, Poppy says as she looks over at you. You spent weeks studying the demon blade, but Naistelin had been the one to figure out the final details of how it actually works. When you learned that a planewalker would be needed, you naturally asked Poppy to help you. No, I haven't told them yet. Rick, tell them. Say nothing. Next, but when a demon is summoned, we get their projection. Poppy lectures to everyone in the room. Their true selves reside safely in the demon realm. When you destroy a demon's body, the demon returns to that other plane, where it heals. We summon demons using demon stones, which are actually projections of the demon's anchor stone. The demon blade will allow us to kill a demon, but in order to use it, the bearer must enter the demon realm and destroy the demon's anchor stone with it. Fine then, Thea says, sitting up straighter. Send me. I prefer my hammer, but I can use a blade, too. This isn't like plain walking, Poppy says, looking to you and Naistelin before continuing. When we plain walk, we are insubstantial in the demon realm. We bring nothing with us. We can create the illusion of weaponry, but they're powerless. Naistelin, we need to tell them about the sun wreath. Nay, it's next, but the half-elf cleric stands up and places his palms on the table in front of him. He looks from face to face as he gathers his thoughts before speaking. The sun wreath turned themselves into demons and left this plane of existence. They found the immortality and power they were looking for, but they lost their humanity and free will in the process. The only way to use the demon blade is by turning its bearer into a demon and sending them into the demon realm with the demon blade. This process is vile and irreversible. Whether they succeed or fail, they will never be able to return to Daria again. Bollocks, Thea says as she hits the table. If this is the only way, I'm still ready. You won't be going, Poppy says. The ritual began back in the Sunwreath treasure room when Brandel took the demon blade. The anchor stone was imprinted when he first touched it, and we have no other blank anchor stones. It must be him. The room explodes with anger and shouting at this. Chairs fall to the ground as people jump to their feet to protest. Petra squeezes your hand tightly. You already broke the news to her, and she knows that there's no other way. No, we can't send our king, Lord Topher says. This is ludicrous. We have to find another way. There is no other way. I will go. If I don't go, there will be no kingdom to rule. Check. I will gain immortality. Next button. There's a lot to do before you leave Daria and never come back. The frequency and size of the spontaneous demons crossing into the world have continued to increase. Naistelin says that the veil is stretched as thin as it can be and that it will tear very soon. If Susak tears the veil, the demon realm will envelop the entire plane and everyone will be enslaved by the demons that pour forth. Whether Susak gets the power he wants or not, it would be the end of Daria. You casually ask what would happen if you were to come back through the torn veil, if that were to happen, but Naistelin softly shakes his head. The tear would leak aspects of the demon realm into the mortal world, but any demon that passed through would still only be a projection over here. There's no way to come back. The transition is permanent, I'm afraid. You pick up the first piece of paper from the stack in front of you. You've written all of your royal decrees over the last few days. They will ensure that Daria continues in your absence. Brand is my heir. Queen Petra will rule until Brand reaches 18 years of age and assumes the throne. Citizen reputation plus 15 and Petra relationship plus 10. You place your hand upon your next decree and consider whether or not to activate it. If you fail, Bran will need a lot of help to save Daria. Even if you succeed, the rebuilding phase will be very difficult. Historically, the ruler of Daria has often had a wizard advisor to aid them. Despite the title, this position has gone to divine magic users in the past, as well. Name Naistlin to be the royal wizard, radio. Name Durin to be the royal wizard, radio. Name Jess to be the. Name Durin to be. Name Durin. Name Petra to be. Name Poppy to be. Draft a letter to be. Put the decree. Next, Durin is honored by the title. As a weather mage, she has the power. Her leadership skills as a sea captain will also be useful to Bran. You wonder if the old tradition will continue even after Bran's reign, now that you've restarted it. Magic plus 5. Soul burning has been given a poor reputation over the years, you say. Yet Jess serves the crown well. Jess pretends to act uninterested and fails miserably. The soul burner sits on the edge of her seat, waiting to hear what you have to say. As such, I hereby proclaim that soul burning is not an inherently evil condition, and that soul burners shall be given all of the rights of any other citizen. Radio next button. Jess nearly cries at this announcement. This statement, which shouldn't have needed to be said, will give future soul burners a more prestigious start in life. The citizens of Daria won't like it. People fear what they don't understand, after all. Jess relationship plus 15 and citizen reputation minus 10. Even though Tornassa fell, you suspect that many of the hiding gnomes escaped. You haven't forgotten about your promise to Snarflin, the burgomaster of the gnomes. Your only question is whether now is the best time to reveal their presence to the world or not. They've been living in secret for so long, but they want to join society. The citizens of Daria will find it difficult to know that the gnomes have been using illusion magic to hide amongst them, and they might end up feeling betrayed. I hereby announce the presence of the Gnome Society and declare their kind to be loyal citizens of Daria. Say not next, but your companions and advisors already knew of the gnome's existence, but they're surprised that you wish to publicly announce their presence. The hidden gnomes will be able to step out of hiding and live honest lives now. Only time will tell how the people of Daria will react, but you know that it will be difficult for them at first. Citizen reputation minus 5. The gnome situation was hard enough, but your promise to Gershwin to accept the half ORCS into Daria will be even more difficult for the people to accept, although Captain Dura, whom the people hail as a hero, will make such a decree a little softer. I hereby proclaim that the half ORCS of the Western Wilderness are full citizens of Daria with all appropriate rights and civil laws. Say next, Captain Dura smiles proudly at the statement. She's been cast off of society. Although she gained a solid reputation as a sea captain, only now is she truly a citizen of Daria. Thea bangs happily on the table in applause and shouts in appreciation of your words. Thea relationship plus 10. You've been told that your possessions, including those that are magical, will still function in the demon realm, so you've decided to keep them all, since they might help you with your final quest. Your gold, on the other hand, will be of no use to you. You have 990 gold pieces to give away.
Okay, was not expecting that. Was not expecting that. Okay then. Well, 900 gold. Let's see what I do here. Didn't realize I had almost 1,000 gold, but hey, you know, it's whatever. Alright. What to do? I say.
Leave Petra 200 gold. Needs to leave Thea 200 gold. Needs 200 Leave Jess 200. Leave Bryn 200. Leave Brand 200. Leave Raymond 200. Leave Brand 200 gold. Check. Hire mercenary. Leave 200 gold to my army. Needs hire mercenaries. Needs 200. Give 200 gold to Jared. Give 200 gold to the Royal Treasury. Stop giving. Next. You leave 200 gold to Bran. The citizens of Daria will be pleased by your responsible decision to support your child. Lost 200 gold in citizen reputation plus 5. You have 790 gold pieces to give away.
Okay, here we go. The decisions I make now and in the upcoming last parts will affect either me winning this or me ending badly again. So let's hope I can make the right choices.
Leave Petra 200. Leave Finn 2. Leave Carl. Leave Jess 200. Leave Bryn 200. Leave Brand 2. Leave Random 200. Leave 200 gold to my army. Checked. Hire give. Next. But times are difficult, making regular tax collection nearly impossible. Luckily, everyone sees the dangers surrounding them, so nobody argues that the army needs to be well equipped to protect them. Giving your soldiers 200 gold for wages, equipment, weapons, and repairs will help them stay in peak fighting condition. Lost 200 gold and army better equipped. You have 590 gold pieces to give away.
Oh boy.
Leave random to give 200 hire mercenaries. Check. Give. Next, there are always people willing to fight for money. Hiring mercenaries to supplement your army and help protect the people you're leaving behind will be appreciated by all. Lost 200 gold and hired mercenaries. You have 390 gold pieces to give. Leave 200. Hire mercenaries. Leave 200 gold to my army. Leave 200 gold to my army. Needs 200 gold. Radio button. Checked. Give. Next. The times are difficult, making regular tax. Lost 200 gold and army better equipped. You have 190 gold pieces to give away. I hereby ban demon summoning entirely. I hereby return the consortium of planewalkers and all of demon summoning into the care of the Academy of Wizards. Only Academy. Check. I hereby leave demon summoning in the hands of the people of Daria. Although the Academy of Wizards likes to keep control of all things magical, similar to regular magic, demon summoning is a natural act and should be free for all to pursue. Radio. Next. But this was how it was under your parents' rule. Demon summoning is not inherently evil, but like all power, the morality lies in the hands of the wielder. You'll make sure that Poppy is granted the first license so that the plan can be implemented. Citizen reputation plus 5. You remove the amulet from around your neck. The Wizard of Elm Vale had warned you that it would stop working if it left this plane of existence. At the time, that seemed like an unnecessary restriction to state. But now that you plan to go to the Demon Realm, you know that the amulet will be of no further use to you. Although nobody else has the power to activate it, you could leave it with someone, just in case. Give the amulet to Raymond. Radio button. Checked. 1 of 10.
Nope. As soon as I'm done doing royal stuff, I will be doing the process of being sent physically into the demon realm. And if I succeed, that would be great. If I don't succeed, well, that's going to be a very sad day.
Give the amulet to Thea. Radio button. Unchecked. 2 of 10. Give the amulet to Petra. Radio button. Unchecked. Give the amulet to Carla. Give the amulet to Jess. Radio. Give the amulet to Bryn. Give the amulet to Lord Tover. Give the amulet to Dura. Give the amulet to Poppy. Continue wearing the amulet, even though it will be destroyed. Next, Buck, your oldest friend takes the amulet and puts it around her neck. The rest, your oldest friend takes the amulet and puts it around her neck. Petra relationship plus 15. The rest of the day is spent reading many other decrees of lesser impact. Most of it is general housekeeping, including taxation law, civil law, and kingdom policies. With the workings of the kingdom safely tended to, you make your rounds to say your personal goodbyes. You spend your final nights with Petra. It's bittersweet, knowing that you won't be returning to her. Little Bran doesn't understand what's happening, but sensing the mood in the room, he cries and clings to you. Raymond mutely follows you around. He understands where you're going and knows it's somewhere that he can't follow. He will be of great help to those you leave behind. He has become a talented diplomat, and even without words, he'll be able to get the nobles of the land working as they should. The ritual button.
Here we go. The ritual begins.
The day of the ritual is bright and sunny. Snow covers the bridges, and everything is blanketed in white. It has been a mild winter, and spring is not far away. You and your companions have set aside a room in one of the towers for your use. Poppy is clearly running the show due to her knowledge of demon summoning. Poppy runs from one spot to another, a continuous bundle of energy. Despite his hyperactivity, you know that she's a talented planewalker. You lay in a circle inscribed with Somrith writing. The anchor stone has been detached from the demon blade itself and is laying on your chest, while the demon blade lies in your hand. You're wearing all of your regular equipment, having been told that it should be accessible in the demon realm. Abigail watches from outside the circle. Unfortunately, your fire rake has to be left behind, along with Daredevil, your warhorse. Between Susak's demons and the spontaneous crossings, Brightwater has continued to be under siege. Your reports say that all of the cities of Daria are now in a similar predicament. Travel between cities is nearly non-existent due to the threat of demon attack. Once you find Caper in the demon realm and destroy its anchor stone with the demon blade, the demons it summoned should return immediately. That should restore the veil enough so that the demons who crossed over without being summoned should also return back to the demon realm. After that, you can destroy Mozart's anchor stone, and then Susak will no longer be protected. Your companions will then take on the quest of finding the High Chancellor and killing him. Poppy continues the ritual, and you feel the pressure building. The pressure continues and becomes very painful. You scream out and raise your hands to your head, but no sound comes from your mouth. The blank anchor stone on your chest burns hot, and you feel the skin under it burning from the heat. Then your skin melts away as the stone sinks into your chest. The bright sunlit room disappears and is replaced by the red, dry world of the demon realm. The pressure is gone, and so is the pain. The blank anchor stone is no longer blank. Instead, it's now fused into your chest and glows softly. Across its surface, in some release, is your name, Randall. Besides having a stone stuck in your chest, you feel much the same as before, although nothing could be further from the truth. You are no longer human. Life of a demon button.
And here's where my decisions matter. Yeah, well, see, since I touched the anchor stone, it was imprinted with me, so nobody else could do it. I was the only one who was able to, well, have the ritual done. So now, life as a demon begins.
Life of a demon button. The sky is a harsh, bright red. You're standing on a piece of rock about 100 feet in diameter. The edges of the stone drop away into the red of the sky, and more chunks of stone hover all around you. You look over your equipment and see that everything is still there. It feels solid and real, unlike when you were planewalking and your inventory was only a mental illusion. You tighten your grip upon the demon blade, and it feels even more solid and real than your other belongings. Here in the demon realm, it's a very powerful weapon. You put it in your belt and attempt to get your bearings. Your needs and wants begin to manifest themselves with the change of reality. Suddenly, you just know where Kager is. Your eye color changes, and specks of red cause them to glow. Gain demon direction sense of humanity -5. You now understand the lore that the Sunleaf people felt. Anything you want is a simple desire away. You'll have to be careful, or you could lose yourself entirely. You walk towards Kager and find yourself standing on the edge of the floating stone landmass. You can see another section of stone a very long ways down. Jump into the air and let my desire transform me. Radio button, checked, 1 of 2. Climb down the rocky face. Radio button, unchecked, 2 of 2. Next button.
Okay. Which of these?
Next button. The change overcomes you, and you feel your shoulder blades altering under your skin. Your new wings break free from your clothing. You stretch the great leathery appendages and flap them once, allowing them to catch the dry air. You've lost a great amount of your humanity, and you hope that the exchange was worth it. Gain demon wings of humanity -20.
Oh dear. Okay, so I have 75% humanity left.
Time passes strangely in the demon realm. Sometimes, it feels as though you've been traveling for weeks. Other times, it feels like you just arrived. Without the need to eat or sleep, you have no way of knowing how long you've been here. Soon, you come to another ledge. You open your wings and step forward. The dry wind lifts you, and you glide downward. You experimentally flap them and find yourself rising. With small flexings of your wing muscles, you can turn left or right. Despite the price you paid for them, the feeling of freedom and exhilaration is wonderful. You walk along a very large piece of flat stone when a black, leathery shape plummets down towards you. The large demon lands in front of you, then stands up, towering over you. You can see its anchor stone glowing softly in its chest. It's around 7 feet tall and has thick, toned muscles. It grins at you through a mouth full of jagged teeth. Aren't you a tasty little morsel? It says as a long, black tongue licks its lips. You don't need to eat. Why would you want to eat me? Radiant tried to catch the demon's arm and cast his spell to wrap band. Checked. Fight, shoot, spread, next, but the demon's arms suddenly slam into its sides as the spell wraps the demon tightly with magical force. The creature falls to the ground, and you walk past it without getting hurt. Magic +2. You run into many other demons, large and small. Many of them are interested in consuming your flesh in a futile attempt to save their imaginary hunger. Others attack as they protect their small section of the demon realm. Some attack you out of boredom, or for no apparent reason at all. You know that time passes due to these incidents, but you're unable to guess how much. You continue to close the distance between yourself and Kager. Many battles and many miles later, you see a man. He's wearing a purple tunic with bright gold buttons and loose-fitting pants. He has a neatly trimmed goatee and smiles as you approach. He looks insubstantial, like a ghost. Here you are, Alexander Susak says. This is a pleasant surprise. How are you here? Attack him with my bait, throw my net, shoot him with it, punch him. Next button. I'm plain walking, you foolish child, he says with a large smile, showing off his white teeth. I could have had Kager summon you to me, but this is much more satisfying. Susak steps forward and places his slender fingers around the anchor stone embedded in your chest. You feel a great pain as he pulls upon it. It feels as though it tears free, but when you look down, you see that it's still there. Susak himself vanishes from view, and you're left standing on the dry stone under the red sky. Suddenly, everything turns bright white, and you find yourself elsewhere. But you're standing on cobblestones under a blue sky. You see Susak in front of you once more, but he's no longer transparent. He's holding a glowing demon stone in his hand. You see that there is some wreath writing on it. It says, Randall. By your demon stone, I bind thee, Susak intones ritualistically. By your true name, Randall, I bind thee. Bend to my will, and to my bidding. You feel a great pressure in your mind. The pressure comes from all directions, making it difficult to think. You feel an intense need to do as the summoner commands. Fight against Susak's influence. Try to dominate Susak's mind. Radio button. Next, but you fight against the power with everything you have, and the smile fades from Susak's face. You push the battle back and try to take control of Susak's will, but his resolve is ironclad. Although he cannot command you, you also cannot command him. The pressure stops, and you find yourself standing in front of the man who killed your parents. You see that you're standing in the courtyard of a large fortress. A great buzzing sound can be heard from all around. Blue sky surrounds you, and you realize that the fortress is amongst the clouds. Alexander Susak has summoned you to his flying castle. Attack Susak. I'm going to kill you. Release you. Next. You can't, he says. You don't have the strength. The High Chancellor brushes a speck of imaginary dust from his shoulder and begins to walk. You find yourself compelled to stay near him. The mental battle between you, the demon, and Alexander Susak, the demon summoner, has resulted in a draw. You're unable to dominate or harm him, but he's unable to control you either. He walks to the edge of the courtyard so that you can see straight down through the clouds to the hazy land far below. He has such faith in his abilities that he turns his back to you. Beyond him, you see the shapes of thousands of dark demons flapping their wings and holding the entire fortress aloft. Show me the demon blade, Susak commands over his shoulder. Rush forward and push him up. Go to hell. Next. You feel a slight urge to obey, but it passes quickly. I know you have it. My spies in Brightwater told me all about it, he says, turning to face you. It's a wonder that you survived such a long sea voyage. It's of no consequence, of course. Your journey in the demon realm is over. You remain here now. I may not be able to control you, but I don't have to. I'll keep you summoned here, and you will be powerless to stop me. The veil weakens. Can you feel it? Very soon, it will tear apart entirely, and the demon realm will merge with this plane. I will gain the powers of a demon without the fetters of imprisonment that you and the zombies bound yourself to. I'll have all of the power, and nobody will ever be able to summon me or stop me. All of the demons will pour into this plane, and won't everyone on this plane gain those? Do you think Lackland will be pleased with what you've done? Check. Next, but you're rewarded by a look of complete shock upon Susak's face. He entirely loses his composure when you speak the name of his dead son aloud. It takes him a moment to regain control. Then, he smiles at you, but the smile doesn't reach his cold eyes. Aren't you a clever boy? Yes, I think he will be pleased. When I gain my power, I'll wrench him from the grasp of the gods and goddesses and take him back. As Susak talks to you, he leads you to a tower in the corner of his flying fortress. He opens the door and steps inside. He then sets the demon stone down on the floor and says some words over it. Without saying goodbye, he turns around and leaves. You try to follow, but find yourself unable to do so. Once more, you realize that the High Chancellor knows more about demon summoning and plane walking than you do. You are trapped in the tower and unable to leave. Unfortunately, this means that you're unable to return to the demon realm and continue your quest to kill Kager. You have failed Daria. Many days pass, Button. From your tower prison, you wait. Occasionally, Susak visits you to torment you and boast of his imminent victory. The buzzing of the summoned demons holding up the fortress gets louder and louder as Susak continues to command Kager to fill the world with demons. As a demon yourself, you can feel the veil stretching. It won't be long before it tears open completely. When that happens, you wonder if you'll be free from your demon stone, or if Susak will continue to imprison you. You try to use magical and physical methods to break free, but nothing works. Although Susak can't command you to do his bidding, his power over your demon stone allows him to keep you pinned to the room. Just as all hope seems to be lost, something happens. There's a bright flash of white light, and you find yourself being drawn elsewhere. Elsewhere, but it worked, 4 exclamation marks, Poppy says. You're standing in a familiar room full of desks with a large stone the size of an anvil at one end of it. You recognize it as the classroom in Vernex where you pretended to be a demon summoning student. Standing in front of you, you see Poppy holding a glowing demon stone. Written in some these, you see the name Randall. Just guards the door. It took a lot of plane walking to find you, Poppy says. The moment I saw your body laying on the ground in the demon realm, I knew that someone had taken your demon stone. Now I have one, too. I can take you back to Brightwater and summon you whenever we need to speak with you. Thank you. How did you? Who else is? How long have I? Let's get out of here. Next button. You'll be able to return now, Poppy says. Sounds like you pinned you. It keeps a demon summoned and holds them to a location using their demon stone. I'll summon you and command you to continue your quest. That will keep his pin from working. You wonder if your promise to Sir Grady not to learn demon summoning had been the right thing or not. There's so much about plane walking that you've never heard of before. It's a good thing that Poppy is on your side and here to help you. How did you get here? How? Let's get out of here. Next. Well, a voice says from the door. The prodigal son has returned. Cindy steps into the room with 4 demons surrounding her. One of them is the fire-covered demon, and another is the cockroach-sized, sickness-inducing demon. Jess joins you and Poppy. You wonder if you should have killed her when you had the chance. The consortium has become pathetic, Cindy says. High Chancellor Tusak would be ashamed of them. They've even agreed to follow your edicts. They're in the process of giving their governing power back to the Academy. She points toward Jess, and the cockroach-sized demon darts toward your friend. Jess's face pales as the illness sweeps through her. She falls to the ground, struggling not to vomit all over herself. Cindy points to you, and the 2 hulking demons at her side plod forward with the intention of tearing you to pieces. When I bring the High Chancellor your demon stone, he'll set things right again, Cindy says as she commands her fire-covered demon to attack Poppy. Drawing my sword, defend, cast a spell to freeze the demon. Next, the large demons are great hulking brutes. Luckily, your magic still works as a demon. You plant your feet and spray blue pink magic at them. They both slow down as ice grows across their bodies. The freezing cold also affects you, making it even more difficult to keep the spell working. Unfortunately, it doesn't freeze them in time, and one of them reaches you and wraps its arms around you. Your spell ends immediately as it picks you up in a ferocious bear hug. Needing 100 magic and 50 endurance. You struggle to breathe as the demon squeezes. With your arm pinned to your sides, you're nearly helpless. New changes overcome you. Your teeth grow sharp, and your nails grow sharper. You feel something itchy and painful in your thinning hair, which is falling out in clumps. Instinctively, you drive your head forward, and the demon releases you. You see 2 long gashes across the creature's face, and it falls to the ground. Tentatively, you reach up to your own head and feel 2 powerful horns sticking out of it. They're slick with black demon blood. Gain demon horns and humanity minus 35.
Oh dear.
No unit show stack button. Randall, the demon trip humanity, 40%.
Was afraid of that. Not the end of the world yet. I gotta be careful. Hello, welcome to a stream of a text adventure playthrough. Oh boy. Question is, can I actually do this and and survive?
Back button. Back button. You struggle to breathe. Gain demon horns and humanity minus 35.
Because here's the trick. If you have less than 5% humanity, you are most likely not going to win.
A shout from Poppy gets your attention. You turn to see that she summoned the demon of her own to fight off the fire-covered demon attacking her. The newly summoned demon is the many-tentacle demon you've seen before. Despite having a demon of her own attempting to defend her, the fire-covered demon has gotten hold of her, and the flames are burning her skin. Jump onto the fire-covered demon's back. Shoot an out. Use my sword to drop. Link my finger. Cast a spell to throw the demon. Check. Next button. You begin to cast your spell, but the flames from the demon's body surge toward you, causing you to stumble backwards. Instead of losing your balance, you feel something sway behind you and press down onto the floor, helping you keep your balance. To your surprise, you now have a swaying, leathery demon tail sprouting from behind you. Your distraction is enough for Poppy to break free of the demon's grasp and step back. Gain demon tail, agility plus 15, and humanity minus 20.
Okay, that took a big hit.
Just takes hold of the small demon in both hands and squeezes. It cracks into 2 gooey pieces, and black demon blood splashes onto the ground. The corpse disappears back to the demon realm, and Jess immediately begins to look healthier. Cindy steps back towards the door, her fire-covered demon guarding her retreat. Bring down the building, Cindy says as she exits the classroom. The fire-covered demon stretches both arms out and begins to burn hotter. The flames erupt outward, engulfing the walls and ceiling. The main body of the demon stands in front of the door, blocking you and your companions from exiting. Poppy runs for the only other way out, the large window at one end of the classroom. When she reaches it, she finds it locked. Cast a spell to blast open the window. Unlock the window. Smash the window. Next button. The moment you begin your spell, the smoke from the fire fills your lungs and you cough. Your spell is cut short, and nothing happens. Unlock the window. Smash the next button. Smash the window until it opens. Radio button. Next. The lock is much stronger than you expected. It's probably meant to keep the large plain walking stone safe from intruders. You scramble madly to unlock the window with your lockpicks. Unfortunately, smash the window. Next button.
God damn it, not gonna make it this one.
The window is for gain demon claws and humanity minus 20.
Yep. Nope. I just lost my last bit of humanity. Fuck. Son of a bitch.
You see Cindy running down. Shoot Cindy. Stop. Send your team. Stop her. Just. Send. Next. Instead of responding with words, the soul burner sends a pair of white hot beams at the fleeing figure in the distance. Twin holes burn through Cindy's back, and then she falls to the ground, dead. Will we have trouble leaving now? Jess asks. No, Poppy says. The guards will think Cindy lost control of a demon, especially with the destroyed classroom. We need to get moving, Jess says. Yes, Poppy says. Although Randall can't go with us. He has to return to the demon realm and continue his quest to kill Cater with the demon blade.
Except I can't because I just lost my fucking humanity. So this is going to be an end to the war. And it's going to be another fucking loss. Son of a bitch. God damn it.
Your friends both clap you on the back and say their goodbyes. I'll summon you when we get back to Brightwater, Poppy says. You feel released and suddenly, you're elsewhere. The demon realm. You find yourself laying on the ground in the demon realm. You sit up and notice that you're covered in fine red dust. Your body is intact, and you still have all of your belongings. You were lucky that the red dust hit you during your long absence. You see now why so many demons have no clothes. During all the time that you lay vulnerable, your possessions were unprotected. With no new material coming into the demon realm, everything you own would have value and be irreplaceable. Poppy found you and drew forth the second demon stone from your anchor stone, but any demons that might have come across your body left you alone. Again, you wonder what things were taught to Poppy and other planewalkers, since she and Suzak both somehow found you in the vast emptiness of the demon realm. You feel a strange tug from your chest and realize that Suzak is trying to summon you again. You feel a second counter pressure and know that it's Poppy's demon stone, offsetting the effect and allowing you to resist the call. You suspect that Suzak is screaming in frustration as he realizes that you're beyond his grasp once more. You pat the demon blade, which hangs from your belt, and stand up. You brush off the red dust and start traveling toward Kager once again, sensing its presence with your demon perception. Travel quickly, In the open, read travel cautiously. Next button. Although Susak has been countered, you know that he'll be searching for a new way to stop you. You find yourself having to fight quite often, but you're usually able to defend yourself with your magic. The occasional times you've been caught unaware and killed are rare, but they have still taken their toll. Each time, you awaken with new holes in your clothing that show the mortal injuries you received. So far, none of the demons have robbed you entirely, but everything you own begins to show the extreme wear and tear each time you regain consciousness.
So basically what just happened is if I hadn't have gained my demon horns, I may have had a chance of surviving this and doing this. But because I gained the demon horns, plus the tail, plus my claws, I lost all my remaining 75% humanity. So no matter what happens at the end, I'm losing. I can't win. So, yep. And getting a larger percentage, you can do that by pulling a different class. One of the times I've been able to beat the game is when I've played as a knight, and as a guard, and as a monk. I have never beaten the game as a dark knight, though. That should be fun. Yeah, I'm still gonna hunt Kaker, but even if I defeat him, it won't matter. It won't matter. Because I have no humanity left. So, yeah. I probably shouldn't have done the first option to get the wings, but that's because that's what kind of also threw me off. But it is what it is. If I managed to beat the game every playthrough, I'd make it look too easy. Now, we wouldn't want that, would we?
Humanity -5. Although Susak has humanity -5.
Yep, and now I even have no... yep, okay.
You need to take a detour, a familiar voice says.
Hello, wizard.
You're surprised to see the Wizard of Elmvale standing nearby. The nimbus of blue mist is wrapped around her as she surveys the red landscape of the Demon Realm. I didn't know you could time travel into the Demon Realm. Radio, I have the Demon Blade and I'm going to kill Bowser and Kager. If you knew I was coming here, why did you make an amulet that wouldn't function outside of my plane of existence? Can you look into the future and if you knew can next button. Even magic has limitations, she says. The time-bridging amulet can only be attuned to the plane of existence in which it was crafted. Now hurry. Go in that direction. You travel in the direction that she points just as she fades away once more. It's not in the direction that you are traveling and you hope that the detour doesn't take long. The wizard appears a few more times in order to keep you going in the correct direction. The passage of time is difficult to judge, but you feel that several days may have passed. We're here, she says as you find yourself standing in front of a large natural-looking cave that has been bored into the stone landscape. Together, you walk into the opening. The wizard's glowing mist casts a blue glow over the walls of the underground cavern. You see a demon laying on the ground with its eyes closed. It's a young Tidari, your time-traveling foe. It looks the same as the projection that you caught in Tornasa when you retrieved the amulet, but this time, you have found the demon's true and physical self. It appears to be asleep because its projection is currently in the real world, likely wandering around Tornasa. What game are you playing? A deep voice says from deeper in the cavern. A second glowing blue mist appears as a much older Tidari steps forward. This is the demon from the future who has been foiling the wizard's attempts to aid you. The older demon is much larger, has thicker skin, and its folded wings look muscular and powerful. Ignoring the time-traveling projection, the wizard points to some rocks under the sleeping demon. Dig there and retrieve the amulet that I have hidden, the wizard says, ignoring the demon. You're a one-trick pony, the glowing blue demon says. So, you've managed to cross my time stream once more. Very well. Give him another amulet so you can come to his aid once more. It won't be enough. I have the demon blade. I'll kill you while you sleep. Tidari, if I stop to get the amulet, next button. Tidari laughs and the wizard shakes her head. It won't work, the wizard says. If you kill Tidari now, you'll create a paradox. Tidari will never have come back to stop me from helping you, and I will never have come forward to give you aid. It will unravel all of the magic and no time travel will have occurred at all. No, get the amulet instead. You dig through the stones beneath the sleeping demon and find a second amulet. This one is made from a red metal of the same shade as the demon realm itself. Tidari watches with a smug look, obviously feeling that the wizard has wasted her energy. You're right, Tidari, the time-traveling magic user from the past says with a smug smile of her own. Creating another time-bridging amulet to send me into this future would have very limiting results. You're also right that killing your younger self would do nothing, since it would create a paradox and unravel all of this time-traveling magic. But you see, that's not how I made this amulet.
I know.
You see a flicker of uncertainty. You're right.
I wish it could be that way. But I'm the only one who can defeat Chusek, because, while my army is busy defending the kingdom, I got to be the one stabbing Kaker and Bowser in the chests, killing their anchor stones and completely killing them. But because of what happened, I have no chance. I don't even think I'll even make it. But I'm going to try my hardest.
You see a flicker of uncertainty pass over the demon's face. No. This amulet isn't linked to me and it won't bring me forward in time. It's linked to you. You're coming back here, and when Randall kills your future self, there will be no paradoxes at all. The red metal amulet in your hands suddenly becomes extremely hot as it activates. You're forced to drop it to the ground as cracks appear across its surface. The glowing blue Tidari vanishes and the new Tidari appears where the amulet had been. This is no time traveling nor demon summoning projection. Tidari is physically here. You see an expression of confusion on the enormous demon's face. Quickly, Randall. There's no time to waste. You must use the demon blade to kill Tidari right now. Stab the demon blade into the demon stone of the stunned time-traveling demon. Radio. Use the demon blade to kill the sleeping, younger version of Tidari. Read next button. Although Tidari is confused, the demon is still very fast. Instead of plunging the demon blade into its demon stone, the creature raises that arm at the last moment and the blade cuts into its arm instead. Needed 90 blades. This spell only lasts a moment. The wizard yells upon seeing you failed to kill the demon. If you don't kill it quickly, it will return to the future and we'll miss this opportunity. Attack the demon with my sword. Shoot an arrow. Attack the demon with my demon claws. Cast a spell to coat the demon in ice. Radio. Grab Tidari by the arm and force it to the ground. Throw Lacey's plasma. Activate Tuya's belt at speed. Radio button. Next button. You say the words quickly and watch as ice grows across the demon. It might not be enough to hold it for long, but it gives you a second chance to use the demon blade. Magic +3. You drive the blade forward and it slides deeply into the demon stone. Tidari screams in rage as you end its immortality. As the demon struggles to pull away from you, the blade cuts a large gash across its chest and through its heart as well. You watch as the demon from the future falls to the ground beside its younger, sleeping self. Tidari convulses briefly and then lies still as its life ends. The threat is over, the wizard says. The worst of the troubles that Tidari will cause can be fixed. Ironically, the young demon won't be smart enough to know that the corpse laying beside it is itself. By the time Tidari gains that level of intelligence, the corpse will have decomposed and be unrecognizable. Although it will still learn to time project and cause some mischief in the world, you've stopped it from causing the mass destruction for which I feared. The blue glowing wizard continues to stare down at the two bodies. We will meet one more time, since you haven't used the first amulet I gave you, she says. That visit will be very brief, so I will say goodbye right now. I won't be returning and you still have work to do. Daria still isn't safe. You must still defeat Susak and Kaker. Good. The wizard glows with the same familiar glow as she has previous times. The light intensifies to the point that it's hard to see her anymore. Suddenly, the light vanishes and the wizard is gone. You leave the cavern and start traveling toward Kaker once again. You crouch behind a large rock and look up at the sphere-shaped fortress floating high above you. You see iron spikes, wooden doors, and stone statues protruding haphazardly out of the strange formation. The existence of other planar material is a testament to the power of the creatures residing within the structure. Your eyes glow red as your demonic sight tells you that you found the hiding place of Susak's demon. Kaker is in the heart of the round complex above you. Fly up, radio, cast a spell, circle around, next button. You flap your demon wings and rise upwards. You search for an opening and find that there are many of them. You slip into one and place your feet upon the ground of the tunnel leading into the fortress. The tunnel is 5 feet wide and 10 feet high. It snakes its way into the odd structure. You marvel at the oddities you see embedded in the walls. Pieces of armor, scraps of cloth, and odd things whose purpose you can only guess. You suspect that these things act as decorations for the demons who live here. You ponder the fate of your own possessions. So far, your deaths have only resulted in pain and demonic transformations. One of these days, you'll wake up naked, your belongings all stolen. You're broken from your reverie as you turn a corner and nearly walk into a large demon standing in the tunnel in front of you. The creature is very large, entirely blocking your path forward. Unlike most demons you've seen, this one is covered in mirror-like skin. Its well-defined muscles reflect your own image back at you as it steps forward. The highly reflective skin looks like brightly glossed armor. You suspect that it will take a magical weapon in order to harm the creature. Since you don't have any magical weaponry, fighting it would probably be foolish. Perception +2 and Arcana +2. I guess I lost that bet, the demon says. I thought Master Susak would destroy your other demon stone and enslave you before you reached Kager's body. No matter, I'll just keep slicing your body into small pieces so that you never regain consciousness again. Master Susak will be very pleased to hear of your demise. Strike the demon with my soul. Fire, punch it, cast a spell of fire to melt, prepare to defend myself against the demon. Next button. The metallic demon swipes its razor-sharp claw at you as it rushes forward. There isn't even enough time to cast a spell. Drop to the floor to duck, feint left. Attempt to block the incoming claw. Throw Lacey's glass, hide behind my magical check. Next button. The demon's claw strikes the shield with a resounding crash, but remarkably, you find yourself safe behind its magical surface. You only delay the inevitable, the demon says as it stalks toward you. You wonder if the creature is correct. Its skin is unlike anything you've ever seen, and its razor-sharp claws are lethal. Run through the tunnels and try to find another way. Drive my sword into the demon's stomach. Fire an arrow. Hit the demon. Cast a spell of lightning at the shiny demon. Next button. Next. You turn and run. Keep running. Create a trap to slow the demon. Cast a spell to collapse the tunnel. Check. Next button. You cast the spell, aiming a blast upwards instead of at the demon itself. It strikes the roof, and you see great hunks of stone falling down. It buries the demon completely. It might dig itself out over time, but for better or worse, the outcome of your quest to kill Kaker will have been decided by then. Perception +2 and magic +2. You walk through the tunnels, sensing that you're very close to Kaker's body now. The tunnel opens into a very large room at the very center of the fortress. You see many demons laying on the ground, but they all appear to be asleep. It suddenly dawns upon you. They aren't asleep. They're projecting into the mortal realm. They've been summoned and are serving Suzak on the other side of the veil. You tiptoe through the creatures, unconsciously trying to be quiet, although you know that they can't hear you, no matter how loudly you were to yell. You search for Kaker's enormous bulk. As you step over one very small body, you recognize it. You found Bozer, the 6-inch tall demon with the power to shield Suzak from all harm. You draw out the demon blade and place it upon the anchor stone of the small demon before you can even think about it. You push down, and the blade slides into the stone. The resiliency of the impact is like that of cutting into rotten flesh. The demon's eyes open wide, and it begins to squirm about. Draw the demon blade from the anchor stone and stab Bozer in the chest. Kill Bozer with my sword. Kill Bozer with my dagger. Put my hand over button. Cast a spell to strangle. Next button. You have no trouble completing your spell as you pin the small demon to the ground with the demon blade. Its eyes bulge as you strangle it with your magic. Soon, it stops struggling as you suffocate it to death. Magic +2. Since its anchor stone has been destroyed, the demon has nowhere to go. You have killed an immortal being. You inspect the demon blade for damage, then find that the blade is no worse for wear. You walk between the demons, searching for Kaker itself, wondering why you can't seem to find the enormous 2-story tall demon. You feel something tugging at your consciousness. Someone is trying to summon you. At first you try to ignore it, but the pull becomes too great and you are pulled away.
Curious about what? I guess I really need to. Oh, fuck. What's she curious about there, Heather?
Elsewhere button. You're high up in a tower with a familiar-looking courtyard below. Sure enough, a familiar voice speaks. You're at the top of a tower on Susak's floating fortress. By your demon stone, I bind thee, Susak's voice intones ritualistically. By your true name, Randall, I bind thee. Bend to my will, and do my bidding. The pressure of your mind is forceful, but as before, you're able to fight it off. Susak is standing nearby, holding your demon stone. Behind him, you can see clouds in the land far below. In the far distance, you see the sparkling of the Silver Sea. The flying fortress is traveling to Brightwater. Your willpower is still strong, I see. No matter, I will have plenty of time to bend you to my will, he says in an arrogant voice as he smiles to reveal his perfect white teeth. I see you recognize where we're going. Yes, I know where your friends are. Huddled in your throne room down there. Your other demon stone is there, too. I plan to crash my fortress into the city and kill them all. Don't worry, even without Bozar's shield, Kaker and I will be perfectly safe. I don't intend to lose a single demon. I have commanded them all to drop this castle directly onto your palace, burying all of your hopes and dreams under tons of rock. Without Bozer, you're vulnerable. Why didn't you have... What about Lackman's flying castle? Alert, closed. Next button. You impertinent blabbermouth. He spits angrily at you, losing his composure. I'll make another. Pals, I'll make dozens of flying castles for him. Thanks for the heads up. I'll be sure to tell Poppy and the others to evacuate Brightwater immediately. The crook. I'll keep stop talking next button. Good plan, Susak says with a smile. Send her out of the walls. I still have Brightwater under siege. It'll be easier to find her if you send her away from your defenses. As you listen to Susak speak, you begin to wonder why he's telling you so much. He's arrogant, but he isn't stupid. You begin to suspect that he's up to something. Is it possible that he's stalling for time? You realize that you need to return to the team elsewhere, but you find yourself standing in the meeting room in Brightwater. You look down to see Poppy laying on the ground with a large amount of bright red blood pooling under her. Judging from her clothing, you suspect that she has just returned to Brightwater. You see her demon stone in her hands. She looks at you with pain in her eyes and doesn't bother saying your name or fighting you for control. Thea stands over Poppy, her large hammer in her hands. Bryn stands beside her, holding her own longsword in her hands. Petra stands nearby, as well, her mace in her hands. Jess sits on the floor behind Poppy, her eyes a bright white. Carla stands on the other side of the hall with an arrow on her string. At first, you think they're looking at you. With your swish and demon tail, bat-like wings, sharp horns, large claws, anchor stone, and red eyes, you're clearly no longer human. Behind you, Petra shouts. Look behind, jump to the side. Next, but without looking, you jump to the side just as something heavy lands right where you've been standing, but you still don't see anything. Agility +2. You realize that you're being attacked by Susak's invisible demon. It's the same creature that caught you in Vernex all those years ago. Back then, it stopped you from talking to the other nobles, discouraging Susak from his evil path, or putting the blade through his dark heart. So many things would have been different if you'd been able to kill it back then. You put your back to Poppy and realized Susak had summoned you in the hope that you wouldn't come to defend Poppy from this invisible assassin. You recalled the mutineers that attacked you when the Epiphany returned to Daria, realizing now that Susak had likely learned of your plans from his invisible demon and put those spies onto the ship to stop you. Jess, sweep the room. Cast a spell to spray water from my feet. Allow my wait for Petra. Next. This spell itself is quite simple, but instead of trying to strike a moving target, where it is, you cleverly send your spray upward so that it splashes everywhere. The demon's presence is revealed behind you, not at all where you expected. Arcana +2. Carl sends an arrow at the revealed demon, killing it before it can get away. Damn it, Jess says. We just got here when an invisible demon attacked us. I don't think she's going to make it. You kneel down beside Poppy and see that her breathing has become very labored. The blood from the wounds she took from the invisible demon's attack look very bad. You know that if she dies, you'll return to the demon realm, and Susak will be able to summon you without any opposition. Poppy coughs up blood, and you know that she doesn't have very much time left. Someone else will have to hold your demon stone. Give Thea my demon stone. Give Petra my demon stone. Radio. Give Carlin. Give Jess my. Give Bryn my demon. Next, but you quickly instruct Petra on how to activate the demon stone, then release yourself from the world. You see the chamber filled with unconscious demons that feel two tugs. You follow one of them and breathe a temporary sigh of relief when you find yourself back in the Brightwater meeting room with Petra in front of you, holding your demon stone. It hadn't been a moment too soon, as you see Poppy stop breathing. Pray for healing. Petra, quickly. You try to tend Poppy's wounds. Petra, give me. Try to tend Poppy's wounds using bandages. And Petra, give me the amulet I gave you. Radio gun. Next, but Petra tosses you the amulet. You waste no time as you call for the wizard. The amulet grows very hot, forcing you to drop it to the ground. You see cracks forming across its shiny silver surface just before it explodes with a surge of power. When the blue light recedes, you see that the wizard of Elmvale is standing where the amulet had been. The half of Arcee is no longer translucent and intangible. She is physically present. In my day, healing magic is just another form of magic, the wizard says as she places her hands upon Poppy's wounds. Bright yellow light erupts from between the wizard's fingers and Poppy shouts out in pain. You see the wounds close as she is healed. The spell is just finishing when the wizard glows with the same familiar glow as she has previous times. The light intensifies to the point that it's hard to see her anymore. Suddenly, the light vanishes and the wizard is gone. Poppy sits up with an amazed look on her face. The sound of alarm bells erupts outside of the throne room. All of the demons surrounding Brightwater have begun to attack the wall. Up until now, they've only been attacking out of boredom. But now that everything hangs in the balance, Susak has likely ordered Kaker to command all of them to assault the walls at once. Susak is going to crash his fortress into a Brightwater radio button. Susak, you have, next, you must go back, Petra says softly. You feel her arms wrap around you and her lips brush against yours as she releases you back to the demon realm. You can only hope that they stay alive long enough for you to find and kill Kager. The demon realm button. You open your eyes and find yourself still standing in the large room full of unconscious demons. Bozar's dead body still lays nearby. You assume that your demon sense is infallible. Every other demon trait that you've gained through need has been very functional. You notice that one of the demons laying on the ground is looking at you. Pretend I don't notice that this demon is awake. Watch the demon to see what it's doing. Next button. You watch the demon. Its eyes glaze over, and you realize that it has returned to the mortal world for real. After a few minutes, its eyes regain their focus, and it watches you once more. You realize that it's spying on you and reporting back to Susak. Ignore the creature and continue. Pretend I don't. Next, you leave the spy alone and continue your search. You're just about to stop searching when you notice that the ground feels different. You kick at the red dust and see the blackness of demons in underneath it. You realize that the other sleeping demons are actually resting upon Kager's slumbering form. You move quickly, sweeping away the red dust as you try to find its anchor stone. Everything begins to shake as Kager wakes up. Susak must have released it and sent it back to defend itself. The large, two-story demon sits up, and you slide down its body along with all of the dirt, stones, and unconscious demons. It stands up, filling the entire enormous chamber. It looks toward you, then reaches down to grab you. Allow Kager to lift me up, duck under the enormous hand, cast a spell to create multiple angle my sword or shoot as next button. Kager grabs the wrong one, but as it does so, the image disappears. It grabs at another, and another. One by one, it destroys all of your copies, but you remain safely on the ground. Magic +2. The enormous demon towers over you. You briefly wonder how it got inside the spherical fortress to begin with. Use my sword to chop the run between the demon. Cast a spell to create. Check. Hold my magical shield over my head. Radio button. Cast a spell to create a shield over myself. Hold. Throw Lacey's blast. Next button. The shield is round and dome-like. Kager's foot slides to the side as it comes down upon it, and the demon loses its balance. You watch as the enormous creature crashes to the ground beside you. Kager lays on its back, dazed from the fall. You quickly move towards the demon, seeing its exposed anchor stone within striking distance. Suddenly, you feel a pull. Petra is calling to you, and you can feel the desperation in her call. To make things even worse, you see blue sky in the air above Kager's prone body. Through the lightning bolt shape in the air, fresh air is blowing into the demon realm. You can see Susak through it, his hands upraised as he chants. In his desperation, he has torn the veil. You know that if Petra is killed, that it's all over. Frustrated, you know that you have no choice but to allow yourself to be summoned. Elsewhere, ellipsis, the sky is slashed with jagged tears of fire. They're like wounds upon reality itself and cast everything in a harsh red light. The land before you is cracked and dry. There's nothing growing from the parched dirt your feet rest upon. Surprisingly, you are not in the demon realm, instead standing next to Petra and Brightwater itself. Though you survey the mass of creatures before you. Their numbers are without limit as they stretch across the horizon. Many of them are somewhat man-shaped, but twisted, as though they were the nightmares of what man could be. Some of them have leathery wings, many have sharp claws, and most of them have great yellow horns protruding from their heads. They are the denizens of the demon realm, come to lay waste to your world. One of them steps forward, leading the group. It stands at over 7 feet. It swings out a claw, seeming to rend the very air in front of it, then unfurls its wings and takes to the sky. Everyone around you tenses as it flies straight towards you and Petra. Draw my sword, signal for the loose and air, cast the mighty spell. Check command my next, but your words and hand motions warp reality to your whim. Your army takes this as a command and surges forward, screaming their defiance at the otherworldly beast before them. Your troops strike the demons with a resounding crash. They fight valiantly, but you fear that it might not be enough. The blast from a battle horn draws everyone's attention to behind the demons as a second force of demi-humans smashes into your enemy's unprotected rear. You see Maestal leading the elves into battle. Next to the half-elf is Gertwin, the half-ORC, with a troop of her strongest warriors. A contingent of dwarven warriors fight with their mighty axes. Sling stones fly from the sides as the halfling outriders attack. In the middle of the demi-human force, you see an enormous catapult of extremely advanced design being loaded by gnomes. Your army cheers as the support arrives. The fireballs and lightning bolts resonate as the Academy wizards fight alongside you. Pray to the gods and goddesses for victory. Give my commanders some give my troops some last minute. Channel my new demonic prep. Next button. With so many souls at stake, you know that the deities of the world will be watching. Oh, win factor +5. You watch as humanity fights against the demon horde for its right to exist. Along the harbor, you see the Epiphany battling the demons who are trying to attack by sea. Jagged bolts of lightning reveal that Captain Dura is still fighting. You know that you've already been gone too long. Kaker will be getting to its feet, and all it has to do is pound your unconscious body a few times, and it'll all be over. You must go back. The demons pour over the wall as the battle reaches its climax. In addition to this, you see some of the demons disappear without being struck. The tears in reality revealing the red landscape of the demon realm suddenly begin to shrink. With Kager on the other side of the veil, many of the demons he summoned begin to disappear. The overwhelming odds against your people begin to shift, but you aren't sure if it'll be in time. It will all come down to the determination of your army and the leadership of your companions. You hope that they have the grit and willpower to fight, for the entirety of Daria depends upon it. You close your eyes and will yourself to return to the demon realm to finish what you started. 25 hyphens. Battle results. Mage and his elven warriors, +10. Dwarven warriors, +5. Half-orc warriors, +5. Halfling outriders, +5. Gnome engineers, +5. Academy wizards, +5. Well-equipped army, +7. Army is excellently trained in classical tactics, +10. Army is excellently prepared for environment, +10. Army is well prepared mentally, +7. Needs 100 religion, or 100 perception, or 100 charm for better bonus. Hired mercenaries, +5. Captain Dura and the Epiphany, +10. Petra, +10. Thea, +10. Carla, +7. Needed 95 relationship. Jess, +5. Needed 70 or 95 relationship. Bryn, +7. Needed 95 relationship. Poppy, +10. The people's loyalty and discipline, +10. From low citizen fear, the people's resolve, +25. Total win factor, 173. 25 hyphens. Elsewhere button. You see that Kaker has gotten back onto its feet, and that you slid off its enormous bulk and fell to the ground, where so many other unconscious demons are laying. To your horror, you realize that you no longer have the demon blade. The rips in reality are still shrinking as demons return to the demon realm without Kager on the other side to summon them. Through the torn veil, you can see that Susak has stopped his chanting and is watching you. The scene through the tears shifts, and Susak throws out his hands to keep his balance. You see the clouds behind him moving quickly upward and realize that the flying fortress is no longer flying. With Kager in the demon realm, many of the demons he brought through are leaving the mortal realm, but what Susak didn't expect was that this would include many of the demons holding up his castle. He's about to crash into the countryside. Lost Demon Blade. Search for the Demon Blade. Try to figure out where the Demon Blade could be. Dodge Kager's next button. You see the Demon Blade lying under some rubble. You rush over and pick it up. Perception +2 and found Demon Blade. Through the tear in reality, you see Susak speaking to a large, muscular demon with very thick arms as his fortress plummets downward. It looks familiar. The demon vanishes from his side. You hear a noise from behind and turn just in time to see the muscular demon throwing a punch at you. It's the demon that was pretending to be unconscious as it went back and forth to Susak's side, spying upon you. You wonder if it had been wise to let it live when you'd had the opportunity to kill it before. Push the demon through the tear in reality. Radiant, drive my sword through the deep. Cast a spell to throw the. Grab the deep. Try to jump. Next. Both of your hands come up, and a great magical force surges forth. The demon is blasted back into a wall, where it's knocked unconscious. Magic +2. Susak, still watching through the tear in reality, reaches into his rune bag. He draws out a familiar demon stone. It's the stone that he stole from the royal treasury on the night he killed your parents. It's the Kager demon stone. Seeing that he's about to be killed as his fortress plummets to the ground, you suspect that he's become quite desperate. If he summons Kager, its true body will fall unconscious, and you'll be able to kill it with the demon blade, ending the threat. But if he doesn't, he'll crash into the countryside with his castle. You pause to see which fate he will succumb to. The distraction proves to be your undoing, as Kager grabs you about the waist and lifts you into the air. It squeezes tightly, and your breath explodes from your lungs. Through the pain, you see Susak's head moving quickly back and forth between you and the landscape below as he attempts to gauge how long he can wait before the castle crashes. Still holding the demon blade, you see that Kager has lifted you up high enough that you can reach its anchor stone. Ignored the pain and stab the anchor stone. Hit with my feet. Cast a spell to distract Kager, then stab the anchor stone. Throw Lacey's glass. Allow the demonic shape. Next, you wave one hand as you cast your spell while tightly clutching the demon blade with the other. The blast of fire that sprays from your hand goes harmlessly into the air, but it's enough to allow you to plunge the demon blade into the anchor stone just as Susak summons Kager. Every magic +2. Everything changes. Button. You find yourself standing on the cobblestones of Susak's quickly falling fortress. Your hand feels numb as it holds the demon blade, which is still embedded in Kager's anchor stone. Kager steps backward, and the blade pulls free. With no anchor stone, Kager is no longer immortal. It just needs to be killed in order to end the threat for good. The fact that its anchor stone is dead yet it resides in the mortal realm seems strange to you, but your mind is sluggish as you try to comprehend all of the oddities. You drop the demon blade, and it shatters upon the cobblestones. You look over at Susak, who takes a hasty step away from you. In his hands, you see a handful of dust that used to be your demon stone. You put your own hands to your chest and feel only bare skin. Your anchor stone has also turned to dust. When Susak summoned Kager, you were attached to its anchor stone through the magic of the demon blade. You were drawn through the veil as well, but not just as a projection. You have been fully brought forth into the mortal world. For the first time ever, a demon walks the mortal realm without any connection to the demon realm. Looking at Kager with its dead anchor stone, you realize it is also free, but judging from the expression of servitude upon its face, it will still follow Susak's commands. Lost anchor stone and lost demon blade. Before you can respond to this strange phenomenon, thousands of bizarre urges and terrible thoughts flood into your mind. Susak speaks to Kager, and the large demon raises its hands in the air. A great burst of demons appear as Kager summons them as quickly as it can. They fly over the edge of the castle and grab hold, their wings beating frantically. You feel the ground beneath your feet shake as the castle slows its descent. The tears in reality begin to grow again as the veil weakens once more. Unfortunately, you're in no shape to worry about all that as your mind reels before a new threat. Your thoughts scatter. Button.
Yep. And I lose.
Your thoughts, you spread your wings and stretch them. Something is happening here, but you can't quite figure out what it is. You turn towards a human man standing nearby, and your tail swings behind you. Randall? The human says meaninglessly to you. You shake your horns as you shake your head. The name has no power over you. You are not bound to anyone. Attack the weak creature in front of me. Radio button. Checked. 1 of 3. Push the creature over the edge. Radio button. Unchecked. 2 of 3. Ignore the creature. Radio. Next. But you aren't bound by anything. You flap your wings and fly away, curious as to what this new world holds for you. In the deepest recesses of your mind, you're aware that you've left something unfinished. A final flicker of lucidity causes you to recall that you killed Bowser, so Susak isn't invincible. Someday, a hero will rise and kill both Summoner and Demon. The moment Caper is killed, it will be gone forever, since it's no longer immortal. Its demons will return to the demon realm, and the tear in the veil will repair itself. Sadly, you won't be that hero. Perhaps the clarity in your mind fades, and you forget what you've been thinking about as your memories are lost forever. Although you have failed, the people will forever remember and fear the name of Randall, the Demon King of Daria.
Yep. And that is what happens.
The end button.
I mean, I guess you could look at it as being a good ending, but you know, there's something I want to try that I will be testing for myself. But, well, that ending didn't go well at all. So, I think I might have a chance if I play as guard to win. What do you mean?
The end button.
Oh, for that, because I usually pick the choice of murdering the person if I'm playing evil, but since I'm not playing evil, well, that was fun.
The end. The end button. We hope you've enjoyed playing. Add law text speak false 6 6 7 7 8 8 9 9 1 1 100%. 20 text line. Touch on notification center. Voice mode, circle. Some voice mode, clear. One class clear. It's over. 2 0. 76. Also, first 4 0. Bill upgrade. Is your change. 1 first 4 0. Order with Jordan. SW 7 0. YouTube first 7 0. West Central. YouTube first 7 0. Cat part 2. One mask. Personal business. SEO. Tag. West Central. Twitch first 8 0. Jordan 5. Worst. Mama 0. 20 0. Mom 0. 4 0. Pretty much. Cat 0. First 4 0. Cat 0. 3 0. There's a pack. 0. 1 0. 1 0. 0. First 1 0. There's a pack. 0. First 1 0. Vessel pack. 0. First 1 0. Account 80 foot. 0. First 1 0. Singular pack. 0. First 1 0. No matter pack. 0. First 1 0. No matter pack. 0. First 0. 1 0. Pack. 0. First 1 0. No matter first 0. 1 0. Private and mark. Details.
Don't think so. I think it was one of my companions. Because once you lose your humanity and you get summoned into the mortal world, it's basically over. You can't do anything, which is irritating and annoying. I will be doing another playthrough though, on my own, testing out a few things. And then the next live stream that I do will either be Life of a Wizard by Mike Walter, Life of a Mobster, also by Mike Walter, or a few of his other games that he has created. I mean, I guess there is some slight intelligence left at the end once you lose humanity, but it doesn't last very long. Now, if there's a way they can make it, that he can make it so it'd be a little bit easier to maybe not lose as much humanity when you play different classes like mages and druids and stuff like that, that would be nice. But I don't see that happening. Yeah. Then I guess I'll be playing Life of a Wizard next. Because honestly, I love Life of a Wizard. Life of a Wizard is pretty fun. I mean, I really do like Life of a Wizard, but Life of a Mobster is fun too. I'll play that eventually. I mean, I also I don't want to just be like, just playing like a game just because. If there's a game from Hosted or Choice that you really want to see a playthrough of, just let me know and I will do a playthrough of it. Even if it's a game I really don't play, I will still do a playthrough of it. Because it's not just about me being the host. A good streamer A good streamer takes advice from his viewers.
Ow. But yeah, this has been fun. It's been enjoyable. I've been enjoying this. And I hope this series continues for a while, because there's not just hosted games I'm going to be playing through. I'll eventually be playing through all the choice of games ones too. I will also do Delight Games game playthroughs, and I will also possibly be doing Heart's Choice playthroughs. Okay. But yeah, so just be staying tuned, guys, to my channel, and if there's any adventure game, text adventure game that you want to see, whether it's a single player or multiplayer, I will find it and I will take a look at it. And Delight Games and Heart's Choice aren't as widely known as Choice and Hosted, so but they're fun.
Should count as surviving the game. Heather 6:34 p.m. You should be able to defeat the demon and let the humans handle the sack. And that should count as surviving the game, not with a great score, maybe, but surviving nonetheless. Out of list banner edit. Clickable, Jace live screen, live 8 hours 27 minutes, clickable 1.
Holy shit, have I really been going for 8 hours? Oh god. Wow.
M. Clickable 1. Mic is muted. Banner landmark.
But yeah, I've been enjoying this so far. So yeah. I hope to continue my series. Well, yeah, that's true, but I paid for Delight Games Premium, so I get all the games, and every time they release a new chapter, I get it automatically. Oh. Yay! The more views I get, the closer I become to becoming a YouTube partner, which is my overall goal. Yeah. So what I'm going to be testing is one thing. There's one thing that I'm going to be, well, a couple things I'll be testing. When I play as a guard, there's a thing in the second part where it's like you need to have 75 general veil relationship, 2 guard levels, and 45 history and 45 geography. So I'm going to try to get those and see what happens when I do that. Because if that is going to unlock a scenario, as I'm thinking it will, then that would be fun. I could try to get more achievements through the game. Yes, yes, they are. Because, yeah, there's like certain achievements that I know how to get a majority of the classes, like Alchemist, Vampire Lord, Rune Warrior, the Arch Druid, or whatever, and the other Druid, the Knight, the Dark Knight, the Paladin. So, yeah, I can get those classes. There's a couple that I also know how to get the Siren and the Seer. But I guess there's one more. Oh, and Dragon Rider. Honestly, that one is fun. Yeah, I'm gonna be ending stream, but yeah, I enjoy you sticking around, Heather. I appreciate it. That was the first time, well, almost playing through the entire series, but just be on the lookout for another stream tomorrow. I don't know when it will be, but just keep an eye out for that notification. And I appreciate you dropping by.
Link graphics. Clickable mob. Clickable end broadcast. Heading level 4 end the broadcast. Button not yet. Button end broadcast.
So yeah, take care, everybody. Stay safe, stay cool, and just keep on living.
Not yet button. End broadcast button.